The following video is a conversation between myself and fellow Souls YouTuber IllusoryWall recorded in 2 sessions. The premise of this video and this series is to catalog, analyze, and evaluate the level design in FromSoft's modern games with a rotating roster of guests. IllusoryWall's channel is filled with technical details gleaned from years of data mining these games, and I cannot recommend his videos highly enough for anyone looking to get into the deeper esoterics of FromSoft's design. We will be ranking the game's levels as we go because we needed some way of framing the conversation, and IllusoryWall and myself would both advise anyone watching not to take the final placements here too seriously. This video, like all videos on my channel, are sponsored by my game Snails Have Skeletons. If you want to support the work I do, I hope you'll wishlist it on Steam in order to boost its presence in the recommendation algorithm there. Link is in the description. I am AesirAesthetics. Grab yourself a cup of coffee, and let's dive in. Hello everyone, and welcome to the second episode of the From Software level tier list / discussion, level design discussion series. With me today for Dark Souls 1, I have IllusoryWall. Welcome.
Hello, thanks for having me on.
Thank you for being here. I'm a big admirer of your work, and I don't say that very often.
Hey, thank you, I appreciate it. I love the Souls games, of course. This is like my favorite series of games, and I think this will be fun, because I don't really do tier list or ranking stuff on my end of things, so trying to sort this out I think will be fun.
Yeah, I think so. I've had a lot of fun. This is the third one I've recorded, even though it's the second one released. Wrap your head around that. And I've had a lot of fun doing this. So the way this is going to work, and if this is the first one of these you're watching, I suppose, introductions, the way this is going to work is that the F to S scale is set to 1 game. So you can't be putting everything in A tier because another game had a bunch of shit levels in comparison. Secondly, you can bring whatever perspective you want in to defend any level you want. So if you think, layout-wise or loot-wise, this level ain't so great, but then you have a real affinity for just the view, that's just as valid.
Yeah, and something I was telling you before we started recording, but to share with the listeners now is I already decided in advance that I will use the full range of the scale, right? I come from a perspective where I'm very patient with a lot of the jank in the older From Software games.
Yes.
So I might not be as harsh on some of the levels that a lot of other people dislike for various reasons, but I've already decided in advance, there will be F, at least 1 F, for sure, if not more. We'll use the full range of the scale. That's how I'll approach the ranking, at least.
Right then. And the scale, it's just S, A, B, C, and then F. I feel like D and E, they're kind of like nothing tiers because they just pad out the...
It's a little too granular.
Yeah, it's either look, if it's bad, it's C. If it's atrocious, it's an F. You don't need the scale. It's too big.
Exactly.
But so... we can just get going now, starting with the Northern Undead Asylum.
Undead Asylum. Mm-hmm.
I think this is the best tutorial level they've ever done.
Ooh, okay. I'm glad we're doing this, because we can... there's so many different angles of approach for this.
Yeah.
Let's start with what you just proposed. Best tutorial level they've ever done. So we have Demon Souls. Demon Souls is kind of interesting tutorial. It does a similar job of telling you everything you need to know. I like the little secret bonus area at the end is very cool.
Yes.
That's a cool thing that the Northern Undead Asylum doesn't have.
You can go back there. There's a secret area, optional.
Yeah, true. Okay, fair, good point. The thing with the Demon Souls tutorial, though, is you can't die during it. Not until you get to, the end boss. So it's kind of weird for learning the mechanics. Maybe being more forgiving while you're learning the buttons is helpful in some way, but it's just kind of I don't know, it's a smoother experience in Dark Souls 1 to be no, this is the amount of health you have. You can die to these trash mobs. Learn how this works now. So that's kind of better. Dark Souls 2 tutorial is weird. It's very broken up. There's different segments. I've seen people go and doing blind playthroughs, kind of like just skip some of those side areas. Just like, I'm just going to go forward, because like, why wouldn't I go forward? So that's a little clumsy.
I think that's a bit of a strength, though, too, because I don't think there is... I don't think that tutorial... meeting the old women, that's fun, but I don't think that tutorial is such an important part of the game. And if you want to
making it optional, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to just beeline straight into your character, just building him out, you can just run right past all of that.
True. And I guess we would have to give Demon Souls the same credit, too, because you could just choose whether or not to even include the tutorial
that's true,
in your playthrough.
Always do.
Bloodborne gets... I know we're not ranking the other games, but I'm just going to say it now. Bloodborne gets an F for its tutorial. The real tutorial is just the first level, which is why it's like it's one of the most challenging opening areas, I think, in one of these games. But just the fact that the hint messages, like explanations, are just like scattered around the hub, really like awkwardly. It's like, I don't know, like that's just nonsense.
Yeah. You can kind of feel how like, oh, there was more to this area at some point, and this is like the scaled down version we got.
Yes. And then Dark Souls 3 tutorial, there's not too much to say about it. Like, it's not, like, bad or great. It's very minimal, and it kind of does what it needs to do.
Yes, I think it's a nice showcase of just immediately, like, the fact that it's in a graveyard, really good, like, for the themes of the games and such. Mm-hmm. A lot of ash everywhere. Like, the view is really good, but I think that there's not a lot of intricate level design or interesting enemy encounters there.
Right. You compare that to the Northern Undead Asylum, and you have the boulder trap that like breaks open the wall, an NPC that you talk to. That's like, so it's just more like interesting.
Yes, like there's no Oscar in Dark Souls 3. Like that meeting is so good, and that's partly so why crucial. I think this has not been surpassed, because no game has had that sort of, ooh, this is a really strong and intriguing character I'm talking to.
The tutorial is a jailbreak. And if you try to like sum up the other tutorials in a similar way, like you don't have anything to grasp onto.
I feel like Sekiro's could have been.
That's another decent one, because it teaches you like the stealth mechanics, and you get to listen into some conversations. So like there's cool stuff that happens there.
Yeah, but I feel like that level was kind of grafted on after the fact. I have this long-running theory that Hirata Estate was the original introduction. Like that probably was the original tutorial, and then because like Hirata Estate and the actual opening of the game tell the exact same story of you're wolf, you're trying to get Kuro, you get Kuro, but then you die. Somebody kills you and you're separated from Kuro, and it's really weird that they tell that story twice.
That is strange. I never really thought about it that way, but that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and then, like, imagine they did that, and then maybe you have, like, a 2-year time skip or something, and it's like, now you wake up and you're in Ashina.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
And then I was going to say, for Elden Ring, too, like, I don't know if that's an F with Bloodborne or a C. If you find the tutorial, it's perfectly fine. Like, I kind of find that cave space a little more interesting than maybe even the Cemetery of Ash.
Really?
But it's so weird. Like everything about getting there is strange. The awkward transition from like the quote unquote forced death. I realize you don't have to die to the first boss, but let's face it, everyone does. Like the loading transition to that area is very strange. Like the way it cuts to black abruptly, but you still hear something. Like it just feels like the transition to the area that potentially leads to the tutorial is kind of sloppy. And then, like, they had to put that ghost there being like, please go down here for the tutorial. It wasn't there in the network test, so you could tell, like, too many people were missing it. And then you would still hear about, like, people missing it. Like, it's like, really, I don't know, it's pretty sloppy. Thankfully, we're not ranking all of these, because I couldn't decide where to put those. But I know it's near the bottom, along with Bloodborne for me.
Yes. I also think it suffers because... the caves, a lot of the interiors of Elden Ring, they used this modular asset kit to just build out these areas. And it's a good way to do a lot of work really, really fast, but I don't think a lot of those caves are at all interesting. And I think that's...
Actually, you have a good point in compared to Cemetery. I don't know what it is about just the physical layout of the Cemetery of Ash that I don't find that interesting, but at the very least it does have a side area with an optional mini-boss. So it does have a few more things of intrigue. So I actually would reconsider that ranking. Yeah, it's definitely Elden Ring tutorials down there with Bloodborne. Bloodborne is the worst, though. It's scattering... At the beginning of Demon Souls, when you get to the Nexus, there is an extra assortment of messages at the very back of the Nexus for just more random tips. But at least they told you most of the important stuff in the tutorial. But it felt like Bloodborne gave up and just did what they did in the Nexus with a shrug. It's just so strange.
I would have really wanted if they'd... So the original tutorial, the original opening was in Hemwick. You're looking for your friend Lawrence, but I think that they should have probably. You woke up. I think where you find the rune tool, the rune placement tool, in that chair. Walk up the stairs, and you would go out there and make your way to Yharnam. I feel like that is sort of missing because you're just thrust right into it.
Right.
I think the blood minister he talks about blood ministration and all that stuff, and it's okay, you're getting me up to speed with the world really, really quick, but I think maybe making me just let me wander in this world for a little bit. Make it like the opening to Dracula.
But now I want to look at the Northern Undead Asylum just in the more of a microcosm, just in the context of Dark Souls 1, how do I feel about it? Again, I think it has a lot of things going for it. It's a really cool area. Meeting Oscar is fantastic. The optional return. You have the trading with the bird. There's cool stuff happening there. I do think I am a little bit critical of how clear some of the tutorial messaging could be. And again, this is just looking at it within the context of Dark Souls 1, because all of their games have a bit of a shortcoming with this, but I just feel like there was an opportunity to explain some mechanics a little bit more here. It's a little strange when you have mechanics like poise that you're just supposed to discover within the menu, and kind of read item descriptions, and there's a few things I wish they could have hinted at, just a few more messages or a few more opportunities to explain things a bit better.
They could have done it. So the way I discovered poise, the way I imagine most people discover poise, is I found the wolf's ring, and it says boosts poise. What's poise? So
and you were at least curious enough to follow up on that and investigate it, but some players just be I don't know what this is, and it's just so I do think there's a slight missed opportunity to be as critical as I can be of the tutorial, that it could have just sprinkled in a little bit more knowledge about some of the more obscure mechanics.
True,
but I don't know. I do think you have a good point in saying that this is their strongest tutorial. It's the most interesting area to explore. It's got good level design hooks, like I mentioned before, the boulder trap. Cool return trip, not just for the extra harder boss, but then you get to fight Black Knights again. Black Knights are fun,
Black Knights are fun. Something interesting this level does is... because all the enemies have to be scrubs, because this is the absolute tutorial, they're all just hollows, you kill them in 1 or 2 hits. They do a lot of interesting enemy encounters here to get around that. So it's you don't need to master the combat mechanics just yet, but you do need to kill these enemies, and we have to provide somewhat of a challenge. So you just they test your situational awareness really well. So you have enemies that you're chasing and they run away, and you have the boulder, and you have enemies that hang on the ledges, and it's check your flank. Don't just walk past an open doorway. There's probably somebody there. I like that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so I'm stuck here deciding whether this is S or A.
I think for what it does for the game, this has to sort of be an S. I think that one way of evaluating these places on the scale is what does it bring to the game, and I think that if this area were worse, if you had if this was, say, or not even like worse as in bad, just worse as in this was sort of a nothing area, I think that would have really drastic sort of downstream effects on Dark Souls, because I think so much of the sort of the mysterious world building and the weirdness is really baked into it. And like the sort of marketing gimmick of you died, I think that's also really good in this area, because you're gonna have to actually be, you know, kind of paying attention to what the game is putting in front of you if you want to escape this place and get access to the rest of the game. So,
absolutely, and I also want to give it credit for the opening cutscene. Because something that the game does is that, you know, it starts off with the opening cinematic, which is this, you know, exposition dump of world lore. And then you're like, how does this, any of the stuff about these, like, ancient gods relate to me? You're like, well, what is all this nonsense? There's something about these dragons being killed off, Gwyn, like, who are all of these weirdos?
Yeah.
And then it cuts to another story where it's explaining that the undead are corralled to the north, and it's like, you're just like, okay, now here's where I enter the story. So it's a really captivating introduction, where, again, if you think about the other Souls games, it's kind of like, I don't know, not as interesting as waking up in the Cemetery of Ash. There's a more interesting, like, narrative hook in how you enter the space as well. So it's just more interesting from the outset. And I know we said that we're going to be ranking the rest of the list comparatively within just Dark Souls 1 and not the other games, but these are considerations worth having. Yeah, I'm convinced. We can just put that right in S.
All right then. Also, big fan of we return here, which makes the area feel like, oh, this is actually more than just a throwaway piece of content.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and that rights or wrong of Demon Souls tutorial, which is like, the Demon Souls tutorial was cool, but you couldn't go back. It was an optional thing, and it's just a one-time thing. So, totally. Yeah, I dig it.
Moving on then, we have Firelink Shrine. Now,
Firelink Shrine.
Now, there's a few ways of going about discussing this. Something that I think From Software has always struggled with a little bit is the integration of NPC storylines in your adventure. Dark Souls 1, I think, is the best they've ever done, because they used a similar approach very often. But when you play Dark Souls 1, you just meet these weird characters, and then, because the world design always funnels you back to Firelink Shrine, it's really like, you are very much forced to go back here, but because so much of it is just through open-ended exploration, where you just like, oh, I got lost somewhere, and now I'm out, you know, I'm in the Darkroot Basin, and now I got lost in some cave, and now I'm in the Valley of the Drakes. Oh, here's an elevator. Oh my god, I'm back in fire. Like, the world always sort of manages to funnel you back to this area. It feels much less forced. It feels very organic coming back here. And because the characters always show up here, like you have Stigmar, you have all of your merchants, all of your characters, they show up to this area. This area, it's such a constant coming back here across your adventure that just watching the attitudes of the characters change, watching them dip in and out, it really sells that, like, okay, this is sort of like, these people are real. They are changing as the story is progressing, and they're having their own adventure. Compare that to something like in Bloodborne, where you gather characters, and you gather them in Earthen Chapel, and then you kill Vicar Amelia, and you never go back there, even though their stories advance.
Yeah, and I was thinking in terms of Dark Souls 2, where that game even has a trophy for gathering, like, you know, all the NPCs at Majula. But the one issue I have there is, again, you have fast travel from the beginning of the game.
Yes.
So it's easier to just dip in and out. There are reasons to explore Majula further, like maybe you didn't find the key to the mansion right away. But you can just warp right in and out to level up with the Emerald Herald. And NPC questlines kind of go to die there, right? Like, there's more interesting interaction in Firelink Shrine, because, like, Lautrec will, when you first rescue him, you can pay him for tips, and then sometimes he has this alternating flag. This confuses a lot of players sometimes, that says, like, every other time you go there, he will be there or he won't be there. It alternates. A lot of people freak out thinking, like, he already left Firelink Shrine, like, and so I've seen so many, like, threads about this being like, where is he? Where did he go? And people will be like, oh, well, clearly he killed the Firekeeper and went off to Anor Londo. It's like, no, not necessarily. And you have stuff like the Petrus quest line where like he goes and comes back and like, you know, the state of his character completely changes where he's acting all scared. Oh no, you know, woe is me, I lost the party, even though it's a lie, which makes it even cooler. And so it's kind of more interesting because, yeah, in Dark Souls 2, you can gather NPCs in Majula, but it's just kind of like, okay, now I got Chloanne here, but there's no further progression. She doesn't even meet her dad, who's like 20 feet away. Like, I don't. It's so weird.
Doesn't she face away from him?
Yeah, she's like
yeah,
sitting with like her back turned to him. It's kind of funny.
And he has a wall, so they can't see each other.
Right. And not that there aren't some storylines that progress, like Kale progresses a little bit at the mansion. The merchant progresses a little bit when you buy out his shop as he gets like, you know, more cocky. But but for the most part, you just kind of collect a few NPCs, and it loses that interactivity that Firelink Shrine has. So yeah, I'm all aboard praising Firelink Shrine for its handling of routing NPCs in and out of there. We didn't even mention like Logan and stuff like that too, like his apprentice who just Logan never even like says a word about him, which is a very funny dynamic. Like the guy loves Logan. Logan does not even care about this dude like at all. Like
I love how Logan sits. It's such an icon because there's like a gigantic hat like softly floating off the ground.
And you can even get Ingward to go back to Firelink Shrine, which like a lot of players don't realize. So
really?
That's like a fun one too. So yeah, you talk to him again in New Londo Ruins after defeating the Four Kings, and he's kind of like, well, my job here is done. I better go back where there's more sunlight. And like,
you didn't do anything.
Yeah, it's so good. So yeah, it's in because of the lack of fast travel from the beginning of the game, like you were saying, it's this interconnected hub space that you actually return to a lot. So there's a lot of positive marks for that, but we could also discuss potential downsides of Firelink, which I'm very patient of, and I don't mind this stuff at all. So it's probably not going to drag the score down for me, but I do have to acknowledge the fact that it would just acknowledge the signaling of where to go.
All right.
So many players get thrown off here, which I find kind of funny. I'm like, going and dying to the skeletons first, to me, I kind of get the design of the earlier Souls games, where it's just kind of like, okay, like I'm having too difficult of a time here, so I'm going to just wander somewhere else until I figure it out. I think that design is okay, but it has not aged well for a lot of players. You know, people coming back from Elden Ring and other games, it's just kind of a weird experience. The fact that, like, your default starting position in Firelink Shrine is to go further into the shrine itself, not turn around and go up the hill towards the Undead Burg.
That's interesting. I went to the Undead Burg first, probably because of the cutscene with the crow. I never thought about how you're facing the catacombs.
Yeah, you kind of start and it just feels like there's like more of, because I feel like if I'm exploring and I want to clear out the space, like I'd be more naturally attuned. Like I would feel like I might see the staircase going up to the Undead Burg. It's like, oh, okay, well that's kind of venturing off somewhere else, but I'm starting in this space, this shrine area. So I might clear out the loot in there, and I feel like that's naturally just going to take you more towards the catacombs. Maybe you might go down the steps. That's kind of another out-of-the-way path, but I feel like that's equally likely to wind up in that New Londo Ruins compared to Undead Burg. I feel like you have like a 50-50 odds of finding New Londo Ruins, which is a very horrible place to go right away. But you know what? I like it. I don't know. I don't have a problem with it. Like I said, like I like not having my hand held too much and being able to explore, find out what places are too nasty. And there's something kind of exciting about, you know, maybe you're like, okay, screw all these other areas. You find the path to Undead Burg, but in the back of your mind, you're always aware of these other locations, even if you forget the names of these areas, you know, because you don't revisit them for a bunch of hours. In the back of your mind, you know that there's other stuff there. And if you just compare that to, I mean, Dark Souls 2 also does a pretty good job with that. But you start comparing this with some of the other Souls hubs, and it's kind of like, Demon Souls gets a pass as well because of the whole Nexus teleported. You're where there's different worlds you could be exploring. But I don't know. I feel like for a hub, Elden Ring hub is very disconnected, so that one's hard to compare. It's just kind of like, yeah, you can explore anywhere in the open world, but the hub itself doesn't. There's no Firelink Shrine exploration quality to it. Dark Souls 3, again, that's very disconnected. It is kind of interesting when you wind back up in the nighttime version of the cemetery. Like, that's a kind of neat thing that happens, finding the nighttime version of Firelink, but...
the cool thing...
No, I'm gonna give Dark Souls 1 all the points. I'm cool that you can go to the wrong places because it's a more interesting way to start the game to be.
Yes, I think maybe they should have had, like, a locked door closing off the catacombs, and maybe if you like do a little bit of platforming, like 10 seconds, you can just get on the other side and open the door, just to like softly nudge the player away from it. But at the same time, I'm thinking like the cool thing about Dark Souls 1, the sort of quintessential Dark Souls 1 experience to me, is that this is a game where getting lost in the world is it's such a beautiful moment of like, you're lost, and you're so deep in a level, and you have no idea where you are because the world design is so bonkers, and then you find a new bonfire. It's like, just how independent you are in the world. Firelink Shrine did not need to lock your levels to a level lady that's only there in order to get you to revisit this place. All the other ones did.
All the other ones did, and Dark Souls 1 was extremely cool for letting you level up at any bonfire and not forcing that reason to go back to the hub.
Yeah, and like there are deep reasons for why Dark Souls 1 can do it. Like, it's baked into the world design. If you couldn't warp in Dark Souls 2, it'd be like, okay, you walk the area and now you have to kind of walk it back. Dark Souls 3 originally had that make your own bonfire mechanic, and it seems like the levels you would just warp into them, and like they would be more Demon Souls-esque, where it's like these big levels and you just sort of have to make your way into them. That might have played differently, might have operated differently back at some point. But yeah, I think that Firelink Shrine is the model they should try to go back to.
Yeah, I'm fully on board with that. Yeah, so I'm like hovering between S tier and A tier. I think this might be another S. Damn it, this is like... I'm looking at the list here and I'm like, how many S's are we going to pack this with? But you know what? Dark Souls world design is kind of peak, so I'm okay with putting Firelink Shrine as another S. There could be a bunch of S's in here, and I don't have an issue with that.
Alright then. Moving on to Undead Burg. This is a...
S tier. I'm just going to say it to start with, and then I'm going to, like, justify that, but...
Alright, see, I would have said A tier, and my rationale... I can be negotiated, I can give this a higher ranking. My rationale is that I think Undead Burg has absolutely no issue. Even if we were to throw the Capra Demon into this, I don't have an issue. I have no issues with Undead Burg. I don't think it does anything exceptionally. Like, I don't think there's I don't think there's an Oscar. I don't think there's like meeting Frampt or like taking the elevator from Undead Parish and being back at Firelink. I think that it's missing that sort of that one thing that takes it over the top.
Well, so I would include the Hellkite Bridge in the Undead Burg consideration because it's wrapping back down to the Undead Burg bonfire.
All right.
So I think that very important loop of, oh my god, I just dropped a ladder back to the same bonfire is like one of the most important loops. I put that like kind of... Is that at the same level of finding Firelink Shrine again? Maybe not, but those two things in a row are an incredible 1-2 punch of like, hey, the level design here is freaking fantastic.
Yes, but and I think it's really beautiful that a non-0% of players will walk down the stairs to go to the bonfire, try to walk up again, notice that they can't, and then they'll see the ladder, and it's like, no, I have to do it again.
Do it again. But let's see, what else do I like about Undead Burg?
A lot of good enemy setups.
I'm looking ahead in the list. Did we make a separate thing for Lower Undead Burg, or are we including it in here?
It's included. It's included in Undead Burg. I didn't make this list. I found this list. But
interesting. Okay. Lower Undead Burg will drag. I think I was going to make the case that it was S tier, but I think Lower Undead Burg might drag it back down to A tier. And because I don't hate the Lower Undead Burg, but all things considered, I don't. There's a lot to like here. So I'll start with all the positives. I think there's great enemy encounters. It's a good escalation of like the Northern Undead Asylum, where it's a lot of basic hollows and stuff like that. With escalating placements of, there's ones throwing fire bombs at you while you're on a narrow bridge, so you're really thinking about how you have to like kite the enemies around and not fight huge groups at a time. Interesting mechanics start popping up. You have the guys with the spear guys with the shields, the armored hollows. I have a lot of fun kicking their shields away. Maybe it's frustrating, or you can circle around and backstab them. If you're not adept at kicking or backstabbing yet, fighting them might be a pain in the ass, but I like that there's enemies in here where the solution to them is just getting a little bit deeper into the game mechanics. And there's also, I like the placement of the Black Knight a lot. His back is turned to you. It's an optional encounter, but it gives you like a tougher thing to fight.
Yes.
Havel's an extension of that, where it's more out of the way. And if you have the master key, like you could do a weird routing kind of thing. But that's like a tough optional fight locked away in a basement. So I like that it has these harder optional encounters, but they're easy to bypass if you're having trouble with them, which is incredible level design. And I like the out of the way nook with the merchant. I love all of the out of the way nooks in Undead Burg. Like, it's extremely common for people to see that side path. There's like that loot in that side path where you have to like roll through the barrels and kind of drop down to the lower area where there's the hanging hollows. Yes. A lot of people will see that loot hanging in the window and be like, how do I get that? Because they miss the little room down there. And so I just love that it's like this weird area to explore. It has all the nooks. Like, it has all the things that I love about Souls level design. So it's like, it hovers around S tier for me. Lower Undead Burg, I sort of am a little harder on it. I think doing an escalation where it's a more cramped area and you really have to be even more conscious of your like spatial awareness.
At the dogs, at the thieves.
At the dogs, and I don't mind the dogs. They're good to test, just hold up a shield, block them, do what you gotta do. Learn to kite them around, lure them into the fire if you want to do that. My biggest complaint is that if there's anything that could have been done to make the Capper Demon just like a little bit more tolerable, I really do think that room that leads back towards the aqueduct, so like you're going back towards Firelink Shrine from the Lower Undead Burg.
Yes.
There's that room with like the crossbow hollow. First of all, that's one of the... I'm very hard on that one particular enemy, which is a very funny specific gripe to have probably. But his tracking is so slow on shooting arrows at you, and you've already just progressed through an area with like tons of harder enemies. And like, I get there's a thing in the classic Mega Man level design where the idea is to like escalate difficulty, but then put something a little bit easier at the end of an encounter. You kind of ramp up and then ramp down, so you feel a little like empowered. So like maybe having a wimpy enemy after a tougher area is like, like I can just crush him, and it's fun. But like, he's not an obstacle. It's just a weird thing to have in that room. The amount of people who have ever died to that player is probably like next to zero. If you've died to that enemy, it's next to zero. So I just feel like the purpose of that room could have been to have a bonfire. Running all the way through the Aqueduct Tunnel as a shortcut is just kind of like, it's great to have that shortcut back to Firelink. The reward of having these shortcuts in this interconnected level design is huge, but in terms of refighting a boss that has a nasty trick up its sleeve, which I made a whole video about kind of defending it, see if you treat it with like the mindset of a puzzle fight. But I do have to acknowledge that like the repeated process of like stepping into the room and not knowing what to do, that would all be more tolerable if you had a bonfire that was just a little bit closer, and that would have made rewarding that side path, rewarding the discovery of that side path even better. If you find that side path, you go around, you go past just like the two more undead assassins that are down there, there should have been a bonfire in that side room. So that's like my like biggest complaint. Like the biggest failure of the Undead Burg was like not putting in a bonfire that was just a little bit closer to the Capra Demon.
Yeah. I've never struggled with the Capra Demon. It came as a bit of a surprise to me that people really don't like this boss.
People really don't like it. Yeah.
I get it though, because he can kill you real fast, and like you said, because there is kind of a track to get back to him, it kind of feels sacky. It can feel a little bit like, look, I'm trying here, and just give me a little bit of time to breathe, man. Like, what is this?
Yeah. And again, I've always been a little bit more patient for that, because the mindset I have is like, I get that it's not everyone's jam. I get why a lot of people bounce off of it, but the mindset I have is like, in Elden Ring, the harder bosses, you're gonna die to them a ton, and absolutely, unless you're just like a god gamer or whatever. But like, you're gonna die to them a ton, learning their movesets, and people don't feel like it's as cheap. Like, it's not a trial and error type of thing like Capra Demon feels like to them. But I'm just like, if you step back and look at the bigger picture, I'm like, I'm not dying. Most players, even who have a hard time with Capra Demon, aren't dying to him like 40 times. No, right? Like, they're like, it's not that like that much of like a stopping point. Whereas like, people do die to Elden Ring bosses that much, and I'm like, the amount of effort you have to put into like perfecting these bosses is just like, yeah, it's not that big of an ask to have some repeated deaths at the Capra Demon. Again, it's just if there's one bonfire just a little bit closer, it would tie that all up. So
the prior experience had all been about enforcing in your head the idea of being really cognizant of situation, like enemy placement, focus on your situational awareness, be very like, and then for people to treat the boss as like, oh, it's an execution challenge. Like, no, it's not. It's still testing your situational awareness in the exact same way, kind of, as the Taurus
the rest
demon.
Of the level.
As the rest of the level, but also the Taurus demon, where you have the main boss and you have his two goobers who are like in the Taurus demon's example, they're like crossbowing you from the back, and when you walk out of that tower that like, okay, I'm about to fight a boss, I don't see anything, and if your first instinct is, well, I guess I'm just gonna run ahead, you're not paying attention. Like, look around you. Oh, there's a ladder there. I guess I should go up there and take out those enemies first.
Exactly. Yeah, and even if you run it in first without looking, the moment you start getting shot at from behind, that's the indication to turn around and be like, what do I gotta do? God, there's so much good stuff in the Undead Burg. But yeah, we're including the lower Undead Burg in it. Some people really don't like the area. I'm more tolerant of it, but it's not as good as the upper Undead Burg, so that gets an A tier for me.
All right. I think Undead, like I said, I think Undead Burg doesn't do anything particularly wrong. I think it could do some things better, but I don't have an issue with the Capra Demon. I understand why people do, but I've never struggled with this boss.
We're both way cooler with him than the average player.
Totally. So yeah, I like I said, to me this is A tier. But if you want to move it up to S, I wouldn't argue that.
Nah, the lower Undead Burg can. I'm good with making that A tier.
All right then. Also Solaire. Solaire's a cool guy.
Solaire's a cool guy. That is a consideration. That's like one of the most iconic NPC. Man. Damn it.
But we already placed it. It can't be moved. It
can't be moved. It's locked in. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Everyone knows, despite the final ranking, that in our heart of hearts, it's this never-ending debate between S tier and A tier for Undead Burg. That's fine. Yeah, we can leave it where it is and move on.
No, not S tier. S for Solaire.
Yeah, we'll pass. It's fine.
All right then. Moving on to the Undead Parish. So, I guess you've done like actual data mining and like looking at the levels. Where exactly is the specific parameter where Undead Burg becomes Undead Parish? Is it just
That is a fascinating question that I'm not 100% sure how to answer, because
is it after the bridge, or
I think so. See, what's complicated to answer about this is, and I was thinking about making a video about this sometime, but it's always been like a very like such a niche topic where I have this video idea where it would be, what is a level in Dark Souls?
Ooh.
How do you define what a level is? Because there's basically 3 primary metrics that I can think of. There's title card display, right? Like you see a title card for an area and that tells you that you're in a new level.
Yes.
There's multiplayer boundaries, because what determines what a level is its boss. You know, like you have discrete areas where like you're locked into a certain level for each multiplayer session. That is a level. Then you also have the map data, where the game handles the loading of areas where like it thinks of a map, it has a certain designation, like M11 is the Painted World, for example. And so that's an entire map of its own, as a whole list of enemies associated with it. And things get messy there. The Upper Undead Burg, Lower Undead Burg, and Undead Parish are all one map in that regard. And that has interesting downstream effects for weird mechanics like Gravelording. Like if you get Gravelorded in the Undead Parish, the extra enemies will also be in the Undead Burg as well, and Lower Undead Burg, because it's all one map file. So like figuring out like what the exact boundary is tricky, because it's like, oh, are we talking about the multiplayer boundary, like where fog gates go up? You know, after between you have the Undead Taurus part of the Taurus demon part of the level, and then you have the Belgargoyle part of the level. So that's a discrete difference between the Undead Parish and Undead Burg. But yeah, it's kind of messy. So I don't really know how to define the Hellkite Bridge. Like in my head, the Undead Parish starts in the Sunlight like altar room, but like the bridge itself and all of it is just map number 1001. So
you know, the real boss of the Undead Burg might be considered those rats after the bridge.
Oh my god, yes. People have... That is another one. Again, if you're very patient, you gotta treat them like the dogs, which is like... My mindset is use a shield, let them hit your shield first. Once they recoil, then you attack. Not that big of a deal, but oh my god, that's just like... It's such a stopping point for a lot of players. The poison is brutal. You have no way to cure the poison yet.
But you're right next to a bonfire.
Yeah, you're near a bonfire. I like that there's the pressure of like, well, this route sucks, so you're kind of debating whether or not to deal with the dragon above, like that dilemma of like, which way do I go, because both these routes are kind of a pain in the ass, is cool. That's super cool to me. So that's a great start to the Undead Parish, honestly. I really like it. You go a little bit further into the level, you have the boar. I feel like I'm getting ahead too, because the first bonfire, if you get to it after the Hellkite Drake, that's an interesting return point later on, potentially, if you're trying to level up the different covenants and get their stuff. You might meet Solaire there again later on.
Yes.
So that's just a fun set piece.
The boar's an interesting tutorial for the alluring skulls.
Yes.
I feel like they don't... maybe this is just because they have so many more items and so many more... so many more variations of the same items, but like... in Dark Souls has a lot of this, and Demon Souls too, where the thing that you're like picking up the alluring skull on the bridge is like, okay, now just if you stop the game, read what this item does, immediately there's a really good use for it.
Yes.
Did you know you could kill the boar with a gate?
Yeah, you can kill it with the gate, which is absolutely wild. I love the encounter of the guy running up to the gate. A lot of people, as they tiptoe through the area, don't realize that's what's happening.
Yeah.
So that's like a fun kind of like learning moment, like learning how the gate works and how if you do rush, you could hypothetically beat the guy back there. Yeah, I love that routing. There's a more direct path to the church, but most people are gonna have to go underground with the hollows. The hollows are a reasonable ambush. We can debate whether the ambush in the church is reasonable. I think it's okay. It is pushing things a little bit.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I'm kind of fine with it. But yeah, the underground ambush of hollows is totally fine. Totally good. There's the one guy running in there trying to lure you in, and it's a trap. And it's a decent amount of hollows, and you have a good amount of room to back out. Yeah, I like that design a lot. Again, they do the same thing with the first Baldur Knight you'll probably encounter that they did with the Black Knight. His back is turned to you. So if you're careful, you can tiptoe up to him and get a backstab in. Or just, R1 spam, whatever you got to do. Yeah, and it's a good... There's such a good diversity of encounters in the Undead Parish. There's another way to look at it.
I never thought about just how many different routes there are in this area. Like, you always have, 2 different routes to take.
Yeah, there's always a couple routes to go. Like I said, if you rush through the gate or go underground, you could go to the right and take out that first, get the shield by that Baldur Knight, or you can go to the left, go that way. You can go through the front of the church, or you can go through the side of the church. You can go to Firelink Shrine, or you can discover Andre. So I never really thought about it in those terms, where you're absolutely right. There's always 2 ways to go. And it tickles that exploration. And it's not overwhelming. Something that I'm still don't know totally how I feel about Elden Ring is sometimes the legacy dungeons go almost a little too hard, which is funny to say, because I would prefer a game to make another Elden Ring that goes back to the old school design where you do less open world stuff, if at all.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Endless legacy dungeons, it would be a cooler design thing to do. But man, if you're a completionist who wants to get every piece of loot like I do, I want to go around and find everything in this level. Exploring every little interconnecting side path and stuff like that at Stormveil Castle, it gets to sort of be a bit much. I like finding that lower area with the Crucible Knight. There's a lot of cool shit there, but sometimes it pushes things a little far where you're just damn, the amount of time I have to spend here to actually be sure I found everything here is pretty wild. And it further into the game too, there's weird stuff where it's why am I blinking on the name of that area? But I know after you defeat Loretta and you find the 30 rises or whatever, you can drop back down to the
Carrion Manor.
Yeah, Carrion Manor, exactly. You can drop back down there and discover a merchant who's on this upper level of this room. So it's this looping back path, but they didn't even put a ladder to the drop down back to that area. It's so weird. So it's to really get everything in that area is so much interconnecting and dropping off of here and then having to go back up this way, where it's I love that interconnected level design where there's a lot of stuff to find, but there's a bit of a balance where it's oh my god, this is just so much. This is a lot of running around back and forth. And Undead Parish strikes a perfect balance where it's there's always 2 ways to go, but it's still a pretty small and simple area at the end of the day, which I like. So
it's a lot like the old Sonic the Hedgehog levels in that you have 2 ways to go. You have the fast way, and if you fail that, you can go the slower way. This is maybe a bit of a tangent. What do you think of the just overall world design of Shadow of the Erdtree? Do you prefer it to base game Elden Ring, or do you think it's inferior?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I think the base game has the best legacy dungeons. I think the open world in the DLC is kind of cooler than the base game open world. For a pretty simple reason, too. It is just the fact that, you can kind of look around from the start of it and look down and see other open world areas that you can't get to for a while. It sort of does the Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3 thing of looking ahead to distant areas you can't quite get to yet. Which is funny to talk about in an open world game, because in most open world games it's you see something far away and you can just kind of go there. But that's not the case in Shadow of the Erdtree. It's kind of it's the open world is a little bit more interconnected and messy in interesting ways. So, and there are cool, proper levels of the DLC area. But yeah, if I had to give Stormveil Castle, and stuff like that is just kind of at its peak. But the DLC did more interesting open world stuff, is how I feel about it.
All right. I kind of agree with that. Moving back to the Undead Parish, though.
Yes.
So, this is one of those areas that, whenever I think of the Undead Parish, I immediately go to Zen's Fortress, because most of the time I've been in the Undead Parish was probably that first time I played, and I died in Zen's Fortress 100 times. I'm so old school You know, everybody has their stories about like, oh, these games were so hard when you first played them. Like, I died to the archers in Anor Londo like 100 times. If your first Dark Souls game was like Elden Ring, you're just running that. You're doing that first try.
Oh, yeah. This is probably not as big. Well, you'd be surprised, though. It's kind of funny to me, because, like, I think I share the perspective that, like, these games get harder as they go. They really ramp up the difficulty, make the boss fights a lot harder. There's a lot of people who've played Elden Ring first who have, like, a really hard time going back to Dark Souls. Like, they think Dark Souls is harder, which is interesting to me, because they think the level design is, like, more punishing, which it sort of is.
There's also more deliberacy in enemy placements, because they don't have, like we talked about earlier, it's not like modular asset kits. It's not, you know, in Elden Ring, every enemy is so much more expressive, and you know, it's both because they just have a deeper combat system. You know, you work on this combat system, you want to add more bells and whistles to it over the years. But something that kind of happens on the design end is that as every enemy has become so much more of a deeper fight, every enemy is more justifiably just, he is the encounter. You just put him in a square room and that's the encounter, because he can offer enough of a challenge. Whereas in Dark Souls, the enemies are much simpler, meaning you actually have to make the encounter somewhat interesting. And I think that that's kind of one of the things that trips up players moving from Elden Ring back to Dark Souls, might just be that Elden Ring doesn't press you on for the like we're overusing this word, situational awareness. It doesn't press you quite as much.
Yeah, and it's not that all the areas of Elden Ring are cakewalk, but the overall way I would summarize it is just sort of like, it's harder levels, easier bosses in the older Souls games, and in the later Souls games, it's easier levels, harder bosses. It sort of gets inverted. Where you have to pay more attention to the effort you would put into memorizing boss patterns in later Souls games. You're putting that effort into memorizing enemy placement in the levels. You're focusing more on learning the levels. There's a reason people talk about Sense Fortress being hard, but not really the Iron Golem, or Blighttown being hard, but not necessarily Quelaag. Although Quelaag can be tricky for some players.
Quelaag kicked
in the
my
same for
ass,
Demon
man.
Souls. You know, people will talk about the Shrine of Storms kicking their ass. Not really the Storm King.
Yeah.
So there's a reason, like, the levels are notorious, and then you talk about the later, and there are some notorious boss fights. The Gargoyles and Ornstein and Smo are a challenge point for a lot of players. But you get the Elden Ring, and when you talk about, like, the hard moments, you are just naming bosses. You're not talking about the levels. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of things to consider. I think Undead Parish is a fantastic area with a good diversity in routing, good diversity in enemy encounters. Again, there's another optional Black Knight and a tower you can go up to. Open areas where you're kiting a boar around a courtyard and trying to figure out how to handle it. And then you're going into, like, a narrow hallway underground. The church is kind of the same thing. You have open spaces, narrow spaces within it.
We can't, once again, we must discuss the elevator ride back to Firelink Shrine.
The elevator fight is one of the best moments in gaming.
Yeah?
Maybe that's not, like, hyperbole, but, like, because obviously I love these games, and this is them at their peak, but,
I feel like that's the moment where people are, like, that's the moment where Dark Souls, like, they get it. They're like, oh, Dark Souls is a masterpiece. I get it.
I like it so much that I don't care if they shamelessly try to rip off Dark Souls 1 for future Souls-like. So please revisit it and take away fast travel from us again, because I want a dungeon crawling experience in these games.
Mm-hmm.
I want to feel like, you know, they're not a traditional dungeon crawler because they're third-person action RPGs. But there is that experience in Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 where you don't really know what you're getting into. Demon Souls, of course, you can teleport to the different Archstones, so it's not exactly the same thing. But the Archstone nodes are few and far apart once you get into a level, so you feel kind of locked in, and it can be a harrowing journey. And for that dungeon crawling experience, it's important to just not be able to warp anywhere right away. And Undead Parish delivers on justifying that level design so fantastically, justifying that concept. No fast travel, but hey, we gave you this incredible shortcut. It's perfect. It's brilliant level design. The amount of work that has to go into planning that sort of level design is probably bonkers. I made a video talking about like prototype map designs in Dark Souls 1, and there's evidence of like what the earlier placeholder pathing looks like. You can see like early version of Firelink Shrine where it's just a long ramp down to like Quelaag's domain because they weren't really sure on like how they were going to connect these areas yet. So you can see them putting in these really rough placeholders, and to go from like being like, yeah, I think these areas are going to connect, to having a cohesive level design that just organically feels like the level, they filled it with stuff that makes sense from a gameplay perspective, and you don't feel like it's just a route back to this other area. It's peak level design. It's From Software doing what they do best. That, with all the other considerations, I think Undead Parish is S tier.
I can see that. I wish it had a stronger boss, because the Bell Gargoyles kind of cap off this part of the game. I feel like the Bell Gargoyles, they're kind of like, it's the Man-Eater again. It's kind of like, I wish it had something a bit meatier. But, like, this is a nitpick. This is a nitpick.
I'm cool with the Gargoyles. I think it's an interesting... Again, we kept talking about two ways to go, and the same is true for the boss, which is very funny. You could be a god gamer and just like somehow crush it without like other considerations. That's usually not how it's going to go. If I was going to go in with an upgraded weapon, I'm sure I would get my ass kicked in the fight. Pretty bad.
That's right. Andre's there to upgrade your weapon for the fight. That's a nice consideration.
So you'll see a lot of discussion threads on Reddit being like people will hit the gargoyles, they'll hit a wall with the gargoyles, and there's follow-up questions. Like, a lot of people will recommend summoning Solaire. I usually don't. It is good to teach about the mechanics for summoning so that where it's an option. But my first question is, how upgraded is your weapon yet? And maybe people don't want to grind the souls too much to, buy the Titanite shards and, get all the way to +5 just yet. That could be a big ask. But I like that you have the options. You could grind to a +5 weapon. You only get to +2 or something, but you also summon Solaire.
You can upgrade you have a Firekeeper soul on the altar.
You find a Firekeeper soul, so this is and you just get the path back to Firelink Shrine, so it's this opportunity to upgrade your flask, which is a huge moment of being like, oh shit, this is another way I can help my character. So they had a sudden jump in boss difficulty where the Bell Gargoyles are going to be a lot harder than the Taurus Demon for a lot of players. But they gave you options for really ramping up your character progression, your character strength.
They also give you the Darkroot Forest. So, like, if you're struggling, you can, like, here's another area you can just have fun in while you're building yourself up. That is such a nice consideration.
I love that. And it's looking at games like Dark Souls 3 where, like, the progression is just a lot more linear. Like, sure, you could kill the Dancer early on and get to the Dragon Barracks or whatever, but, like,
humiliatingly, I recorded that episode with Loki, and humiliatingly, when Loki and I were talking about the Dancer, I was like, man, I wish the ladder came down so I could visit I could visit the garden. And he's like, brother, let me tell you something.
You can.
Like, yeah, you can. I was like, what? Because I've done it, and it's like, did the ladder not come down, or did I just not see it? Like, oh no!
If you can manage to get there early, and again, you have to put in the. I do appreciate the. They dialed in the right level of challenge. Dancer is very hard at an early level. It's like Elden Ring level difficulty of like perfect the boss fight.
Yes.
In order to pull that off at a lower level, but then if you do pull it off, you're rewarded with like there's that bonfire. It's like two bonfires into the area where there's some of those knights. Like he starts off with his back turned to you, walking down that hallway. Like that is like the best soul grinding spot for like a big chunk of the game. At least that I'm aware of. So like you can like really like get overpowered pretty quickly there if you want to. But yeah, I don't know. Dark Souls 1 does the non-linear stuff, providing more options on places to go. Again, it's contentious to some players because they get lost and they don't know where to go. I'm always mindful of, like, I never found it that difficult to be like, even if I started with the master key, I can pay attention to, I used the master key, so I am aware that I'm going somewhere that maybe I shouldn't be yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're having trouble somewhere, you can go somewhere else, you can explore, you can learn about the Darkroot Garden. Even if you don't fully venture into the Darkroot Garden, it's the same thing I was talking about with Firelink Shrine. You're aware of this other non-linear progression option that you have. And it's great. It's great level design. So yeah, Undead Parish is peak. I love it.
All right, we putting it in S tier?
Putting it in S tier. It feels funny looking at it now with like Undead Burg, like an NA. Like, again, to me, I'm so used to seeing it as kind of like one large area at this point. But they do have different bosses. They have their own title cards. So it does make sense. So yeah, that's fine. That's fine with me.
Doesn't sound fine.
Yeah, it's fine enough.
It's fine. It's fine. All right, then. Moving on to the depths. This is probably
I'm a depths defender. I love this area.
This is probably the most dungeon crawly area.
Yes,
in a very literal sense.
That's why it works for me. God, it's the area of rules.
I am a crawling dragon defender. I'm not like, this is not a masterpiece of a boss or anything, but it has so much health, and this is one of those bosses where I like summoning people for it, because it's really fun to play this boss with somebody else. It has a good rhythm. He vomits on the ground. This would become very staple boss design later on, where bosses have attacks that are, you can't really block them, you can't defend from them. They are just there to sort of get you to run away, to give the boss some breathing room. It's like good rhythmic fight. It can take like a good 7 minutes even to beat this thing. This is a really fun boss to do on co-op. I don't like it as much solo. I think it has maybe a bit too much health.
Yeah, I've always been okay with its design. I don't mind that it's more of a damage sponge compared to the previous bosses. For the reasons you just said, it's a lot slower and it does very huge telegraphed motions, so it's a learning moment of just like, read what the boss is doing and just stay the hell out of the way. And with that in mind, I always thought it was a very easy boss. It's just so easy to read its moves. You just wait for its charge, run off to the side, and then go attack its legs. And then the fact that you can cut its tail off, doing the introduction of the tail weapon mechanic is a really cool thing. The biggest difficulty when you're letting it charge and staying out of its way and then running to go attack its back legs is it might do the tail whip. So you can cut the tail off, you take that thread away. It's a very cool encounter. But yeah, the depths as a whole, I think, is great level design. I could really gush about the depths. I think what fascinates me about it so much is a lot of people hate it. They're terrified of the basilisks, and they get turned around and lost in here very easily.
Yes.
But if you really, just spend a day, walking back and forth around in the depths, maybe farming the basilisks for the Eyes of Death, it's a small area. So the fact that they're able to kind of confuse you with its layout without stuffing a ton of stuff in there, I don't know, I think it's great. It's the perfect thing where it offers that dungeon crawling experience where you don't know what you're getting into. It's a little easy to get lost. But if you really want to just challenge the area head on and be like, okay, I'm going to finally learn the layout of this level, it's actually not a big ask, at all.
No.
It's a small level. There's not that much to it. You have the starting room with the butcher. There's 2 ways to go. You could drop down behind the butcher, or you could just continue into the level. And then you just go further down, and there's you could go towards the channeler, or you could take the hallway and maybe fall into the basilisk pit. But then that just leads back to an area with a shortcut, back up to where you were. I don't know. It's not a complicated area, really. So I think it's perfectly dialed in for just being just the right amount of confusing, just the right amount of ability to explore and find these interconnecting routes. But again, it avoids the Elden Ring sometimes issue of where it's just overwhelming, where there's so many little spots. It avoids all of that. It's the right sized area for what it's supposed to be, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I'm seemingly not as big a defender as you are, but I really like this area. I think it tickles that Kingsfield 4 itch a little bit, because and this is something that's changed in their level design. Level designs, their levels used to be much, much more cramped. And when levels are that cramped, I think that they do, because there's so many more room transitions, I think this is something that, and this just goes from my experience of like having lived in houses with bike storages downstairs that had like 7 doors to get to them. When you like have to actually cross the threshold to enter a different area, it really just kind of resets your brain. There was some conversation Todd Howard did where they were talking about routing in Fallout 4, I think it was, and he explained that like once you've asked the player to make 3 turns in a level, they just give up. And they stop trying to compartmentalize the entire space in their head. It may have been like 4 or 5 turns. I don't remember exactly. I think the depths really plays on this. A lot of the depths is strangely built around that one room with a giant rat. Like you can be in a cage area, like looking at it. You can be above it. You can be in the room. There's a lot of... oh my god, the bonfire.
This is a good hidden bonfire. This is the right level of hidden.
This and the Blighttown bonfires, both of them. These are my, like, when I think back about my first playthrough, these are the ones where it's like, oh my god, yes, finally I got a bonfire, jeez. And I'm like slow walking my ass there because like, I know I'm wily to your tricks, Dark Souls. You would put like a hole for me to fall to in the water there. You
have, and it's something we'll get to later in this discussion, but like, you have bonfires that are maybe a little too hidden, like behind an illusory wall. Where you're just like kind of like, okay, but like Depths does a good job of like, okay, there's a locked door, what's behind this locked door, you can find the key to it. It's and I should know this off the top of my head, but for some reason the master key does open that door as well, right?
I believe it does.
Yeah, so you're rewarded if you started with that item. It's just it's a well-placed bonfire. It's the right amount of work necessary to get a bonfire. So I love that aspect of it. I guess we could talk about, like, a lot of people... Curse is an interesting thing. Again, I think we're both such old school, like, Souls players that, like, we're almost the wrong people to be having this conversation with each other, because, like, someone else could be arguing about, like, how bullshit it is, but I'm just kind of like,
oh, you mean that thing from Demon Souls? Like, right. How it's normal?
Yeah, I'm just kind of like... I think the biggest problem with Curse is that the cost of purging stones easily could have been like half of what it was from everyone who sells it. Like it just, the amount of grinding you have to do, I can understand that's kind of bullshit to an extent. The ask of like backtracking out of the depths, I'm cool with it. I'm totally cool with it. It's a fun, it's a side quest that's kind of like forced upon you, being like, oh shit, I have this problem I need to solve now that like fucks with my playthrough. But I like that sort of daring level design, or maybe I call it daring. Other people might call it clumsy, but
see, people demand that their video games, like, we want choices with consequences. This is what that is.
This is what that is. Yeah, like this is like an actual consequence where like you thought you were playing through the area to beat it. And but now you're not. Now
this
you
was
need to
telegraphed.
Get out of here and fix this problem.
This was telegraphed. There are like petrified crystal people dead there. Like, you know when you walk into that area that this is not normal. Like, there's something else going on here.
Stay away from the creepy monster. And it adds weight to the threat of the enemies, which I also like. Like you... And again, it's well balanced because... if you're someone who's terrified of the basilisks, I could not recommend enough farming them for Eyes of Death for a little bit, because oh my god, once you like learn once you learn to avoid the pitfalls, once you know how to purposely get to them from the bonfire and learn a farming route, they are a complete pushover. They're not that hard to fight, so it's all about just like avoiding the curse fog and not getting overwhelmed by them. So it's kind of a well dialed in thing in my opinion, where it's like you can be overwhelmed by them and get screwed over by them and be sent on the side quest of having to cure your curse, which in itself is interesting because it reinforces the world design where you're learning, wait, how do I get back to that area? What's the path back? You take the aqueduct shortcut to get to the vendor who sells the cursed thing, or maybe you go all the way to New Londo Ruins or something cursed, which, I mean, that's a horrible idea. But, like, Yeah, I think it's great. I'm a defender of getting cursed. I am not defending the unpatched version of Dark Souls 1 on PS3 and Xbox 360 where curses could stack. That was very funny. That is
I didn't know about that.
Oh my god, yes, curses stacked in the unpatched version.
How often?
I think it can stack. It's at least 3 times, possibly 4. You will be down to like 1/8 health or something absolutely fucking insane.
Oh my god.
It is brutal. It is brutal.
Do you think they should have included? Do you think they should have included like the Kiln ring somewhere, very obviously in the sewer? Maybe after the basilisk. So it's like, look, you're cursed, but here,
Instead
like, you can get a bit of your health back.
Instead of the evil eye ring, something like the Kiln ring would have been a decent consolation, I think.
Yeah, I like the evil eye ring though. Maybe in addition
like that as well. I don't really use it very often, but I like the evil eye ring because it's tempting in a first playthrough when you're still learning the game. Mm-hmm. And as you're getting hit by enemies more, getting health back, killing them is good. So like the evil eye ring is one of those things where like if we did like a ring tier list, I wouldn't place it that high just because like most builds or like most people who know the game well and they're playing it for the umpteenth time or whatever probably don't use that ring like basically ever. But it is a great consideration in your first playthrough. You're thinking about, do I want this ring? Maybe I'll actually use this ring. And a lot of people will. So yeah, it's a super cool ring. But yeah, absolutely somewhere like that in the level, I think there should have been a Kiln ring variant tacked on. Just to, again, we talk about having like 2 ways to go, and I think 2 ways to go for curse is like fully cure it or have its severity at the cost of a ring slot. That would have been a better way to handle it.
Totally. You know, I did a whole video about the evolving healing mechanics in these games, and something interesting about the Evil Eye ring is that Demon Souls had passive healing items. So you had the Adjudicator Shield, you had the Ring of Restoration. Dark Souls doesn't. You have Estus, which is free, but other than that, you have stuff like the Kiln ring, where you will have to do that. Like you can't get health back for free. You have to actually do something to get it back.
Yes,
and it's just an interesting.
That is cooler too, because I recently did a Dark Souls 3 like sorcerer only run and a pyromancy only run. Because I hadn't actually done those before, and I was like, might as well dust off. Dark Souls 3, I haven't played it as much as the other games, so it's like might as well dust it off, do a run I haven't done before. The thing that was a little frustrating, and again, this is all on me for like being very completionist. Like even though I'm doing a specific type of run, I still want to go through the levels and not like chicken out and like run through them. So I still want to go and like collect all the loot I can. I still want to feel like I like fully cleared areas with these characters. Mm-hmm. And there's that unfortunate reality that you can equip, these different affinity or whatever, these different like, what are the different, I'm forgetting off the top of my head now. It's sad. I should know this off the top of my head. What is it? There's different infusions you can equip to passively restore HP and passively restore your FP.
Yeah.
And so like there were times where I'm just like, I cast all my things and I'm like coming up to a hard boss and I'm just kind of like, I'm just going to let the game sit for 5 minutes and get all of my magic back. Like, this is kind of dumb. This is kind of bad. Like, this is kind of like... And again, it's on me for playing that way, but the game offers it as an option. So it's just kind of like, fuck, you can do this, so why wouldn't I take advantage of it? But also that means I'm letting the game sit there and I'm, like, listening to a podcast. And I'm just like, this is a little wrong. So Dark Souls 1 not offering the passive refills to that stuff. There's definitely an upside to that design. Totally.
One downside, I think, to the way... See, people pretty universally regard Estus as superior to grass. I think I'm the only one who disagrees. I've met people who don't hate grass healing. I'm the only one who thinks it's superior. I think. I've never met... Yeah, I've never met anybody who's been willing to walk with me to the preferring grass.
I'm the person you just described, where like I don't mind it as much.
Yeah,
but no, I totally prefer Estus, and I feel the same way about Bloodborne, where farming the vials wasn't a big ask for me. Again, because I kind of approach with a bit of the old school mindset. I'm used to playing like NES and Super Nintendo era RPGs where it's like, a bit of grinding, it's not the end of the world.
I need more Phoenix Downs.
Like, if I could redesign how healing works in Bloodborne, is I would keep all of the same RNG for, the flasks dropping. You do the same farming route. I wouldn't change any of that. The only difference I would make is that every time you die, if you were out of vials, you start with like 4.
Oh yeah.
Or 5. Like to have like the base Dark Souls experience of like an unkindled bonfire, and farming would be the equivalent of replacing kindling a bonfire. I think that would put it like in a healthier space for me.
I could see
because
that.
being fully out of them and then having to farm them again is just kind of like, I don't know. Yeah.
I think that Bloodborne kind of fumbles healing because you can play the game. So the blood vials, I think, are sort of a crutch for the game because the real healing mechanic is rallying. And Miyazaki talked about this in an interview that just like how Dark Souls, he described in an interview, like he wanted to get people lost in an interconnected world. And that's like, if you just look at every design choice Dark Souls makes in the context of that creative ambition, everything like clicks. Even the choices you may not like, you're like, oh no, but I get it. I understand how this feeds into that. For Bloodborne, he talked about wanting like the central feeling,
the aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, he wanted players to be fighting for their lives. And it's like, rallying is the perfect healing mechanic for that. Because you have to get in there and you have to keep doing damage. You can't stop. And blood vials, I think, I don't think Bloodborne would work without them. Because you need to be able to reset it outside of combat too. But
yes, the rallying doesn't go quite far enough for that to be its own system.
Yeah, and I feel like Sekiro, I think, kind of fixes it because you can do like death blows there that give you health back. Maybe if Bloodborne had some sort of mechanics where, yes, you can recover lost health by rallying, but also if you kill an enemy with
backstabs and crits.
Or like
that would,
or like if you just kill an enemy without taking damage or something like that, healing. I did a whole video on healing on the involving healing mechanics. If people have shouted at me enough, I don't want to put that in every video.
That's cool. Yeah. All to say, Ring of the Evil Eye, pretty cool, underrated ring.
Pretty cool.
I think this is an A area for me. I like the depths a lot. I think it's fantastic. I know some people hate this area. They're terrified of the basilisks, but it is just the perfect little dungeon crawling experience, pocket-sized dungeon crawling experience. And you were getting before, too, about stepping into a new area and feeling different. It is just... Lower Undead Burg is clearly an extension of the Undead Burg. It's part of the same area. It feels the same area. Depths are, okay, I'm in a new zone. Completely new set of enemies, completely new design aesthetic. So it just has its own vibe. Like, if you want to rate the atmosphere of the depths, it's also
new
fantastic.
Enemies, new types of threats. Invasions, Kirk,
NPC invasion, it's a great little thing. It's very quaint by modern NPC standards. Once you learn how to backstab, fish, or parry, Dark Souls 1 NPCs are, an absolute pushover. But it's fun. It's cool. He's an iconic looking enemy design. He's got all that spiky armor. You have stuff like slimes, which is cool. Like if you're magic casting, you'll be rewarded for having a different damage type. So it's like the game's first. Demon Souls had its first damage type moment in Stonefang Tunnel, where it's like these enemies are weak to thrusting attacks. Otherwise, the miners might be a bit of a pain in the ass. And the slimes are kind of the same thing, where it's like, okay, if you have fire or spells or something, they'll be easy. If not, you're going to be like fighting them all day long. So it's just kind of a reinforcement of like, damage types are a thing in this game and they matter. Yeah. The one thing that, and I don't know. No, we're going to talk about this. There's something that can happen in the depths that I would call a potential Blighttown problem. So we'll talk about that in a second. So I can't fault the depths for something that can happen in it.
And I'm interested to hear this.
So yeah, depths for me gets an A. I think it's a great little area.
I agree. Yeah. I think this is an A. Going into this, I was also like A tier. But okay, so
Blighttown.
Moving to Blighttown.
So, I might as well just start with the thing I was hinting at. It's very funny if you haven't bought a repair kit and you really haven't internalized what weapon durability is in the game yet, because that can completely happen. If you're not... it's unlikely that a new player playing blind will have broken a weapon yet, because weapon durability degrades very slowly in these games. So you can get to Blighttown without having broken a weapon yet. If you stepped a little bit in the Gaping Dragon's acid breath attack, you might have no idea how horrible your durability is. And Blighttown could be the nightmare moment where your weapon finally breaks. It could happen in the depths. The Gaping Dragon could break your gear. You stood in the acid too much. That's not as big of an ask as getting out of there to repair it, because you're not. God, if you got acid attack and curse, that's kind of a funny thing. But yeah, I feel like that's a bigger Blighttown problem. That's often where it manifests. Is people step in the acid a little bit. They know it's a bad thing, but they don't know exactly what it's doing, so they're just like, let me get out of this puke. So a lot of people go with semi-broken gear that's not fully broken. It doesn't have the warning in the HUD yet. And that's a pretty nasty Blighttown problem to have, is your weapon breaking while you're down there. So, I don't. That's like such a specific consideration that I don't know how that manifests into my evaluation of the area. Again, this is a type of thing where I'm going to be a bit of an old school Souls apologist. I don't think Blighttown's very bad. I like it.
Yeah, I love this area. I've loved it since the PlayStation 3 days. I've loved this, and
I was even a little patient with it back then. But I'm curious to hear what you have to say about it, and then I'll give my tolerance. I'll explain my tolerance of the PS3 era of it.
So, I tweeted about this recently, but Blighttown and the Water Temple from Ocarina of Time are both levels that were vindicated by time, because what people hated about them was just like it was the presentation package outside of the levels. So the interface speed for Ocarina of Time, atrocious. And look, the Water Temple, it is kind of annoying how if you do it wrong, you kind of have to go through the loop again from memory. But the Water Temple is a really well-designed level. It's just you are so slow for syncing, going into the menu really slow. It feels tedious. Blighttown, without the frame drops, it's an excellent level.
Yeah, there's a common thing that happens, again, because I'm very active in the Reddit discussions and seeing what people have to say. So a recurring thing that happens now is a lot of people will play the remaster, and then they'll post a thread being like,
That's
what was
it?
the big deal with Blighttown? Because they've heard so many horrible things, and there's always a ton of comments having to clarify, a big chunk of it was people being unhappy with the frame rate on console. And that really is it. So there's a lot of things that can go wrong in Blighttown. Mosquitoes. If you do not have an attack where you are certain it can hit them, you can miss them a lot, right? So I often buy a pack of throwing knives in the Undead Burg, because I know going in advance, okay, this is a perfect weapon, it always hits the mosquitoes, great weapon for them. There are melee weapons that are fine for hitting them, but you'd have to discover which one is good at that. A lot of your melee swings are going to miss. So there are annoying enemies, the mosquitoes, there's the toxic dart snipers. I kind of don't mind the mini boss angle to them. It's a weird thing to do, kind of disposable runs, but the fact that you have the option of these enemies permanently despawn, so it gives me a priority now. Now there's a lesser mob that I'm treating as a mini boss that needs to be dealt with, and it's a one-time thing that I have to worry about. I think that's kind of cool. But yeah, so the mosquitoes can be annoying, the toxic can be annoying, the poison swamp can be at the bottom can be annoying, but all of that stuff was made a lot more frustrating when people hated the presentation, like you said there. It just didn't feel... The moment-to-moment gameplay being unsatisfying on top of that was the deal breaker for a lot of people. People hated it because of the bad frame rate. And I'm not discarding those other things I just mentioned. Those were also issues that they might have had with Blighttown, but combined with the frame rate, that's why it's as notorious as it is. That's why it's as hated as it is.
Yes.
You fix the frame rate, and you get a lot of people today saying, like, oh, I don't get what the big deal was. So, totally vindicated with time. I would like to say, because it's funny that you mentioned, like, not minding it on console, and I was kind of there, too. For me, I mean, going back now and trying to play it, like, I think that would feel horrendous, and I probably would have less patience for it now. But back in the day, I sort of adopted the mindset of, like, I just kind of was used to, like, console games performing pretty badly in a lot of cases. Like, I just was kind of more patient with that level of jank. And for me, I played Blighttown in such a way where, like, I accommodated the frame rate as best as I could. Without even actually, like, consciously thinking about it. It's more of a subconscious thing where, like, if the frame rate's studying really bad, like...
Just angle the camera down?
Angle the camera down. Be more wary about kiting too many enemies at once because, like, of how the area's performing. I'm just kind of, like, angle the camera down, get into a corner more, kind of, like, keep my head down. So, like, I definitely, like, controlled the camera and my character's movements, like, based around the frame rate. But that, and I can absolutely understand people hating it because of that. But for me, I'm just kind of like, it was a subconscious thing. I just kind of like, okay. So the frame rate was terrible. People were not wrong to trash the frame rate. But even then, like, I was able to manage on PS3 back in the day without hating it that much. Like, I hung out there a bunch. I did a bunch of co-op and PvP there. Like, I didn't hate my time in Blighttown.
No. You can always...
I wasn't like... I didn't feel like I needed to get out of there.
You can always tell who was playing those Skid Row cracked Assassin's Creed games on their PC back in like 2010, 2011, because they know tricks like angling the camera down when the frame rate goes to shit.
Yeah, totally.
Design-wise, I will say, this is just Valley of Defilement 5.1 and 5.2 merged together.
Yeah, it's a condensed version of Valley of Defilement. Absolutely. I've thought about it the same way. So I'm happy to hear that from another Demon's Souls fan, like, who completely understands what Blighttown is.
And you have an excellent video how the gutter was gutted. I think that's the video that put you on my radar. And
thank you.
And you showed the, like, concept art for what the gutter was meant to be. Like, hey, take a look at this, and it's like, oh my god, it's Blighttown again, but this time, like, built around an aqueduct. That's so much cooler than what the gutter wound up being. Mm-hmm. But From Software loves their little dilapidated cake array villages.
Yeah. The one criticism I'll have for Blighttown, I think, is kind of like... So I like the enemy placement. I'm cool with the blow dart snipers, the diversity in enemies. You've got the bigger barbarians, you got the smaller... what are they even called? Infested ogres? Like... What infested whatever. I like the space.
They're not the depraved ones. No.
I
think
the
that's...
depraved ones, that's Demon's Souls.
Yeah.
It's infested ghouls. It's infested ghouls. It is a very funny name for an enemy. Yeah, infested barbarians are the big ones, and infested ghouls are the little ones. The one thing I might, it gives me some reservation about Blighttown is I don't mind, like, the level layout. Like, if you look at it in the level editor, the platforms, where they are, how they connect, where the ladders are, how you can sort of unfocus your eyes and look for torches to point out the ladders. I'm kind of cool with all of that, but, like, I felt like it could have used a few more nooks here and there of interesting level design, like the way even the gutted version of the gutter will have kind of like side rooms, like, carved out, and, like, there's a door in this kind of cave wall off to the side. Blighttown is just kind of like a bunch of wooden platforms in the upper half.
There's not even, like, spitting poison or anything. Aside from, like, the enemies.
Right. It does have the one nook with the Firekeeper soul. Like, it's like, oh, cool, there's, like, the sewery area, and that's like a runoff from the depths, which is really good cohesive, like, world building and world design.
There is the Demon Prince.
I just feel like a little bit more of that. Blighttown would be cooler.
Yeah.
There's the Demon Prince. There's like...
which is a great set piece. I love that about that.
Yeah.
That weird bug. There's a hidden developer message in Blighttown just looking at that creature, and all it says is bug, ? And I'm just like, oh, didn't even give a hint. It's not helpful. It's, you have to cast Seek Guidance to see it, and it's just them being like, what is this fucking weirdo? Which is great. I'm like, that's awesome. That's really funny.
He's sitting at the bottom of like a funnel or like a trough where it's like just impurities pouring into him.
It makes the level design feel lived in. It's like, yes, it's this weird creature, but he's feeding on runoff from the depths. You can look at the level design and just kind of understand that. He's at the bottom of a ramp, latched onto it, and it's a sewer. Like,
is he Demon Prince or is he Prince Izalith? I forget.
So his name in the data is Prince Izalith. So yeah, whatever that means exactly. His actual name, official name, is just Parasitic Wall Hugger.
All right.
Yeah, that definitely improves the coolness of Blighttown a little bit. It's a very fun thing to speculate on. You have the corpse with the pyromancy right next to it. And you have Jeremiah in the Painted World has this big head wrap, and if you look really closely at it, there's like little weird blood stains on it. And the concept art for Jeremiah has like these little tendrils poking out of the head wrap. So you're like, what is this weird growth on his head? And people are like, it's a long tube-shaped thing that's growing off of his head. The Parasitic Wall Hugger is a long tube-shaped thing that has tendrils on it. So the fact that it's next to a pyromancer, Jeremiah's a pyromancer, like everyone's kind of speculating like, this is the end stage of what's on Jeremiah's head.
Oh yeah. A similar shape.
Which again, it's just fan speculation. There's nothing to fully confirm that. But it's reasonable speculation. You're not going off the deep end. You're connecting breadcrumbs that really do point in that direction. So the fact that they have like a weirdo mini boss that is only there for flavor and lore, because that is not a mini boss for combat. I mean, it does kill you easily if you get like right next to its legs, but like, I don't know, you just stand back and throw some stuff at it if you have to, or use a long pokey attack and stay away. So. That is a mini boss that is there for vibes entirely, which is cool. I really appreciate moments like that in these games. Not everything has to be gameplay focused. It can be vibe focused.
It can be.
That is.
You can have a delineation between hype moments and aura.
Exactly, and aura matters. So that is a great aura moment of Blighttown. I don't know though. Like the aesthetic of Valley of Defilement is cooler than Blighttown though.
See, that's what I was going to say. I think this is just the Valley of Defilement merged, but I don't think it's as interesting.
It's not as interesting. Valley of Defilement has its own issues that we don't necessarily need to get into, potentially. But in terms of aesthetic, it just blows Blighttown out of the water. When you're in the swamp area, there's an impressive rain. It's like dark and rainy.
Yeah.
It's just like it's dripping. It feels like it's dripping with like evilness.
Yeah,
there's something really, really wrong with the Valley of Defilement. And Blighttown, it's like, well, it's a shanty town, and things aren't great here. But it does not feel as oppressive as the Valley of Defilement. So it's just kind of like in vibes. Again, I was gushing over the Parasitic Wall Hugger, but that's just one really cool specific set piece. It doesn't apply to the whole level. Yeah, it's kind of mid in some ways to the Valley of Defilement in terms of aesthetic. So I don't know. I'm a Blighttown defender where I don't hate it at all. I don't think it's a bad area, but it's simply not as cool. So to me, it feels like B, maybe
B for bridge with wacky physics.
Yeah, B for bridge with wacky physics. B for Blighttown itself.
I think that's a good way of. I think that's a good rating for it. Well, that bridge is insane.
That bridge is jank, and it's primarily one spot on it that really sucks. Most spots on it you can just stop, but it's something I talked about in my Invisible Walls video for Dark Souls 1, where I looked at the collision for the bridge and I was like, "What's up with this?" And I did determine like the primary problem spot where it's like you can kind of get stuck on this beam that's kind of underneath it, and it conflicts with the movement of the bridge, and it throws you off, and you can just die. Like the way the design for that thing should work is at any given moment, if you're standing on it and it starts moving, if you stop moving entirely, you should be safe. Right?
Yeah.
Like, there's no, you're on it and you stop moving, you could deal with a swing. You shouldn't have to move with the swing because you're on the bridge that's moving. Right?
And
like,
yeah, and have the swing sort of accelerate to a fixed point as you're moving on it. So like it reaches a top speed, but it like maybe takes a second or two of you actually walking on it for it to reach that. So if you're just really slow, you can get through.
I don't think it drags up below a B for me, but there's another thing in the level that is complete bullshit, and it is the branch near the top of the water wheel that connects to that side area. That branch you can walk across. It has a bit of slippery collision on one side that should not be slippery. They made the collisions... again, it's something that I can recommend to your viewers. I talked about in the Invisible Walls video. I looked closely at the collision for it, and the way environmental collisions should work in these games is if you have an environment that's like a little jagged, but you want the character to be able to walk over it smoothly, you cover it with a much smoother, like, invisible ramp. Something like the chains in Dark Souls 2 in Broom Tower that you walk across. If you look at its collision, it's a perfectly flat bridge that you're walking across. Like, the chains look like they have like a more complicated geometry, but it's a perfectly flat bridge. So this branch in Blighttown doesn't do that. Like, it should be, again, it could be a narrow bridge in terms of width, but there's part of it that just like you slip right off of, and it's just like, no, that's not. In a later Souls game, they would have looked at the collision more carefully, and they would have put like a flat little collision on top of it. So like any falling death where like you were trying to walk across it carefully and you still slip off of it, that's just like, yeah, they designed that poorly. That is a poorly designed element of the level.
Yeah,
but that's only one. That's one specific path to a side area. Does that drag it below B for me? Nah, I think that's just another reason why it's not A.
See, I think it would if that was like a Blighttown specific thing. I think Dark Souls 1 has some issues with communicating slopes. This is in the Crystal Cave. This is in Ash Lake coming up. It really feels like the slope, whether it's like 70 degrees or whatever, where you begin sliding off, it feels like there should be like a 30-40 degree jump between when they communicate that and when they don't.
So I'm going to sort of, even though we already put it in B, I should raise a few like devil's advocate points here for Blighttown that I could knock it for. There is a spot when you're descending towards Lower Blighttown where there's a poorly placed death plane where without even falling out of bounds, you can just walk into it and die.
Oh, really?
It really is just on the corner of like a platform behind like some breakable pots that you're probably not going to tiptoe towards. So most players won't ever step into it. So it's not a huge issue. But the fact that without even falling off of a ledge, you just walk to the corner of this one platform, you just instantly die. That's pretty bad. There are, again, some spots with the wooden platforms where you look down to the train beneath it, and it's not a far drop, and the level design makes it fairly clear that you can't survive dropping down there, but it's clearly a survivable fall and not that steep of a slope. And it's just kind of unsatisfying if you do try to test it. You just like walk and fall like 5 feet and then just die. So there's a little bit of jank with that, but again, I think most players intuitively look at that and go just like, no, like I'm not going to do that. So again, I don't think it drags up below a B for you, but there are genuine issues. As we're talking about like how much we liked Blighttown and could put up with the frame rate to an extent, and how its level design is vindicated, jank does creep in this way that there's a reason here that it's B here. Not we were talking about the vibes compared to Valley of Defilement, but even vibes aside, like Undead Parish, Undead Burg do not have the jank that Blighttown has.
No.
And the jank, again, it's a few specific spots. It's not throughout the whole level. But yeah, it does have some issues. So there's a reason why it's lower than everything else.
I wouldn't say that jank brings it down for me though. I'm very forgiving of all that sort of stuff. On second playthrough, I'm very forgiving of that sort of stuff when I know it's there. But yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
One thing, I might as well, this would be the time to talk about it, because I don't think I ever have a point to ever bring it up in any of my videos. Some people complain about the camera. I do not have an issue with the camera. I'm gonna go ahead and say it.
Do people complain about Dark Souls' camera in general?
Yeah, well, and there are... Don't get me wrong, there's absolutely valid issues that the later games make moves to correct. Like Dark Souls 2 has objects that are transparent if they get between the camera and the player. Great improvement. Dark Souls 3 has some spots with collisions. Well, Dark Souls 2 does this as well, but there are spots of collisions where they're invisible walls for the camera, essentially, but not the player. So like in Dark Souls 3, in the Undead Settlement, all of the treetops are wrapped with these bubbles of camera collision. So like if you look down while you're standing underneath a tree, the camera will like move a little closer to the player and not get branches in the way of it. So like there's definitely there's subtle things you can do to make the camera not as bad in these games. But broadly speaking, I remember a lot of people complaining about like the camera in Blighttown because of all of, like the wooden platforms and like having like a bit more cramped spaces compared to previous levels. I never really saw the issue with that though, because to me there's an extent where, like, first of all, it really doesn't have a lot of objects that get in the way of the camera. So this is an area that I would defend saying, like, yes, camera stuff could be improved in these games. The later games do make improvements, and there are those types of considerations. But at the end of the day, you are in control of the camera. And the analogy that I would make is, imagine standing in the corner of a room and looking directly at the like in the wall, and being like, the view here sucks. And it's like. Yeah, because you're standing there. So at any given moment in Blighttown, if you feel like the view kind of sucks and you're kind of like you're in a weird spot and you're getting backed into a corner with some enemies, just like take control of the situation and stand somewhere that is less shitty to look at things. And I don't think that's a big ask, because I feel like you really do kind of have to go out of your way, you know, and again, to not fault new players too much for this, like you're learning the level and you don't know the areas too much, but there's some amount of agency that you have over the camera. And so that's one complaint that I've heard about Blighttown that I don't agree with that much, where it's just kind of like, there's really not a lot of objects to get in the way of the camera, and if you're getting in a weird corner where you feel like the camera kind of sucks, just move.
Yeah.
Just move. So
the only complaint I have about the camera in this game is that I think that when you're fighting a boss, locking on should lock on to the boss regardless of wherever you're facing. Like I don't think
totally. There's stuff like that.
Yeah. Like R3 to center the camera, I think is a completely useless function. I don't know anybody who's ever used that.
Yeah.
Have you used that?
I hate it. That's an interesting question. I was gonna at first say like yes, but then now I'm thinking about it like, no, but have I really?
Versus like, how often have you used that? Versus how often have you died to a boss because it centered the camera instead of locking onto him? Yeah,
and it's a tricky thing. If the boss has ads, then you'd want to take that feature away. But any boss that's solo, I could 100%. You have a strong case for that. I agree with that. That makes sense. Outside of boss rooms where you have multiple enemies, I don't think it should lock on to. I think it should be something in view.
What if there's nothing in view, it just locks on to the boss, even with the ads. If none of them are valid targets, it just like snaps and shows you the boss.
Yeah, I think you run into the issue. I mean, you already have that issue in these games where, like, sometimes you try to lock onto a certain thing and then it didn't quite work out, so that you might accidentally lock onto the boss when you're trying to lock onto an ad. So there are contextual situations. I'd have to see.
Yeah, true.
We would have to see how it feels. We would have to, like, really, like, that's hard to predict in advance what the best design for that is. But, that's an interesting pitch I haven't heard before. And for any boss that at least doesn't have ads.
Does any boss in this game have ads? Like, aside from the clam in the Seath fight?
So, if the clams follow you into the Seath, that's fine. Because that is a thing that can happen. That's very funny.
Oh, what Nito does.
Yeah, Nito does. And then, of course, there's two gargoyles. You wouldn't call that an ad exactly, but, you know, that's like different things you can lock. Ornstein and Smo, different things you can lock onto. But yeah, no, the majority of the bosses don't have multiple things to lock onto. There's no reason a pinwheel is multiple things to lock onto as well. But yeah, no, the vast majority of bosses, there's only one thing to lock onto. I agree with that. That's an interesting camera improvement suggestion I've never heard before. I dig that.
All right. Moving on to the next level, we have the Great Hollow, the first of the optional areas. Yes. Well, master key to Blighttown.
Technically, depths is like optional, but this is optional.
Yeah, this is very optional.
Yeah.
There's basilisks again. So From Software loves to design a level where you're just sort of dangling precariously over beams of different elevations, and you're like, you just gotta drop your ass down there. And no, there are no dedicated mechanics for platforming.
No dedicated mechanics. It is something.
Mm-hmm. Like
again, I think we're the old school gamers who are just like weirdly patient with this kind of stuff. I understand people not digging it. Great Hollow is a cool concept. This giant tree that you can see poking out from Firelink Shrine, it's represented with like a 2D cardboard cutout in the distance from Firelink Shrine, but you can see it from the distance. You get to Blighttown, you can get your way inside it, and what it leads to is cool as hell. So it's a great concept. It connects it's the connective tissue to the world building lore that you heard at the start of the game. You heard about this old area, this primeval state of the world, basically. Great Hollow gets you there. I love the idea. This giant weird tree. Area kind of sucks. I don't hate going through it like some people do. Like I'm weirdly patient with the clunky aspects of the older Souls games. So I don't like mind it, but not minding it is like the best praise I can give. Not minding playing through it and the idea of it is cool.
There's a lot of poorly communicated branches here, where it's like, I can probably roll down on that, and you do, and you just slip right off of it. So, the only branches, to be fair, the branches you can walk on all have that sort of trail texture and, a bit of a flattened top. But if they, I think they've only returned to this gimmick once in the Halictree, and there they do not have this crazy, there's branches everywhere, but you can only walk on some. No, it's very, very, much more focused.
Yes. And, again, if you make the mistake of going down here without the Lord Vessel and resting in Ash Lake and having to trek back through it, there's that collision. Again, I keep referencing my Invisible Walls video, but there's a spot there where they just messed up the collision and they didn't put a proper, it's not meant to be an obstacle. It is the path back up.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't walk back up with it without doing a really dangerous or weird jump. Or, the better solution that's actually safer, is you just hold walk forward and left, and it looks like you're going to die. You are clearly walking over the edge and standing on collision that you should not be able to stand on top of to get forward. It is nonsense. It is like a really bad. They just didn't design the collision correctly. It wasn't supposed to be a stopping point. It wasn't supposed to be an obstacle. It's something your character is supposed to be able to walk up, but he can't. That is a huge screw up.
Yes.
That is nasty.
My streamer recently played through Dark Souls for the first time. And I was giddy all the while, just okay, how's he gonna deal with this? How's he gonna deal with this? Watching him deal with the bullshit bridges in Blighttown. This was the part where he really turned on this area, and it's yeah, that's kind of bullshit there, huh? And
there's also. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think the level sort of runs out of steam once you hit the floor with the basilisks. You're getting close to the bottom, but the concept of you're just walking down, because one way of appreciating a level is just the sort of atmosphere that it brings. And I can see a version of the Great Hollow where it's just like a path you walk down, and there are no enemies, and it ends in Ash Lake. And I think that would be a much stronger level. You're just walking down for like maybe a solid minute, maybe 2 minutes. No challenge, like none of that. Just a path down.
Yeah, with like a couple side nooks to explore and like collect some weird loot and stuff like that.
Maybe
yeah,
a ring here or there. But because I think this would be an S tier for me, just based on how creative it is and how atmospheric it is, but for the fact that they put combat in it. And then it's like, well, this isn't interesting combat, it's just basilisks again. Yeah. There's like holdens in the ground, and then you have like the mushroom men. But it's just like, there's sort of like a mismatch of ideas here, and the first half of this feels like I'm actually inside of a tree. Then it just feels like I'm like what even is the texture on the ground? Are they supposed to be like branches?
Yeah. It's weird. Are there trees inside this tree? Like what is happening here? Yeah, it's very strange. And the one interesting combat distinction I'll try to point out, which is again, this is nothing. This is grasping for straws. The one thing that's different about the mushroom men is that the mushroom children attack you, which they can attack you in Darkroot Garden, but the thing that's different about that is that they need to be closer to the parents to attack you. Here they just already are. So these ones are hostile at the gate. So it's a different interaction where like the little ones attack you, and a lot of people might not experience that in Darkroot. Or experience it as aggressively. So like that's a slight twist on it, but that's not enough to justify the combat. Again, that's like the most obscure like nonsense that I'm bringing up. So and that could have been more interesting. Again, you go to the other broken hollow tree further into Ash Lake that has basilisks around it and mushroom men. That could have been an area to build up an area with more combat. Like that could have been something to flesh out. If you want to have a combat in a dead tree, there could be another incomplete one in Ash Lake where that one could be a little bit bigger and have more stuff to fight in it. And I think that would have been the way to handle that. But yeah, the combat is not interesting or good in the Great Hollow. I'm a defender of the basilisks. I think fighting them in the depths is fun, and they provide an interesting challenge. Here it's just a little bit more of the same, but a lesser, not as cool version of it.
There's clams nearby, so purging stones.
There are clams nearby. I was also going to say the crystal lizard situation is a little weird in the Great Hollow. Good for farming more potential Titanite slabs. All other crystal lizards in the game have like set drops or whatever, I believe, but they have a much larger like RNG table in the Great Hollow. So they have a 10% chance of dropping the slabs, which is actually basically fixed, by the way, for reasons that are maybe not worth getting into in this discussion because it's kind of weird. But even with like improved drop rates, the base drop chance is 10%, and at max item discovery, it's like 10.8%. Like it doesn't even go up a single percent. So that's kind of funny. But the thing that's weird about the crystal lizards is that unlike every other crystal lizard in the game, their spawning is randomized. There's RNG in whether or not they show up in the first place, which is really weird. So if you want to kill all 10, I believe, that can spawn in the Great Hollow, they each only have like a 1 in 3 chance of showing up, maybe 1 in 4. I'm forgetting the exact odds. So you have to like look up where their spawn locations are, look it up online, and then just quit and reload by each spawn location until they show up. It's just, it's weird. That is not good design. I feel like they balanced it that way because they knew they had a chance to drop Titanite slabs, and they wanted it to be more of like a weird randomized crystal lizards, I think was the vibe they're going for. But once you know that they're there, once you know they have that behavior, you're just being asked to quit and reload a bunch to get max opportunity at Titanite slabs. It's weird. So that's another thing that drags it down for me. So yeah, it's a poorly designed area. I'm very patient about it, but when I'm looking at the scale that we came up with, where we have to put we already agree that there are going to be some Fs, I think this is an F.
Oh, really? Wow.
I don't know that it gets a C. I think it gets an F from me.
See, I did a stream once. It's like a pretty long stream where I was just like shooting the shit with people in chat, and I did a tier list of all the levels. and I didn't go nearly as deep into any of this. On vibes alone, I think I gave this an S. But actually discussing it, and like this is an example. I was forgiving of like the jank in Blighttown. Here, it actually is an impediment to progress. This is like
You rest at the bottom, and you need to find a way back out, and you have to use glitchy collision to escape.
Yeah,
like, that is pretty unforgivable.
And when I think about this level in terms of vibes, I'm really just thinking about the beginning. Like the moment I'm getting down there with a basilisk, it's, you know, the area is done. So I think this is an S tier concept, and
yes,
I think
I love the concept too. Yeah,
I think there is an S tier level in there. It just needs to be fitting for a tree level. It just needs to be pruned a little, and then you can sort of clean it up. Mm-hmm. So, but really an F. Whoa. Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can make a case for it. There's a Chloranthy ring. That could have been anywhere.
I was just about to say, Chloranthy ring is kind of cool. Again, that's kind of fun. You just drop it down onto it.
I like how it's.
I ran into a good vagrant here once, and that was exciting. But that has nothing to do with the Great Hollow. That's just, you know, in most areas of the game.
I like how it's hidden behind 2 illusory walls.
That is neat.
That is a fun gimmick.
You know what though? That we got to give that credit to Blighttown though.
Ooh, you're right.
The entrance is in Blighttown. It's a thing you discover in Blighttown. So, I think with knowing that we're scaling it to all of the areas in the game, I think this is deserving of the bottom. I think, I don't know that there's other stuff that's also maybe not great. But like, does it get worse than the Great Hollow? I don't know that it does.
I think Ash Lake is the F tier. I would say, yeah.
Interesting. I'm going to defend Ash Lake. This is cool. Good. Our first thing that we can kind of debate and argue about.
All right. Do we want to bring in Ash Lake with the Great Hollow and have this sort of have a bit of a head-to-head?
Yes. Yeah. So we don't have to place the Great Hollow yet.
All right.
Ash Lake is going to defend a little bit. It has some of the same problems as the Great Hollow, where the combat isn't the greatest. I do think the Hydra 2.0 is, again, you've already fought him before, so they're not offering anything new or that interesting.
He jumps.
That he can fly is a neat, little twist if you run past him. Some people hate running into a second time. Hydra combat is kind of jank. I'm very patient with it. You kind of just get close, block with a shield, cut the heads off. Not the end of the world. But the vibes here. This is where, the way that you mentioned that in a previous discussion where you ranked Great Hollow well because of the concept, to me, Ash Lake is immaculate. You walk down there, the music in this area is so good.
Yes.
They're very sparing with music outside of boss zones. You have Firelink Shrine, you have the Great Hollow, you have the Daughters of Chaos theme, that's by Quelaag's sister. You have the Chamber of the Princess, Guinevere's music, and you have a bit of an ambient sort of track by the entrance to the Kiln, which is not that musical, but it is. I would count that.
All right.
So yeah, Great Hollow, it's in that pack of music to make an area feel special or stand out. And this one has the most gravitas of all of those themes. It's just this, whoa, you feel like you're somewhere ancient. This ancient language of music you don't understand. Even though it's not very lyrical, but it feels that way. Like you're hearing these things maybe sung by the ancient dragons or something like that. Kind of let your imagination run wild.
There is so little ambient music in this game that whenever there is, like in Firelink Shrine, like in Ash Lake, it feels special.
Yes. I love the visual aesthetic of this area. It is executed better than the Great Hollow, where I love the concept of the Great Hollow, but Ash Lake just has a unique palette where I'm I like the green skybox, I like the blue water surrounding it, I like the ashy ground. It's
Like
the
the
type
skull?
of thing that like the skull is. What the fuck is that skull? The skull is incredible. Love the skull. It's just the most random set piece in the game. It just makes you feel like you've stepped into somewhere truly ancient. I don't mind that it's sparse in combat. Like, I know a lot of people have talked about it. Like, there's not much to do here, but sort of... It's a less worse version of the Great Hollow to me, where there is some combat here. There's a mini-boss to fight if you want to fight the mini-boss. Some clams. You get some basilisks around the... I call it, like, the second Great Hollow, because the not-so-Great Hollow, because it's the shorter, dead, hollowed-out tree.
There's the ancient dragon.
There's the ancient dragon. He's super cool. He's super chill. Yeah, I like the vibes here. This is the fun. When you talked about how the Great Hollow was like, it should have been something to just walk through. I feel like Ashley sort of delivers on that more, which is funny to say because it does have things to fight in it.
Yes,
but they're all more tolerable. Less. I don't know. The combat here being like a kind of sparse occasional thing is sort of more justified than it is inside the Great Hollow to me, in a way that's difficult to articulate. So when you were...
My issue with Ash Lake is that, see, conceptually, I also really like this area. And I also think that as just an atmospheric piece, Ash Lake is brilliant. But if you're coming down here just because you have that that sort of impulse that I have whenever I play of, I have to flip all the bonfires, I have to ignite all of them, I have to loot up everything. This is like the most dead end area, because you come down here and you go back up. There is nothing for you to gain by coming here other than just checking all the bonfires and going to meet the ancient dragon. Like, the ancient dragon, he's kind of trolling you because he has a bonfire, and it puts you even further back away from progress. On combat, I agree that probably just because the enemies here aren't as sacky as they can be in the Great Hollow, and also because you don't have fall damage to anywhere near the same extent. I mean, you can walk off the map and maybe slide off the dunes.
Right.
But see, to me, the Great Hollow, I think it begins with a really, really good execution. I think the Ash Lake, I think it starts out okay, and then it just tapers off sort of immediately. Like, I overall, it might be a better area, but I think that what is good about the Great Hollow is better than what's good about Ash Lake.
I don't know. I think the walk to the Ancient Dragon's kind of justified. I think it's cool. It has a cool, because we were talking earlier about like cool things like meeting Oscar and meeting Solaire. Mm-hmm. And I think this is the moment where you thought all the dragons were dead. One somehow survived. An everlasting dragon made it. And it's just a cool thing to find, confronted with this weird ancient space underneath the world. So I think the vibes carry here in a way that they don't carry in the Great Hollow. Huh. There's interesting things too. Just you look up at the skybox in the Ash Lake, and you realize that there's like a dense canopy of trees above you. So it's like, oh, the world is resting on this dense connecting of this dense network of arch trees, and that basically, not only did Gwyn and company like harness the power of flame to overthrow the dragons, but they literally built their new world on top of the world of the dragons, like to really add insult to injury. So the vibes, the aesthetic, the kind of like the way you can kind of recontextualize the world or the lore of the game down there, I think it carries enough where it wasn't meant to be a gameplay kind of zone. You know, some people think it sucks because it doesn't have a good boss fight, or it's not a great area for combat. To me, it's just kind of a vibe. It's a vibe area, and so I come out firm. I'm a firm defender. Ash Lake significantly better than Great Hollow to me.
All right, I think I would agree if Ash Lake had those Silver Knight ghosts from the Kiln, where they just like. Or maybe you just have like these ghosts of knights fighting dragons, and you can just sort of walk past it, and it's like, what the, like almost like you're walking into an astral domain. I think the fact that there's any combat here really hurts this area. I think it also hurts the Great Hollow, but
yeah. I there's definitely an argument to be made that it shouldn't have had combat. There could have been a more off to the side optional second Hydra, maybe.
Yeah,
if you really wanted that, but yeah, I do think it should have been more vibes. Could have leaned into that even further. So yeah, I'm not saying it's a great area, but yeah, I think I'm definitely pretty resolute on liking it more than the Great Hollow.
where would you rank the Great Hollow and Ash Lake? Great Hollow F, Ash Lake.
Ash Lake. The vibes really do. No, but it's not as good as Blighttown. Fuck. I don't know. The vibes. I was always understanding like the space that I stepped into when I got to Ash Lake. Like I just, it's in an area of its own where like it's clearly not as good of an area to play as the other areas, but that's not why I'm there. I'm there for the vibes, and it's to what extent do the vibes carry. So I'm like. Great Hollow is an F for me. Is Ash Lake better than a C, though? It might be a B for me.
Oh, really? The vibes are really pushing it.
The vibes are really carrying. Like, I understand. Like, you compare it to Blighttown, it's like, no, it's not a fun level to play through, like a good zone in that way. But I just know it's not meant to be that.
Yeah.
So I won't be hurt if you put Ash Lake at C, but I'm like, vibes bring it up my own personal list. If I wasn't having this conversation with anyone, I think Ash Lake would be B for me.
Oh wow, that's. See, I'm reticent about because I don't think there is another candidate for F tier other than one of these. Maybe Lost Izalith, but like not even Lost Izalith. I have some fondness for that.
Bearing in mind again that we're scaling, we could put Ash Lake at C, because bearing in mind that we are scaling it throughout just this game alone, that even like the second worst areas, there are things to appreciate. And I think contextualizing the vibes in that way isn't that bad. So someone might look at the ranking later being like, if there's someone else who kind of loves Ash Lake like I do, they might be like, oh, it's all the way down there, but like, nah, it does make sense though. So
yeah, same with the Great Hollow. Look, I think we should just, I think it's okay to maybe put that in F, because when you talk about the jank and you talk about like this is it's the most egregious jank in the game.
Yes. It's the most egregious level of progression jank for sure, and which Ash Lake doesn't have. So that's another reason that I think Ash Lake gets like a C instead. Like, sure, there is. You did make a good point with
slippery,
slippery in some spots, but like it's a pretty obviously steep dune. So it's kind of like you either one, just like whatever. It's easy to see and just be like, okay, whatever. I'm gonna stay away from that.
Yeah, true.
I think that's much better telegraphed than the Great Hollow jank. So. Yeah, I think for me, Great Hollow's F and Ash Lake is probably C then.
All right, I can see that. I think that I think that we can though agree that conceptually both of these levels, like if it's just the concept, I think both of these are S tier. But I think they, and look, this is something I do appreciate about the way Dark Souls is cobbled together. You really get that feeling that. They maybe didn't have the time they needed to flesh out some of these areas. Quality is really front-loaded. Like New Londo, the Catacombs, Undead Asylum, Undead Burg. The early parts of the game, everything you can get at the start, primo stuff. And the areas that maybe feel a bit more half-baked, they push those back.
Yeah.
And also, like, these are optional areas, so... Can't complain. Like, if these were mandatory areas, I would be probably more bothered by them. But
yeah, totally.
Yeah. All right then.
Ooh.
I feel so
excited.
I feel so bad about putting the Great Hollow in F, but I feel like we've talked myself into it.
Cool.
Moving on then to Sen's Fortress.
Yes.
I said earlier that Depths was the most Kingsfieldy level. This is the most Shadow Towery level.
Oh, nice. I've never actually played Shadow Tower. I'm missing. I have catching up to do on older Firm games. I'm already just predicting where this conversation is going to go. Then we can just get into the weeds of it. Like, it's going to be me wanting to give Sense Fortress an S, but probably talking it back down into an A.
I feel that's correct.
I love Sense Fortress. I love this area. A lot of people don't like it. It's probably there's obviously the elephant in the room is like Lost Izalith, but like of early mid game areas, most hated area is Blighttown. Second most hated area is Sense Fortress. Surprisingly, I think you see a lot of threads like people like, oh man, they don't like this area. I love the traps in it. I think they rule. They did a good job, I think, with the swinging pendulum blades where they can be like a little like distressing at first and not knowing how to deal with them. But I remember early on when the game was new and someone was asking like, what's the best way to deal with them? Someone else just like, oh, look carefully at the ground and you can see like
it's chipped.
It's chipped. It's chipped where they are. So that gives you a good grounding if you're having trouble with like your spatial awareness of how close you can tiptoe towards them. Just look at where the ground is chipped. And having it, I love this area so much that I demand. I think I tweeted about it or maybe posted on BlueSky at some point. Like the thing I'm missing, the thing that I wanted in the Elden Ring DLC, and it didn't really happen. That I want in a new From game is they need to go hard. There needs to be a Sense Fortress 2.0 in a future From game, and we haven't had that. Not that there haven't been areas with traps, but like the most similar aesthetic is like the Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne, which sometimes get like swinging blades and stuff like that. But I'm like, I want a house of traps where you can embrace the video gaminess of it, where it's like, this isn't a logical area. This isn't like a village that like people lived in, like the Undead Burg or whatever. This isn't a castle of the gods like Anor Londo. This is the Proving Grounds. They have an excuse for like why it's like this video gamey set of traps to explore. And it is fun as hell because of that. It is the type of thing where it's like very hard the first time you do it, but it's very masterful. It's not jank. It is you can learn the level and have no issue getting through it. It is not a hard level once you know it.
It is also one of those. It sort of caps off the first half of the game. And the first half of the game design is really oriented around situational awareness. Sense Fortress design is such that if you just have your longsword and your shield. If you go carefully and you really just like use common sense, you can do this in one run. There is no trap there that will just insta-kill you out of nowhere. Everything is really well telegraphed. The boulder, the first time you see it, it just runs over an enemy.
Yeah.
Like the spike traps, the bolt traps, they all have buttons on the ground. And the first time you walk in, that's the very first trap you activate. It's like right in your path in order to tell you, like, hey, be on the lookout for this coming up again. Also, I guess the only trap that is cheap is the elevator that like lifts you up, and it goes a little bit more up to crush you.
I was gonna say we can get into things that drag it down from S in a second. To focus on positives too, I wanted to gush about. Again, we're talking about cool moments, cool NPCs. Siegmeyer, great NPC.
Yes,
great introduction to him. It's in like the S tier Souls NPCs for me because you can compare him to other NPCs that you meet in other areas, and like, what's so special about meeting the guy who sells you spells in No Man's Wharf? Like, he's just there, and then you can go back to Firelink Shrine, but like, why is he there? There's no... It doesn't... It's just filling the game with, like, characters that there's a purpose to them, and it's nice running into them, but there's not a cohesion with the character in the level. There's an extreme cohesion with Siegmeyer and Sense Fortress, because he's a character who got stuck there. He's telling you, like, he can't make it through this area, he can't get through the gate, then he gets inside, and he gets stuck at the boulder trap. So... it's just a really cool, like, the NPC matters in the level that he's in. So that is just, again, that's just, like, S-tier vibes for Sense Fortress.
Dark Souls has a lot of I feel like this is the last time in the Dark Souls series, or like the Souls series from Demon Souls, like even including Bloodborne, this is the last game that like really tried with it's maybe not even Bloodborne, but so most of these games, when they have NPC characters, they just reuse these sort of archetypes introduced in Demon Souls. You know, you have Yurt, the guy who kills your NPCs. You have Patches. You have the Crestfallen Warrior. Dark Souls added like Oscar and Solaire and Siegmeyer. Like these are very different and new kinds of characters.
Yes, they did a great job expanding on the types of characters they have. And again, there's moments where they feel really integral to the environment that they're in. Oscar needs to be in the Undead Asylum. Siegmeyer needs to be stuck at Sen's Fortress.
We didn't talk about the second meeting with Oscar in the Undead Asylum. That is such an S-tier level.
Yeah, it's so cool. Sen's Fortress has so much going on. I love the traps. I love invading here. It's very cool. It's the most evil place you can invade. There's an invasion spawn location that's on top of a beam that's above the very last bridge. So the very top of the level before you get onto the roof.
Okay.
So like a poor host and his co-op summons walking across that final bridge, the most narrow one, where the lizard is the snake is pelting you with like lightning spells as you're trying to get across or whatever. You can just like drop stab the host on that narrow bridge, and then they panic roll to their death. Like it's so evil. But it's like, but I love that they have that, right? Because like to a lot of people, the Souls games like PvP, like they want like a duel, and like I get that. It's good to facilitate like fair fights in certain contexts as well, but like also like the other end of the spectrum where you just do really nasty stuff, but nasty stuff in more fun and playful ways, where like another version of being a nasty invader is just running into a group of tough enemies, and you can do that like in any level. But that's not interesting. No. In Sen's Fortress, you could be like, I've had builds in Sen's Fortress where I only used Force to kill other players. I didn't use any weapons that could hurt other players. My goal was to only kill them by making them like fall to their death somewhere. And it's like I'm limiting myself to only use Force. Like it's just fun. It's fun. That
you're such a toxic player.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. So like, it's just really fun being able to have like the Sen's Funhouse, as a lot of people call it. There's a reason it's called that, because it is a clown funhouse, and I love it for that. The things that drag it down to, I think, A is again, you talked about the trap that's like, some people defend the elevator. Some people were like, oh, well, you can see there's blood on it, but I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, look, I guess.
I'm not defending it as in, oh, it's well telegraphed, oh, use your common sense. I'm defending it because I think it's really funny.
It's funny. So it's not horrible. This isn't a thing that makes the level suck, but it is a little rough. But yeah, like it's kind of like a movie. Instead of being great, leans towards campiness. So you're like, oh, instead of an S-tier movie, this was a very fun A movie, but it's not like a work of art. Like that's like what that trap is to me. It's kind of like, okay, it's funny, so I don't hate it, but it's also not like as good as it could be. The other thing I would point out that's a little poorly implemented, in my opinion, is the boulder mechanism. I love how it's introduced to us. I love that we can interact with it. There should have been something like an unavoidable pressure plate in the hallway towards the interior boulder path that retargets it for you, because it is weird that it retargets you
and there's
on its own.
Or maybe just have a snake enemy there, so it's like you can kind of figure that he did it.
Have it. That's the other thing I thought about too, is like have a snake enemy up by the lever. Even if he's not animated as ever pushing it, you could at least like headcanon being like, okay, there's a reason this got moved. 100%. And so for a level that has pretty well telegraphed traps, even if you don't see the pressure plate for arrows, you could be like, oh, there was a pressure plate there. They didn't do that for the interior boulder path. There's also a co-op glitch where the boulders can double. So that's pretty sloppy. And it's not like an intuitive way where it's like, oh, for co-op they doubled the boulders. Like no, it's sloppy because they can kind of like overlap. It's not they didn't double them in an intentional and neat way. I don't know if that happens in the remaster still. I'm not sure. It definitely happened in the original version of the game. I'm kind of cool with all the Titanite demons in the tar pit because it's an optional out of the way area.
I need those guys. I always use the cursed greatsword of Artorias as my go-to weapon because I don't need to use transient curses.
It's funny because I rarely use boss weapons, so I don't really even need them. But I think it's fine. I think it's kind of neat that you survive the fall into the tar pit, so it's like an no shit moment. The combat is atrocious if you don't have the Rusted Iron Ring. It's absolutely horrendous.
Yeah.
But I think it's fine having an optional scary pit that you fall into where your goal is just get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
And then once you have the confidence to navigate that area, you can come back later and kill Titanite demons and get upgrade materials for boss weapons. So I'm kind of cool with it. It's not great to go there if you don't have the Rusted Iron Ring. So that to me is more of like an A tier than an S tier sort of thing in its implementation. So it's not bad, but it's maybe not like great. And I'm not sure like how you could adjust it to make it S tier exactly, like what the tar pit basement would look like in an S tier Sun's Fortress, but I do feel like that's like an A tier element of it.
I feel like maybe if the Titanite demons weren't in the tar pit, like maybe the tar pit is what separates the islands of cobblestone they stand on, just to give you your rolling back or something. But at the same time, I feel like so much of that area is that, I'm surrounded, it's completely pitch dark, and I can barely move, and there are these guys who can kick my ass. So, like, I'm getting out of here.
Getting out of here. Yeah, just use, like you said, common sense. Like, so some people might, the fact that I said, like, this drags it down to A tier, some people might think, like, that the combat down there really sucks, or it's not good. But I'm like, nah, it's fine. It's just okay.
Really good shortcut in the cage elevator.
Fantastic shortcut. So many people don't know about that one. I think it's the right level of hidden. To me, a lot of people miss the tower with the Crestfallen Merchant, but to me it was pretty apparent that you could make that jump. You're rewarded with the key. It's tricky to say, though, because players who came from Demon Souls are more on guard for a cage potentially being an elevator.
Yes. Shortcuts are much better integrated into the world design in Demon Souls. It's not just magical elevators.
Right, exactly. And so you get to the second Tower of Latria level, you rescue. You're out of a cage. It's a forced encounter. You have to go into it, so you know that a cage elevator exists. So I can understand a bit of hesitation.
And you can't.
Some players
you can't backtrack from that area. You have to like fall down to get there. And it's like, what are you gonna do? Just get in the cage.
Right. Exactly. So a lot of people might miss the cage shortcut, but I don't know. I think it's the right level I think it's a fairly appropriate level of hidden. I feel the same way about the bonfire. I know a lot of people hate the bonfire placement. To me, it was very apparent that because you're being rushed through that area, because the guy's throwing things at you, that to me like triggers like the stubborn part of my brain where it's like, well, why am I being rushed?
Yeah.
Like, what am I missing because I'm running through this area? So to me, it's fairly intuitive to like. And the other thing is, any time you get to the edge of any platform, you have to look down. Right? Like that's like exploration 101 in these games. So I don't fault people for missing it because it makes sense. You're running away from the firebomb giant, but in terms of being like, that's a really nasty, evil bonfire placement, I'm like, the level feels really well dialed into me. It's supposed to be this hazardous level full of traps.
It's also
you are rewarded for your exploration, and I love that about this level.
It's also the only part of the ledge that doesn't have a wall and spikes. So you just look at it and it's like,
so you just look at it and it's like,
something. On the jump, on the jump over to the merchant. See,
it could have been a little closer. The gap could have been just like half. It could have been like 1 foot.
I think that I think that what makes it okay is the fact that the tower door is open. It's just like a gap, and you're like, they wouldn't have put a gap there if I couldn't get there.
Yes. Mechanically performing the jump, like it can be a little annoying if you miss the jump, you fall. It is a survivable fall, but then I don't know. So the run back is a little unsatisfying if you don't make the jump. So I think that could have been tweaked to improve like the mechanical performance of the jump is not super fun because again, platforming in this game isn't great.
That's why I love it.
Special mechanics for it. So I think like a more perfect version of that walkway would have been just like 1 foot more of bridge, or so just so you could be a little bit more forgiving.
Or maybe like on the mechanical like actual hitbox, if you just want to communicate it better, maybe have like a part of the spiked railing still be intact. So
right.
you just get that sort of like just like reinforcing the player set that this is a connected area still.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it could be connected on the side in a way where you can't walk on top of it across, but you
like it still have spiked walls. Yeah.
So again, yeah, like the execution of it is not necessarily like 10 out of 10, but in terms of rewarding exploration, Sense Fortress does such a good job with that. Again, finding the bonfire, finding the cage shortcut, the boulder shenanigans. I love. The first time I saw the boulders falling into the pit, I'm happy to pat myself on the back and recognize being like, what happens if boulders keep falling into this? I see that there's a bottom to this pit. There's a ladder here, right? So I can go down and explore it, and there's a bottom, and the boulders are starting to pile up. That was a very fun, silly video game puzzle. And then you find the gold serpent ring behind it, and I'm just like, and then you reroute the boulder, and you unlock Logan. So it's just, it rewards exploration. It's full of fun traps. I just have to talk myself down to A where I think it belongs.
You probably know this, but you can use the serpent enemy to break the wall there for Logan.
Yes. Again, I keep well, whatever. I'm a guest in your video, so why not show up to plug the things that I've made and talk about?
Oh, absolutely.
I did do a video on breakable objects in Dark Souls 1, and that gets into the weeds of like all the different ways you could possibly break that wall. And basically it has like 100 object defense is what it's set to, and there's not a lot of things that do 100 object damage, and it's a binary thing. It's not health that has to drain from the wall. It's like it's a number check, like what does 100 or more object damage, and anything less than that will never break it. Anything equal to or greater than will instantly break it. The snake happens to have an attack that can break it, which I wonder if that's intentional. I don't know. It's pretty normal in the Souls games to give enemies bigger object damage, because the idea is Elden Ring demonstrates it perfectly. You get into like one of those churches somewhere, the tougher enemy shows up, like the tree sentinel, and they smash as parts of the church because like their attacks can break it and yours can't.
So wait,
enemies can break.
Maybe we're talking about the serpent enemy breaking it differently. Are you telling me if he hits the wall, he can break it?
With his thrust stab, I believe.
Okay,
not just being knocked backwards.
Yeah, okay. Because for me, if
being knocked backwards is another one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So there's a lot of weird quirks to how it can break. Like obviously they wanted you to use the boulder. I'm on the fence if the snake breaking it was intentional. The snake being knocked back and breaking it.
That was almost certainly not intentional. That's how I found it the first time around.
That's how I feel. I think that leads into the not intentional side, because there's a lot of interactions where it's like they wanted a bigger enemy to like have more impact on the environment. Like an enemy attacks you and it breaks a pillar that your attacks don't break, right? And I feel like it's sort of a manifestation of that sort of element, I think. The funniest way to break that wall is quitting and reloading. The stand-up animation of your character does 100 object damage. So you can quit and reload to break it. There's unstable ground right in front of that wall, so you can't stand close enough for that to work, but you can jump to the side of the room onto a ledge that you're not supposed to really go onto, walk all the way up to the wall there, and it's one big object file that's as wide as the wall is. It's not just where the wall breaks open, and you can quit and reload from there and smash the wall open. It'll just disintegrate as soon as you load the game. It's very funny. So yeah, some jank there with how the wall breaks, but it is cool.
I think that's so. I think that's so much fun though. It's kind of like this is a wild tangent. I've really disliked Nintendo's handling of the Mario franchise ever since they went 3D, because I think Mario 64 is like, they nailed it, because that game it's so like it's so expressive, and it's so jank that once you like get in deep with the jank, you can start doing things the game was not intended to do, and that's like you've just got a brand new game on top of this game. Whereas I think that when you get into the 3D worlds, it's so playtested, and it feels like it's almost impossible to do anything that developers weren't intending for you to do. Like, you never feel clever because you never figure anything out. That's what I think is so cool about, like, oh yeah, you can actually use the serpent to break the wall. Like, that's so video gamey and cool.
It's super video gaming and cool. I love that. Yeah, Sense Force is a great era. Yeah, I can't say enough good things about it, but First Mimic is great. That's a fun encounter. How many blind playthroughs? Like, that's in a blind playthrough. The First Mimic is just on the short list of like things you want to see the player experience for the first time.
And also, it's like it's not pushed up against the wall. It's just standing there, tilted in the middle of the room, the chest, and you're like, you have to know that this is a trap. Ah, it's so good.
It's so good.
This might be an S tier level. See, I feel like. What do you think of the iron? What do you think of the boss, the Iron Golem? Are you?
He's pretty cool. I'm very forgiving. I think he's the right level of difficulty for what the level is. In that he's not that hard of a boss. He's kind of a less interesting redo of what's his name from Demon Souls, the
Tower Knight.
Tower Knight.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if less interesting is the right word, but it's just kind of like it's just a redo. Tower Knight had archers outside the arena shooting in.
Yeah.
This one has the firebomb throwing giant, but you can go ahead and kill him in advance, which that's a nice change. But I like that it's a boss that they gave him the gimmick of being able to knock him out of the arena. That's fun. Knocking him down is pretty fun. It's not the most mechanically engaging fight, but it's not bad. Like the mechanics of like every attack that you roll through or whatever, like the timing's fairly intuitive. You have to look out for the grab attack, so that's a scary thing that can be a run ender. You know, like you if he throws you off a cliff. Yeah, I think he's an okay boss. He's not a great boss, but he's definitely not a bad boss to me. I think he's fine.
I think he's a weird boss considering the area, but they had some iterations where there were like fire breathing statues in the boss arena. I'm kind of happy they didn't do that. I think that it would have been really easy for them to create a boss that's like, oh, he activates traps to fight you, and for that to just be terrible,
right,
and sacky.
Yeah, I think it's a nice little just medium difficulty boss fight. Medium difficulty in Dark Souls 1 terms, that is. It would be easy by the Elden Ring standards. But yeah, I think he's just a little thing to cap off the Sense Fortress experience. I have no issues with him.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
there's a bit of a nasty glitch. Sometimes, though, occasionally he can throw you out of the arena in such a way that your bloodstain gets lost out of bounds. That's a sort of unfortunate glitch that players sometimes run into. Not super common, but it does happen. It's not ultra rare either. That's a little bit of jank there that an ideal version of Sense Fortress wouldn't have.
Yeah.
But, I love this level. I don't know. Yeah, again, I'm trying to remember the negatives that I came up with. Oh yeah, seeing the boulder trap is a little jank again, retargeting on the inside. I think it's A. I could maybe be talked into S, but yeah, I don't know.
See, my argument for this maybe going from an A to an S is that there's no other level like this. Not just in this game. FromSoft never did another level like this.
That's what I was saying earlier. Yeah, like I'm waiting for Sense Fortress 2.0. Okay, let's put an S tier.
You know what?
I think I'm convinced. I love this, and I keep talking about how much I love it. How many times have I said the word love in the last whatever minutes? So
I'm gonna mod the game so that when you're walking on the final pillar with the pendulum swinging, right as you're about to get to the end, an NPC invader rises on the other side.
No.
And you have to walk your ass all the way back and fight him.
God, the amount of fun I've had, it's my favorite place to invade in Dark Souls 1. That's the other consideration. I was talking about it, but I didn't really have the clarity of why I was talking about that as much, where places I enjoyed invading in Dark Souls 1, this is at the top of the list. So most fun place to invade as well. Multiplayer consideration.
Alright then. S tier. S for Sense.
Hell yeah, S for Sens. Let's go.
Next level listed is Anor Londo, but rounding out the early game levels, I'm thinking we should do Darkroot Garden.
Yeah, let's get that figured out.
So, oh, goddamn, move.
Fun tangent before we even discuss the quality, but this is my video idea about what defines a level. Again,
Yes.
there's no consistency in this game because there's so many different. What is Demon Ruins? How is that? What is the Demon Ruins level? Ceaseless Discharge is its own area where you can summon or potentially be invaded on the bridge to Ceaseless Discharge. That is its own level. Then you can summon help for the Demon Fire Sage. That is its own level. You can summon help for the Centipede Demon. That is kind of its own multiplayer zone. Again, it's 3 different quote-unquote boss levels, multiplayer zones, within a single area named the Demon Ruins. Darkroot Garden is funny because it has an area called Darkroot Garden, which is the same level as the Darkroot Basin. The Darkroot Basin isn't a different level because it has the same boss. Like, it is the same... The Moonlight Butterfly is the same multiplayer zone as the Darkroot Basin. You summon co-op help or get invaded, it's not blocked off. It's the same level. However, the area with Sith doesn't get a different title card. It is still quote-unquote Darkroot Garden, but that is a different level. Like, it has its own zone, and it doesn't... It gets its own fog gate, it has a different boss. So there's 2 parts of the level called Darkroot Garden that in my head are different levels, and the Darkroot Garden and Darkroot Basin aren't different levels, but they have their own names. So yeah, there's no consistency on like what defines a level. It's very funny. But of course, for discussion, the screen's a little fuzzy for me in resolution. Darkroot Basin, I'm assuming, isn't on here, where it's Darkroot Garden.
It's not listed. I think it should be
cool.
its own area, but it's not listed.
That's fine. Yeah, no, we'll take it all into consideration. Let's lump it all together then.
All right. So I think Darkroot Basin is a very, very sneakily genius level. So something Dark Souls has, by the nature of its interconnected world design, is it has a lot of these connective tissue areas that are, they don't exist to facilitate like an interesting combat encounter. They're not there to do like world building. They're just there to get one area to threat to another area. Darkroot Basin connects Undead Burg to the Valley of the Drakes and to Darkroot Garden.
Yes.
It is
it's
insane.
A connecting zone, and I think it's fun. Mixed bag on execution.
I have a sneaky love of any level where I'm like walking on tight cliffs. You can imagine how happy I was when I got to the jagged peak in Shadow of the Earth Tree. I'm like, yes, I'm here again.
That's funny.
So
I level layout and like level design, love all of that. I just do think the nonsense of quitting and reloading to spawn the golem after defeating the Hydra.
Yes,
that's just like the implementation of accessing the DLC is just it's a little too rough.
I don't know what they were thinking with that.
Yeah, and again, I made another video about like the DLC, accessing the DLC, where I talked about some people frequently have a question like, who's the first person to discover it? And it's like, no, that's not how they worked. Like when the DLC came out, they gave instructions on how to access it. But the kind of interesting part is even before the DLC even came out and those instructions existed, people guessed from trailers the exact starting location.
Oh, really?
They knew it was going to be in the cove.
Was it the Manus Hand?
The Manus Hand. They saw the cutscene and they were like, we think that's the cove, and they knew the lore of it was marketed as Artorias of the Abyss, and that was going to relate to Oolacile. And they knew Dusk. Dusk was in the base game. That confuses a lot of people. A lot of people think Dusk is DLC. She was not.
Yeah.
The only thing that's DLC with her is she gets some extra dialogue after you defeat Manus, but everything about her was in the base game. So people already knew about her. They knew to go in the cove repeatedly to get her to show up in the first place. And they saw from the trailer the hand-grabbing Manus. They're like, we think that's the cove, and which would make sense because you keep going back there. So people figured that out. So I don't think it was too hard to solve. Just the execution is too clumsy. Where the thing that makes it a little too hard to solve is like, again, why doesn't the Crystal Golem just immediately... Why isn't there to begin with? Why do you have to kill the Hydra for it to show up? That's kind of pointless, because, like, no one is going to run all the way past the Hydra while it's still alive back there without the Rusted Iron Ring and, like, survive. You're going to be moving too slow in the water. It's going to be, while the thing's shooting water cannons at you. Like, if they were worried about the Hydra accidentally killing Dusk, like, that just really wasn't a concern. But if you did want to have it spawn after killing the Hydra, there's no programming limitation. It didn't require quit and reload. It's just how they implemented it. But there's other parts in the game where, like, Rhea and company show up after you kill the Capra Demon. That doesn't require a reload. Like, if you hack the game to kill Capra Demon from Firelink Shrine, all of those NPCs just teleport into existence right in front of you. Same thing with Quaylana in the swamp. You hack and you inject, like, a plus 10 Pyromancy Flame into your inventory. Without a quit and reload, she instantly drops right there. So just the fact that there's a quit and reload for the golem is just nonsense. I'm just like, that... It's one of the worst NPC progression, like, event flag setups in the game, is how I look at that.
This has nothing to do with, like, oh, we have to do it differently because you're accessing a DLC that's stored in, like, another file. Like, this, they could have just implemented it how they do normal NPC progressions.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, there was no reason the Crystal Golem could instantly spawn the second the Hydra's dead. Like, you did not need a quit and reload for that. They could have just programmed it differently. They could have just designed it how other things in the game already work. Like, so yeah, there was no limitation that required that. It was just clumsy design. They didn't fully think that through. Maybe their idea is there's a decent chance it was intentional, where they were thinking, well, it'll give the player something to fight if they come back here. But that's just like, I don't know. I don't agree with the execution of that. It would be a different story of, like, NPCs move locations. Like, there's a reason to think that something might happen here later for a reason. Like, you talk to another NPC being like, hey, I saw something weird back there. Like, okay, that's fine then, if that's how quit and reload was required, because there was something to tell you to go back there. But without that, I don't vibe with that. So I do have issues with, like, how NPC progression and accessing the DLC was implemented. So that drags that area down for me a little bit.
All right.
But the Hydra, again, I'm a bit of an apologist for the Hydra. It's not great combat. It's not, like, super fun.
This one,
I don't think it's that bad, though. I think
is worse. I feel like this variation of it, like, it gets his head, like, because you're, like, always sort of nudging to the right to chase it, and it's just like
a few of them clip into the wall. That's not great. I do think the level of visibility of the water wasn't as perfectly dialed in as it could have been. I don't mind the broader idea that, like, it's a little hard to see where the edge of the cliff in the water is, but it was probably just a little too much. A little too, like, oh, oops, I just walked off a cliff and didn't realize the cliff was right there. I think it should have been, like, whatever the opacity of the water is, or, like, some element of that could have been tweaked to improvement. I don't know, I think the Crystal Golems are fair combat for that level of the area, where it's, like, it's harder with the Undead Burg stuff, so you get there a little too early. It's a scary enemy, but it's not, like, super challenging. It's also super difficult.
It's also, like, got that Super Mario 64 experimental stuff, because you can use the Hydra to kill the golems.
You can use the Hydra to kill the golems, so that's fun problem solving.
You know, on the water, I wonder, what if they'd have had, like, the moment before the water falls off, it just slopes a little. So, like, you'll notice your guy, like, he won't slip, but he'll, like, visibly sink a little further in the water.
That would be an improvement as well.
Yeah, just like something. Because Moonlight Ruin and I talked about the Shrine of Amana, spoiler alert for the next video. Mm-hmm. It bothers me that From Software has not gone back to this concept of, if you're in water and you're on, like, islands of safety, and you don't know, like, exactly where does it drop off. Like, that's such an interesting concept, and it seems like they did Shrine of Amana, and then they, you know, they got bad feedback from it, which, again, spoiler alert, I think is unwarranted. I think Shrine of Amana is an excellent level. but then people hated it and they just didn't do it again. Or it's like, no, do it again. Like, just try it again. It's a fun concept.
Yeah. I'm not a total hater of it. It's just like how well can it be tweaked, and it's not how it currently is in the basin isn't the best version of that for sure.
Sure.
Could have been a little tighter, but yeah, I wouldn't advocate getting rid of it. I don't want like clearly it's. I think the best version of it is like somewhere in the middle. I do want to talk about the long ladder. Is a very funny. Just to me, the long ladder is like the Sense Fortress elevator trap with the spikes above it to me. Very funny game design. It's sort of very tall ladders are kind of, to some extent, like the developers having to just kind of shrug and throw their hands up, being like, we can only design like ramping cliffside paths so much and implement them to the point of like, you already descended some here. It would be boring to just like go up like a mirror image of it to get back up.
Yeah, like a little bit of variety.
Right, like, so you do need a bit of variety. So, like,
and
the tall ladder is justified, but it does feel a little clumsy. It's just kind of like, okay, like, there's not the best connection between these areas.
They could have done it where, like, you have two ladders. One takes you up to the top of the tower, and the ladder on the top of the tower takes you all the way up. But I feel like at that point, it's like, why is this not just one ladder? Why am I doing this little runaround? But
right, it's hard to figure out what the best solution for it is. But to me, it gets the comedic points of just, if you haven't killed the Hydra yet, you're gonna have a very bad time on that ladder, which to me is funny. Like, that is good. It is, you have a hazard and level you need to clear before that ladder is safe to use, basically. So I like that. So it's an other version of an unlockable ladder, which does add a point in its favor. So it's not unlockable as one that you have to kick down, but it's just not safe to use until the Hydra's dead. So I think that's cool. I dig that.
All right. I think also moving back to Darkroot Garden instead of Basin, this level is really complex. Like I've gone through all of these. Like you have too. I've gone through all of these maps in like a map viewer. Gone through all of the routes. It still boggles my mind that Darkroot Garden, you go from Undead Parish, you walk past a cliff, you take a right, and then when you turn out from the tower, you're on the left side of the cliff. It's like, well, yeah, because you go down and it's like a turn, and like the cliff is it's incredible.
I'm so glad you brought this up, because I have a very, very similar issue with like understanding the geography. That is, I'm so glad we shared like the same brain worm here. Where mine is like a slightly different variant of this, but it's the same thing. Where like the level is not that big. I mean, it's kind of large because it's like spacious and it's a lot of, you know, a fairly long stretch you could run across, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's a simple area. There's not that many side nooks. There's not that many things to explore. If you are really trying to understand the spatial layout of the game, though, it can be weirdly disorienting. The way it confuses my brain is you're going through the Darkroot Garden, you look up and you can see the Moonlight Butterfly's arena, right? Like, well before you get there. So it's like you go underneath like the passageway to the Moonlight Butterfly, then you pass the hidden bonfire with the IllusoryWall. What breaks my brain is that you go forward, away from the Moonlight Butterfly. Yeah, you go down a hill a little bit that veers to the right a little bit, and then the Moonlight Butterfly is ahead of you. And I'm just like, I did not turn around in a full circle. What the hell, game? And the reality is you did. But it does not feel... to me, maybe it's intuitive to other players, but I made that Legends layout video. I've looked at the game extensively in map viewers. I know the spatial like accuracy of the game. I can talk about distant views being like, oh, the distant view of Demon Ruins from Tomb of the Giants is like this amount of inaccurate and blah blah blah. So I feel like I know the spatial like layout of the game incredibly well, but that still breaks my brain. I'm like, I go underneath the Moonlight Butterfly, I go straight ahead, I veer to the right a little bit, and then the Moonlight Butterfly is ahead of me still. It does not feel like I did a complete U-turn. It really does not feel like that. And I don't know that was even intentional from the developers, but like, it's weirdly disorienting.
Yeah.
So, that aspect is so cool to me. It's just so like... and I do think there was some initial attempt of disorientation that was underbaked with Darkroot Garden. We could talk about some criticisms I have.
Oh, sure.
The living trees, the big ones, not the little guys.
Oh, yeah.
The weird permadeath, they only spawn once things. Those have really weird behaviors where the first one you encounter is blocking the path. He kind of stands out as an obstacle for blocking off a path. I think he's really cool. You kill him, you go down the path, and if you just stop and watch the second one that's down there, he's moving a little bit.
Yeah.
He actually has a patrol path programmed where he walks back and forth a little bit. Which is very strange. You'd have to wait a long time to see the whole patrol route, but he walks back and forth like 10 feet, like down there. It's so weird.
I feel like I've encountered him a little out of his path. So it's like, yeah, probably.
Yeah, and he moves back and forth. He stops moving when you get close to him, which is cool. I think he's shy. Very cool behavior. The weird part is that most people don't know, and I did talk about it in one of my videos because it just blew my mind. The first tree blocking the path down there also moves. Most players will never see it move, but what happens is when you get to the Moonlight Butterfly's arena, that triggers its command to turn on its patrol script. And it will then walk away from that path, and it'll try to block the path that you came into that area from. So the idea is you would kill the Moonlight Butterfly, go back down, maybe have the path you came in on blocked off, and then that's how you discover the side area that leads towards the Wolf Ring and the Frog Rays down there. But the execution of that was completely botched for a variety of reasons. First of all, they patched a lot of bosses to give you like homeward bones. So a lot of people will just bone back out of there after defeating the Moonlight Butterfly. The tree moves really slowly. So even if you catch it moving, it won't be like, there's a good chance it won't be fully repositioned to quote unquote block the return path. And also, the path that you came in on from is incredibly wide. The tree's not even capable of blocking it. So it's just like, it doesn't, you see an idea that they had, like, oh, the trees are going to move and they're going to reveal new paths for you.
That is such an interesting idea. They should have teleported him. Just like don't make him. Don't make him walk.
Don't make him walk. They should have teleported him because you can't see it happen because you're up by the Moonlight Butterfly, so they could mask the teleportation.
Sure.
And they should have made the path that you walked in on more narrow, so he actually blocks it.
Yeah.
The same way he was blocking the way to the Frog Rays. All they had to do was bottleneck that path just in one spot a little bit.
See, this is actually, people complain about the camera. In a more sort of meta sense, this disorienting level design, this is probably the best thing that the player-controlled camera gives you. Because you're, like, if you mapped Dark Souls 2, and you can't because it's like a three-dimensional game, but put that aside. If you mapped it to a two-dimensional game, and you played it in a Link to the Past-esque perspective, like that sort of top-down, it wouldn't work. Because you would always no, there's north and there's west, and like you would always have that sort of, those cardinal directions. But because you're like always changing where the camera's facing, and you don't always have like a great point of reference to like orient yourself around, you get like, it's so easy to get disoriented. And all of a sudden I'm like, how am I on this side of the ravine? I was walking in the other direction.
Yes. And so the fact that it allows for that level of disorientation, despite being a fairly simple area, is like, they nailed that. And then they completely botched the tree idea. Like, they had such a cool concept that most people aren't even aware that is a concept.
Yeah.
No one plays this area understanding that the trees were moving and supposed to reveal paths. There's a hidden developer message by the trees that says, "Are the trees moving?" So, like, they wanted you to, like, maybe, like, think, like, oh, what's the deal with these trees? And, like, it was totally underbaked. They did not nail that. And it's a really cool concept, and they haven't done it in any of their other games. Like, Shulva has cool stuff with, like, moving platforms and, like, these kind of Zelda-esque puzzles, but, like, the very specific idea of, like, a force that changes on you, you could tell the developers for Dark Souls 1 earlier in development had, like, a grander idea that just completely fell flat. Like, they did not pull that off.
You can tell that they had been reading Lord of the Rings, Anor Londo.
Exactly.
But I think that's a testament to how strong Darkroot Garden is. That this incredible, like, holy shit, that's such a cool mechanic, is completely half-baked and under-delivered on. And the level, like, it does not really reflect poorly on the level. That, like, the central mechanic is not there.
Right. It's the type of thing that it's like, you have to understand, almost like do data mining or like really poke around to understand that a concept was failed on. But most players won't know that or feel that. You're absolutely right about that. I also want to give Darkroot Garden some bonus points for having a few weirdos in it. Frog rays are cool. Yeah. Again, this is a vibes enemy. Like, fighting it is incredibly easy. It's not, I don't care about the combat with the frog rays. Who gives a shit?
Can I ask you?
Same with the tree lizards.
Like, can I ask you, like as a data miner, and we're talking about enemies, I have a distinct memory. Look, I know people can have like fake memories of things that never actually happened. This isn't one of them. Are real. This happened to me.
Curious to hear.
And I was walking into the Darkroot Basin, and what happened was there was a red salamander kind of enemy that attacked me. And I've never seen him before ever in the game. And I'm like, what is this? And then I was having this conversation. Maybe it was with you. I don't remember. Maybe on Twitter. But I believe this was the frog enemy in a vagrant form. Like with like a red invader hue on him. Is this possible?
It's not possible.
It's not possible.
It's not possible. Yeah, so I wonder if... Yeah, because the enemies have discrete spawn locations, and there's just really no way it could have wound up over there. And there's just not a mechanic for that. I wonder if it's possible... It could be a false memory, because false memories are absolutely a real thing.
Oh, yeah, totally.
It's a very well... It's a fairly well understood phenomena. That's kind of disconcerting. Almost feels like gaslighting to explain to people that... Literally every person on the planet has false memories. There are memories from your childhood that are false, and you have no way of knowing which ones are false because they are not different.
Yep.
In a physiological sense than your true memories. There's literally, it's just what your brain assembled.
Yeah.
It's very disconcerting. So the brain does lie to us. I wonder if it's possible that you saw like a vagrant really early on, and were also like struck by the weird design of the tree frogs, or the frog rays, and there's also a crystal lizard on that path in the basin, so like maybe there was just enough weirdos that you encountered, and they sort of like mixed together in your head, possibly. That would be my hypothesis.
But like that's the sad thing about this, is that it feels so real. It feels like real.
That's frustrating. I'm trying to remember if I have any false Souls memories. I don't know. God, I'm too deep into like revisiting them all the time to like poke around that I'm not sure that I do. That is too funny. I love that though. Like that is cool as hell.
Yeah. Also, Darkroot Garden. If we want to move back to that, unless you have something more to say about false memories and red lizards.
Yeah, no, I think that's about it. But yeah, I like that it has weirdo enemies. You know, fun new designs. I like the
stone golems. Stone golems that freeze you or slow you down.
Exactly. Tranquil Walk of Peace is a nightmare when you don't know about it or to stay away from it. You have, again, the tree lizards. There's only 2 of them. And again, it has nothing about the combat, because it's like whatever. They're just kind of like hazards on trees that you might not notice and might get hit by, maybe. But the fact, like, it's not that normal in later Souls game to have just like only 1 or 2 of a weird enemy that's not a mini boss. You know?
Yeah.
So that gives that's fun thing to have in Darkroot Garden. But overall though, it's a fairly simple area. I like the side path to getting the wolf ring. Being able to jump back to the path.
Looks gorgeous.
From there is cool. I like the vibe of it. Visual aesthetic varies. I have torn feelings. I don't mind like the low poly nature of like the two-dimensional tree branches. There's a pretty nasty bug in... I don't know if it's exclusive to the remaster. I think it can be, where like the lighting can be wrong. Like the trees can look more bluish and weird than they're supposed to, depending on how you loaded the area. So there's just a few minor technical hiccups. We didn't even talk about the boss. I think the boss is
I was going to say.
Again, I'm an apologist again for a lot of the simpler boss fights. I don't mind them. It's a very, very unique encounter.
There's two.
Very
There's two
unique set
bosses in this area.
Oh, well, there's two bosses, yeah, the forest. We didn't even get to the forest there. I always call it the Darkroot Forest. That's not an official name, but, you know, obviously it's the Forest Covenant, Hunter Covenant, so... yeah, Moonlight Butterfly, it's fun. It's
like
incentivized. The magic damage, if you're having a hard time dodging its hits, it's incentive to seek out a shield that has high magic resistance. So that's like a kind of like a gear check type moment where you could be like, oh, this really shitty Plank Shield or whatever is like the best early game like magic defense or whatever. Like, okay, I guess I'm using this now.
Yeah. Also, you can summon for it.
You can summon Beatrice for it. That's a cool, fun little hidden thing there. Hidden in a fun spot. Like it's not too. If you aren't in human form, that can be a little hard to find. But if you are, of course, I'm going to check the bottom of the staircase. Like, like why wouldn't I look down there? So
get a little Berserk reference on my journey.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think Sif is a much stronger boss, though. One issue I have with it is that I really wish he'd start limping like halfway through. Because you can miss it completely.
You can miss it completely.
See, I think because it tells a story, and it's like, it's better that way, right?
So I'd be in favor of like having it happen at an earlier threshold, because it right now happens at 10% HP, and you're absolutely right. Tons of people miss it because they just do a couple more hits and you never get to see it. I don't know if maybe like 25%, but you also increase his HP to compensate for the fact that the fight becomes a lot easier when he's limping.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm definitely on board. You're making a strong case to have it happen sooner and for longer. I 100% agree. Totally. Where like mechanically to fine tune like how that happens. Not 100% sure, but you're absolutely right though. It should be easier to notice as a thing. Yeah, it shouldn't be like an obscure Easter egg.
Yeah, because like the point is that this is like a majestic, proud creature that you're killing.
Yes.
I spent a lot of time back in high school. I spent a lot of time in the Forest Hunter Covenant. Just
Forest
a
Hunter
fun
shenanigans. Yeah, I had a lot of fun there back in the day. Sure, there's you ran into all of the Havel moms and giant dads.
Yeah.
It was a cluster. But I like that you have a designated zone for that, and I really miss that from Elden Ring. That's a whole tangential discussion we can get on about like them doing less and less with the multiplayer elements of these games.
Oh yeah.
And my whole thing with the Elden Ring, especially with the DLC, I was wrongly convinced, I have never been more wrong in my life, that it was going to finally give us a PvP zone. Because I understand that they keep shying away from PvP, and I don't totally disagree with the idea. Like, it used to be so that in Demon Souls, you're in human form. Dark Souls, you're in human form. You can be invaded. They don't wait for you to summon co-op help to be invaded. Just the opportunity to summon help was the invasion point. And they sort of walked back from that, where invasions were always supposed to be a counterbalance to co-op. And this doesn't forsake that, but they just move the point of when it can happen. With Dark Souls 3, you can be invaded while you're alone, but there's this complicated... People think it's a priority system. I think it's a little more complicated than that, where it's more of like permanent invasion cooldowns that get cleared when you summon help. But basically, you're much more likely to be invaded when you summon help. It happens after you summon help. And the Elden Ring doubled down on that, where it was just like no invasions if you're solo ever, unless you use like the item for that. So I kind of get them like kind of steering away from that, but I was at least convinced like you could at least sequester it. You could have a sectioned off designated like, oh, but this is the one area that has like all the invaders, and they go crazy with it. And they didn't even do it. They didn't do it in Elden Ring, and I'm just like, why? What is like? I do not understand them forsaking the vision of Darkroot Garden. Because it's been in their other games. I mean, they did it in Dark Souls 3 again with like the Aldrich invaders and everything.
Sure.
And the Farron watchdogs. So Dark Souls 3 tapped into that again a bit. But yeah, Darkroot Garden was the first place to do that. Because Demon Souls didn't do that. It did have a fascinating PvP thing with the boss, but yeah, Darkroot Garden is the origin of the weird, chaotic PvP zone, and yeah, I think that was a cool thing to have, and it justifies the location. Like, if you don't engage with any of the PvP, the forest area might feel kind of large and just kind of like, oh, well, there's an area off the side with some trees, and then there's an area here with the mushrooms, and like maybe it doesn't make that much sense as a space. It absolutely makes sense as a multiplayer playground, though.
Totally.
Yeah, I like it for that. I think it's a cool area.
Is Darkroot Garden host to the probably the most forgotten area in the game, and probably the most forgotten enemy is is that path you walk after you take the gigantic ladder. You can take that bridge into that little plateau that has those dark cat enemies. Yeah,
the great felines.
Yeah.
Who even knows what their deal is? Are they like Alvina's offspring or something? To show some stupid kids or something?
They're just guys.
They're just guys hanging out. Yeah, no, a lot of people miss them too if they don't go that side through the forest. You know, some people might just cross the bridge by Alvina, go straight towards Sif that way, and have no idea that those things are even there. Definitely forget. Darkroot Garden is like the area of like forgettable enemies, but that's not like a bad thing to me. It's just kind of like the fun area with unique, weird enemies that don't get reused elsewhere. So, All that being said, though, fairly simple outdoor area. Like, I'm having a lot of positive things to say about it, but I think it's like a B for me. It's not like it's not like a great area, but there's nothing about it that I strongly dislike. So I feel like it's kind of like Blighttown quality for me.
See, to me, I can agree, like, design-wise, but Darkroot Garden, just aesthetically, it hits on a lot of peculiar notes. It's like a dark forest area. There's a lot of ruins there. I love exploring the ruins in these games. And I have so many fond memories that, just from Darkroot Garden, it's probably the area I spent most of my time with across playing this game over the years. Probably just because of the multiplayer. So I could bump this up to an A, but as designed, I think, a B is a solid score.
Yeah, I think that's a fun spot for it, a decent spot for it, because it's not a bad area. The bosses are fine. Again, I'm a defender of Moonlight Butterfly as a very very specific, unique encounter. But it doesn't have, like, when I look at the area of ranking, I do feel pretty happy with B, because I'm looking at, like, Undead Burg and, like, these other areas that are just, like, more intricately designed. Maybe have more engaging combat. I mean, you can have... The NPCs do offer decent combat, though, in the forest area as well. Yeah, B works, I think.
All right. So, Anor Londo. Controversial opinion. I hate Anor Londo. I've gotten shit for this over the years. So the people... my complaint is always that this place feels empty. And the argument I always get when I talk about this is that, well, that's the point. It's that, like, this is the city of the gods, and there's nothing going on. It's just, like, these wide open, empty spaces, and, like, no business, like, nothing's happening there. And that's kind of like a meta-narrative point that they're trying to reinforce through gameplay. Totally, I get that. I get the vision. I don't buy it, though. I feel like there is one day, they're going to, they were threatening to do a Dark Souls 3 remaster. One day, they're going to release some game, and we're going to find in that game a bunch of assets that are going to confirm once and for all that there used to be much more to Anor Londo. Like, I'm sure of it.
I kind of agree. It reminds me of people talking about, the reason Gwyn is so easy with parrying is it's supposed to be a mercy killing. And I was like, no, like, it was supposed to be a fairly challenging boss that they just didn't quite nail. An example of a mercy killing is True King Alant. That's what that looks like. That is extremely cohesive narrative moment. Yes, Gwyn is supposed to be like a shadow, like kind of hollowed version of his former self. Yes, I used the word hollow correctly. Don't at me. do not even bring up the fact that he's not human. That I stand by what I said.
I can tell you, I have people that are going to comment.
No. There's I'll definitely defend that quickly right now. The same way that like something like schizophrenia might refer to a suite of different things, but you describe the symptoms the same way. But like the underlying cause like might actually be different diseases once we actually learn a little bit more about like the neurological underpinnings of exactly what's going on.
Yes.
Halloween. He is clearly hollowed. Like, he is clearly... It's a god equivalent to hollow. I don't care that it's not the same process that humans went through to go hollow. He went through a different process to also become hollow, and I stand by that.
Yeah, I can kind of see that, because he had his... he's having his essence burnt up
yes.
to perpetuate the Great Flame. So it's like, yeah, I can kind of see that.
Call it God-hollow, if that makes you feel better about it.
Yeah.
But I've seen people say before that he's hollowed, and people kind of argue about it. But yeah, I'm a defender of it. It's like, yeah.
I've argued both sides on the channel over the years.
That's
so
I dig it.
But yeah, with Anor Londo, the reason I think that there used to be much more. First of all, the entrance to Anor Londo that we see in the Iron Golem's boss arena, it's barricaded. It's like blocked off by rubble and stuff. I don't think they would have done that if they hadn't, at some point at least, been intending for that to be the actual entrance.
It's tricky. So, in the video I made about explaining the prototype design of Dark Souls, it is 100% true that like most of the time you find a weird dead end in this game, it is a vestigial remnant of something from earlier in development.
That just proves what I was saying. You've proved it. Thank you.
Well, there isn't any... The problem is there isn't any direct evidence that that's the case for the Sen's Fortress Anor Londo connection. There's no direct evidence. But there is direct evidence. Like, the dead-end hallway by Quaelag's sister, you're like, oh, that's a weird hallway. And people are like, oh, well, the reason it's there is like Kirk's armor shows up there later. It's like, oh, the reason it's there is because that used to be a path back to Firelink Shrine. 100%. A path that doesn't make sense in the final game's design, so it's not like if they, with more dev time, that they would have put that there. No, like it doesn't. What Blighttown and Valley of the Drakes were reshaped in a way that like that doesn't make sense in the final game's design. But that is the reason that dead end is there. Yeah. Same thing for in Blighttown. You have by the Firekeeper Soul in Blighttown. There's that weird like gate, and there's like almost like a weird like lever like spot on the wall for like a lever, but there's not a lever on the wall. There's like a weird like thing there. That was also a placeholder path back to Firelink Shrine. So like a lot of these things are exactly that. There's a barricaded door in Undead Burg that's an unused area. There's like a functional door hidden behind the barricaded door, and there's like dummied out objects in like a room that doesn't exist that would have been like behind one of the walls.
They're cowards for not giving us that room.
Totally. Yeah, that's like the one content area I would re-implement, because it doesn't reshape the game. It'd just be one extra room in Undead Burg, basically.
All the cool ones would hang out there in PvP.
This is all to say that there's a very tempting, like, if you use a map viewer and go through the blocked off Sen's Fortress wall behind the Iron Golem, it's literally perfectly directly aligned with the main Anor Londo outdoor walkway. It's different verticality, like you'd have to take stairs or a ramp going up quite a bit, because obviously Anor Londo's higher in elevation, but it's literally perfectly aligned with that. So it's like, what they were meaning to convey was like, yes, this was the former path to Anor Londo, it's blocked off, that's why the Batwing demons take you there. The question remains, though, is this another one of those spots? Like all of those other like blocked off paths where like earlier in development, yeah, we probably were going to walk up to and emerge by the bonfire in Anor Londo. I think that there's no direct evidence, but I think you're right. I lean into thinking like 80% chance that was the case, 20% chance it was always meant to be Batwing demons. Obviously, completely pulling those numbers out of thin air, but like that's how I feel about it.
My second piece of evidence is that, and look, I'm not married to this is just something I've always felt, is that the second time, like they reused Anor Londo in Dark Souls 3, and there they first had you go across a bridge into like this regal town and then make your way up. And it feels much more organic to the way Dark Souls is designed. Like all of these levels are designed that before you get to the castle, like it just... I don't believe that this was just a gigantic bridge with I think there must have been a concept version at least where you were going through like the town or maybe the sewer to make your way into the castle.
Yeah, I believe that's probably likely. I think it probably got scrapped early in development when they knew the work, which is why there's no like direct evidence. Like I don't think they were actually working on that. I think it was probably the earlier concept, and then once they actually started making the level, they just didn't even like start on that. I think that's the most likely case.
Yes.
I at least I don't fault the entrance that we got though, because the cutscene reveal is S tier. Like that the Batwing Demon's fun you up there is okay, but you're right though. The fact that there would have been more gameplay, more stuff leading there, probably. I do think there was intended to be more, and I agree with your interpretation. It's nice that we have a neat headcanon explanation where like this place was abandoned by the gods. That's why it's so empty, but like, and we can walk away with like maybe it's a good thing. People might be happy with that outcome, but if this was Elden Ring and they had a bigger budget and more time in development, like. I am also fully in agreement that Anor Londo would have had more stuff going on.
They did it again in Elden Ring with Lendel. Like, you go into the sewers, you go through the town. It's like...
Lendel is the perfect example. Anor Londo was probably supposed to be more Lendel-like if they had an unlimited budget and development time.
Yeah.
There's no way. I don't think that wouldn't have been the case. It's as... And again... The limitations could be a good thing. Maybe you like how it works out artistically, because limitations can lead to good outcomes sometimes. For me, I might be able to be talked into Anor. I do not hate Anor Londo. I could maybe be talked into B tier though. That's like I think that's as low as I'm willing to go. So it'd be interesting to hash this out.
All right.
It is very empty, but there's a lot I like about it though. Silver Knight combat is very fun and engaging. So I do like exploring that part of the area. I'm an apologist for the archers. It's a very gimmicky encounter, but like I kind of don't mind this sort of bottleneck of like how do I solve this one singular problem, and the fact that there's a variety of solutions. It's kind of like you could use poison arrows, you could block him until he falls off the edge, you can bait an attack, you can parry him. Like there's you
can just run, don't stop, or you can even just like walk. And then you can just walk up to him, roll once, and then you can just kick him, and he will fall down. Like, there's so many ways of doing this.
Yeah, so I'm okay with that encounter.
Just don't
a lot of people will hate it, but I think it's fine. I think it's good having like one like hard part of a level to try and figure out. I think it's fine. Maybe I'm approaching it with like a classic Mega Man mentality, where like there's one hard part of a level that you got to really lock in and learn how to nail. But I'm good with it. The rafters with like the painting guardians, I'm cool with that too.
I love that.
It feels like an extension of Sense Fortress. This is the transition from Sense Fortress to Anor Londo's. You get a little bit more of that Sense Fortress flavor.
And you have a Black Iron Tarkus there on the ground.
You have Tarkus on the ground, so it's the
thematically it even connects.
Cool. Yeah.
Dropping the chandelier, I think that's a cool sort of moment.
Dropping the chandelier is cool. The fact that it doesn't have a sound effect is ludicrous.
there's always
crashing sound effect, but
there's always a player message that says "Great chest ahead."
There's always that player message in multiple places by the statue as well. I like the weird little side path rule, the thing you have to do to find the divine blessing. A lot of people look at the chest and wonder how they get there, and I'm like, oh, that's like the perfectly hidden little thing, because like I don't think it's that hard to solve, but it's also reasonable that a lot of players won't figure it out, knowing that you can jump down to the base of the statue and roll through the thing. That's cool. How do I feel about finding the rafter up to the painting guardians, though? Like, turning around from the gargoyle? I'm torn on its execution. I don't think it was the biggest ask, but I'm wondering if there was a happy middle ground for like hinting at its location just a little bit better. If you're playing online, thankfully you probably have the aid of player messages to help point out where to go. If you don't, because of janky platforming and other parts of the game that you already might have run into, you might just look at that rafter and be like, nah.
I feel like
the window, but I don't know.
I feel like the what is that house? Is it like a chapel with a painting?
Yes, yeah. That's what I think of it. I always call it like the cathedral. I don't know exactly.
I feel like, let's call it a cathedral. I feel like that cathedral, I think like it's so elevated. Like when you just take a sort of look from the elevator, going down to the bridge. Like
it's the next
so
nearest structure. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like it's so pronounced, whereas like otherwise you just have these towers that are clearly inaccessible and just like flat ground with, you know, there's buildings there, but they're so further down. This feels like this kind of occupies the play space. I don't recall ever struggling to find that find the not steeple. What's the word? The thingy you walk on.
What the buttress? Is it buttress?
The buttress. Yes, the buttress.
Yeah, it's tricky because again, I don't remember. I don't know. I feel like I was probably playing online on PS3 and probably had a player message help point it out. But I don't remember being stuck there either. Like I think I probably just found it quickly and didn't think about it. But possibly had online help. But I've seen enough blind playthroughs where people get stuck there a little bit. I'm just like a little torn on the execution of it.
Yeah, maybe like if you had a painting guardian on the balcony throwing knives at you. That's just like, draw your eye, draw the eye.
One of the things that elevates Anor Londo to me, though, is the elephant in the room here is Ornstein and Smo. I think they're great. Okay. I know people take issue with Ornstein's dash attack. The execution is a little janky.
I like Ornstein and Smo. I think they're a great boss.
They're the best duo fight they've ever done. It still hasn't been matched.
I have a lot of time for the Man-Eater.
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I would say Ornstein and Smoke clear easily. I think it's just so everything about it. The opening cutscene, the character designs, the execution of the boss fight where one is more nimble and one is tankier. It's so iconic that they have a hard time matching it again in another duo boss fight because the dynamic between the bigger, slower one and the faster, smaller one is just so obvious that if they do it again, you're stuck with like, you obviously just did Ornstein and Smoke and you didn't have a new idea. If you do have a new idea, then like, what is it? You like the twin princes,
Godskin duo, and there is like, the big one is the one who's faster because he can roll, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, and it's just like it's an okay-ish fight.
It's a busier fight. I feel like Dark Souls. I feel like Elden Ring's bosses oftentimes get a little bit too busy.
Yeah, Dark Souls 3 has Lothric and Lorien, which is that's a twist on how to do a duo thing because it's not exactly a duo. It's more like just a phase 2 where a guy latches on, but basically they're really limited in
Throne Watcher, Throne Defender. I have. That's a cool fight.
It's a cool fight, but it's not like
it's not
like Ornstein and Smo is. It's not it's not like it's just like okay, there's like here's two guys and they're not differentiated in a way that's like that interesting.
Oh,
like, like they are different, but it's not like I don't know.
Frida and Ariandel. I think they're on the same tier.
Interesting. Yes. Yeah, that is a better duo. That is a higher tier for sure. I don't know how it would compare it to Ornstein and Smo, but that one definitely clears a lot of the other duo fights. That is a really, really cool fight.
That's like 90% of that is just the insane moveset and modeling for Ariandel. He's like chained to a chair and banging this pot of boiling blood all over the like.
No, it's
just like what an
cool.
Insane design.
There are times where I feel like a 3-phase boss fight could really like tire me out and just be like, I'm not in the mood for this. But no, that was a super, super cool fight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think Ornstein and Smo is too iconic. They can't. There's no going back. They can't do other boss fights without like being compared to that. And the execution was pretty solid. Again, a little bit of jank with the dash attack, a little bit of jank if you get hit with Ornstein's invisible Smo's invisible hitbox. That lingering hitbox glitch. That's kind of unfortunate if that happens. Not going to happen to the average player though.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just the music. It is one of the best boss themes in any of the Souls games.
It changed boss music. I feel like a lot of boss tracks moving from this game are just like we have to do Ornstein and Smo music again.
They're just less memorable in a lot of new games. I hate to say it, but they're lacking like distinct melodic hooks. I think and maybe it's the instrumentation. I don't know. It's hard to pin down, but
Guinevere's theme is also here in Anor Londo. That's my favorite Dark Souls sound score, like Dark Souls 1.
Oh, interesting. The really like bright, happy sounding one.
Yeah, like like I love that one.
It's cool. It matches the aesthetic perfectly, which is like this fake god, illusion of a god, offering like comfort, and it's just kind of like the music is like by far the happiest music in the game, and the fact that it's a lie is super super cool.
Yeah, I do like I like a lot of the stuff in Anor Londo. Like I like Ornstein and Smough. I even kind of like the Gwyndolin fight. I like Guinevere.
I feel similar to Moonlight Butterfly. Like is it amazing mechanically? But like, meh. But like, it's not bad, and it's a unique encounter. And I just kind of it works. You dodge magic spells. Some you can hide behind the walls. Others penetrate the walls, so you have to pay attention to which is which. It's cool.
Not that it's you can enjoy a gimmick fight. You can enjoy a fight that's a good execution challenge. But like, Gwyndolin is a memorable fight. Versus like Leonine Misbegotten in Castle Morn. It's like, well, what's memorable about him is the sword. He when your fights are more like simplistic, more puzzly scenario direction, like when they're gimmicky, they tend to be more memorable because there's a hook. There's like, here's the intended emotion versus you just roll and learn the boss's moveset.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm a big defender of having the appropriate amount of those encounters, and Gwyndolin's a good example of that. Yeah, I've never had any issues with that fight. I think it's a good fight.
Yes.
So, but I do agree with the element of the emptiness. It feels a little underbaked. You just compare it to the Undead Burg. Even if there wasn't a lot, even if the enemy encounters were as sparse as they were, the lack of like objects. Yeah, right, like the lack of like it is cool that one side area where there's like some paintings on the wall and there's like a bed in a room and stuff like that. Like that's cool, but there should have been like more of that. It's too sparse. So I agree with that. It feels a little empty in ways that people are justifying it with like the narrative, but I don't.
Yeah. And for the narrative,
to an extent.
And for the narrative, I'm with on Anor Londo. I'm at the same place where I am with Ash Lake, where it's like, look, if the intent is that, it's empty and we're trying to like build up that emotion, go all the way. Remove all the elements. Like you can keep like painting guardians. That's a fun encounter on the rafters. But like, okay, then get rid of all the other enemies. Like, or maybe just have the bridge be clear from the beginning. Like no bell gargoyles. And then it's just like, but even then, like I think with the archers, there's, maybe I just have too many backtracks to try and fight the archers again, just ingrained in my memory. But I just distinctly recall whenever I think of this level, I'm always just standing on the elevator and I'm just walking for like a minute to try to do it. And kind of tedious run back to the archers. Yeah. But like there's a lot of stuff I like in Anor Londo. I like the visuals. I think, I like Guinevere, like Gwyndolin, like Ornstein and Smough. I like the Silver Knights. I like the Giants. Kubro, what's his name? Is he just the Giants?
The royal, the giant blacksmith.
Yeah, the blacksmith. I think he's a fun guy. He uses a hammer, a wooden hammer.
There's enough cool stuff in here for me that like I can get being down on it, but I can't see it as being lower than a B. It just peak boss fights, like iconic, the most memorable duo boss fight of the entire series. Credible presentation. The reveal of the cutscene of getting to Anor Londo, like there's just so much good stuff. But it's I easily talked out of S and A tier for all the reasons you mentioned, but I don't see it as lower than B.
Really? See, I don't think it's on par with Blighttown. But then
that's interesting. It's hard to compare because it's like apples and oranges. Because like there's different strengths and weaknesses to the different areas.
We can put it in B, but do you agree that like this area feels kind of half baked? Like this is the moment where I feel like maybe if they'd have cut one area, like the Demon Ruins, or maybe cut just if one area had been cut, I feel like a lot of the like on Anor Londo, the Tomb of the Giants, like Crystal Cave, Duke's Archive. One of these, like all the other subsequent areas, I think could have benefited from just culling one area.
If Anor Londo was in Demon Souls, it would have been better than the Anor Londo of Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely. Like, if they didn't, with the same development time, if you had to get, like, rid of one of the Archstone areas and they replaced it with, like, an Anor Londo, if they went all in, if, like, that's what an Archstone was, that Anor Londo would have been better for sure. And, so I can see that. I can feel that. I can feel the strain on the development of the area. So, yeah, no, you have a strong case there. That does drag the area down a bit for me, but the amount of goodwill from great boss fights vibes, yeah.
all right.
Begrudgingly drag you into a B if I can.
This list is all wrong. No. All right then. Moving on from Anor Londo, we have the painted world of Ariamis. This is the first level designed for Dark Souls, I believe.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder how that actually bears out exactly. Something that's kind of interesting is we talked a little bit in our previous discussion about how maps are designated, and they all have certain map numbers in the files. It's my belief that the lower a map number is, the more likely it is to be one of the first areas designed. It's not 1-to-1. It's not it's a perfect in order list of this level was designed first and the next one further down the list was second. But there is a loose overall correlation because Painted World is M11, and so the only things lower than that on the list is Firelink Shrine, Depths is M10, Firelink Shrine is M1002, and Undead Parish is and Undead Burg are M1001. So those are the first three things, but the next lowest thing on the list is Painted World at M11, and that confirms we know from the development history, they've explained that it was one of the first areas they were working on. And I believe it might have been clarified somewhere that the Undead Asylum was the last thing they developed because they wanted to make this tutorial after they knew the rest of the game. And it is literally the last map file. It has the highest number. It's M1801 or whatever. So I find that interesting. So yeah, there is a thing to back up the history of the Painted World that it is one of the lowest map numbers after you get past the rest of the starting areas. So
yes,
I just thought that was interesting.
Yes, and I have a theory that I don't think this this obviously isn't the 6th Archstone from Demon Souls, but conceptually I think it actually this is probably a lot of the concepts from there, the Beastmen, you have the Crow people here, it's a snow area. There's a lot of reasons to think it kind of maybe sort of is a sort of repurposing of a lot of the concepts they were toying around with there.
Yeah. I think it could be a spiritual successor. It's not what that level or area would have looked like, but they had snow on the mind. They had some of those concepts on the mind, and they could have pivoted to this. That would make a ton of sense.
It also is a host to a lot of the cut concepts from the game. So Priscilla, she just was shuffled around, I believe, until she wound up in there. Santa's King Jeremiah, I believe, had some other role in the Demon Ruins or somewhere, ended up there. A lot of the concepts that they actually just took out of the game ended up in there. So it's kind of like a depository for unused stuff.
And there's a few things remaining. Oh yeah, and there's also the Cut Shiva quest line. After he betrays you for the Chaos Blade or whatever, he also would get his own version of the Black Eye Orb like Lautrec, and you would use that secondary Black Eye Orb to invade him in the Painted World. And that quest line is still halfway functional in the game files. I think you have to do a couple things to put it together. I don't know if you can just put the Black Eye Orb in your inventory and make it work, but yeah, you would invade them in the courtyard area of the Painted World, by the Phalanx or whatever. And it even has an alternate, slightly alternate version of the map is loaded, which is weird to think about, where the well is has solid ground underneath it, so you can't climb down the well in that invasion. It's so weird.
It also, isn't there a version of this map with Nito as the final boss?
So I don't know how that. I'm forgetting all the details myself on how it all played out. I think there was an alternate copy and paste of the Asylum demon at the end.
That makes sense.
But I don't know if anything in the files had Nito here, but that might have just been something the developers clarified. So But there is direct evidence of different exits for the level. Like, the collision data has staircases, like, going underneath Priscilla's tower. So, like, you can't see it in the game visually. Like, the textures in the environment don't show it. But if you turn on the collision data, you can see staircases.
Yeah.
And there's also an unused cutscene of the crow taking you to and from the Painted World. So, like, they might have been a point where they thought the crow would be used for transport here. So, like, you can tell they kept iterating on ideas for getting in and out of here, which is pretty cool.
So, interesting development history for this area. Layout-wise, I think this is really up there.
I love it. I'm going to back you up on that, and for a variety of reasons. But yeah, go ahead. What do you like about the Painted World?
So, first of all, we talk about a lot of repurposed assets shoved in from other areas. So, like, you have the Undead Dragon. And, hey, that's a really interesting concept, and I think it's much better implemented here than it is in the Valley of the Drakes. Phalanx, I think, is a much more interesting boss. Like, it's not really a boss; it's no health bar, but I think that's a much more interesting enemy to fight when it's not like the actual boss of an area, and it's just this is a really weird encounter. I think that the bone wheel skeletons, they're much more at home here than they are in the catacombs. So it's really interesting. First of all, just how a lot of the concepts or a lot of the assets and stuff that it's bringing in from other areas, it actually has a better utilization of than the native areas for those things. I also think that
completely.
I also think that, kind of like what we talked about with the Darkroot Garden, this is an area that it's actually fairly simple, like layout-wise. But because you're always making like sharp 90-degree turns to weave in and out of the buildings, you kind of you're always moving the camera. You don't have a really solid fixed orientation device or a landmark. So it's really like you can get lost in an area that's actually quite small, and it creates the illusion of this being a really complex space when really it's basically just a straight beeline to the end.
Yeah, it's basically just a courtyard flanked by two buildings and like an underground area underneath that courtyard and a tower straight ahead and a bridge, and that's it. you know, like but it's just like what I was talking about, like with the depths and like what you were just saying, where it's just complicated enough that you can get lost and turn around. But it hits that sweet spot where if you want to conquer the level, it's not too meaty to just learn the enemy placement, learn the layout. So yeah, it's just a fun-sized zone. And something that I like about it a lot, too, again, is the flexibility it has for progression. There's an unintended point of progression. We'll get to that in a second. But there's stuff like...
Oh, yeah.
You're going to go up the building, right? Like, you encounter the locked courtyard door, which serves as a shortcut once you get to the other side. You can go up the stairs, and you'll be fighting those, bloated hollows. I'm forgetting what they're called. The engorged zombies.
Yeah.
But there's stuff like you could just drop off of the bridge that connects to the next building and land in the courtyard. It's a survivable fall. Like, you could also like jump over railings and do like more fancy parkour, but you can literally just walk off that bridge, survive the fall to the courtyard, and go and open up the shortcut door instantly. So there's a lot of touches like that. Like, you could go further into the level and go underground to open up the path properly, which a lot of players don't know about because so many people recommend the dragon. It's funny that like a lot of people get through the Painted World and have no idea about the intended route. For any listeners who don't know, you're supposed to go to that underground area with all the bone wheels and pull a lever, and that triggers a cutscene where you see the door open to the bridge at the bottom of the tower.
That's also very original Firelink Shrine, isn't it? Where you have like a statue that moves and then you have like an entrance open up.
Yeah, exactly. And then the Painted World of Ariandel in Dark Souls 3 riffed on that because they also put a cutscene in where the statue turns around and opens the thing up. So it's fun. This is where it originates from.
I love the Painted World of Ariandel. That's my favorite part of Dark Souls 3.
That's a great area. And I like that you have the option to do the dragon glitch. I mean, the Undead Dragon glitch. It's kind of weird. It wasn't put in the game intentionally. And if there's any debate or question about that, I highly recommend the video by Zuli the Witch that goes into detail on it. Where Zuli is a little reluctant to put any firm conclusions on it because they're a smart person and not, not trying to make any definitive claims. But like, let's be real. It's 100% a glitch. That was not an intentional reaction to have the Undead Dragon stand up when you do that particular attack on it.
No.
But that was discovered quite early on in the game's lifespan, and it could have been patched out at any point, and they didn't. So From Software was definitely made aware of it, and Q-Lock was, of course, definitely aware of it when they made the remaster and didn't touch it. So that speaks to them just kind of embracing it. I was like, sure, why not? There's another way out of here. So you have flexibility in how you can progress through the area, and that's cool. That's fun. That's always a good thing to have.
Yes. Also, interesting that it lines up perfectly with the bridge underneath. So I would imagine that...
two different ways to use the same bridge, which is cool.
Yeah. And there's a lot of that in this area. I also really like the Colosseum Tower spiral bridge thingy, spiral staircase. I like the hidden Velka stuff. Like, the area has a lot going for itself. I will say it. So warping becomes an issue, and
yes,
I don't know what you think about that.
Here. I'm good with it. There's got to be a few spots, just a handful of spots sprinkled into the game where, because most people aren't going to do the return trip to the Undead Asylum before Anor Londo, so you get warping, and you think you should be able to warp. But yeah, why not have a little zone where they take it away from you again, just for funsies? Why not? It fits in with the design of Dark Souls 1, where like the first half is you're committed to locations. Then you do get the ability to warp, but throwing you into another location where you're committed to, like, you have to get out of there, and they do it again with the Duke's Archives prison. That's good. That's fine. I like I think the later Souls games are a little too flexible and like basically never doing that, and it just takes away like the threat of like the environments of that you're in should be imposing in some way. And just to always freely be able to just go wherever you want is just like the game should fight back a little bit in just the right amounts, and this is the right amount, I think.
All right. This used to be this was my farming area. The very first time I played Dark Souls 1. So
the Phalanx.
The Phalanx. That's why warping was kind of an issue for me. But subsequent playthroughs, like, this is a one and done area. I don't really revisit it, so it's not really a problem anymore.
There's just a lot of cool things here. I like the Jeremiah invasion because it's a very, he's a standout invader. They gave the invading NPCs all a good personality in this game, where, yeah, sure, there's a lot fewer of them compared to some of the later games, but Mildred, Kirk, Jeremiah, Leroy, like, they're all dripping with like very distinct builds and vibes and names and everything about them. You're not ever going to forget, like, who invaded me here? Was it like Forlorn or someone else or whatever? Like, I don't know. I think sometimes they risk losing, Woodchild Guthrie. I don't even remember what they call in Dark Souls 2, but yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of personality to the invaders, and that side courtyard where Jeremiah invades from is a really cool set piece. Yeah. For gameplay, it's kind of like whatever. It's just like, yeah, there's a few like torch hollows and whatever. And Jeremiah invades you, but it's very alluring. You have all of those weird like prison-looking things. Those weird like
cages.
And the Painted World's whole deal. It's like where things got like sealed away or whatever, and you're just like, I don't understand the mechanics of that. Like, how was like things put into cages and then warped into the Painted World or whatever. But like, that's cool as hell. And the sound design. There's a really cool ambient audio track when you're in that specific side courtyard. If you've never heard it before, the people watching this video, just like go there and just like listen to the sound. Like, it's creepy. Creepiest backing audio the game has, I think. So it's just like, yeah, the vibes here are weird. Like, creepy shit got put in cages and sent to the Painted World. What's the deal? So yeah, it's fun.
This is a sort of proto Realm of Shadow. In that it's like, this is where all the things that the ruling order of the world does not want to contend with, just put it here in this hidden other world that we don't want to deal with.
But yeah, I think this is an S tier. I think this is a really strong showing.
Yeah, and something I forgot to mention when we talked about getting trapped in here and also having like a couple ways to progress, the area caps off with that, where you can choose to fight the boss or not fight the boss.
Oh, that's a really interesting gimmick too.
Yeah, so they really balanced like forcing you into an area but conceded by saying you don't have to fight the boss. That was the correct way of doing that, and that's almost certainly why they did that. So, yeah. Good stuff.
Right,
I'm not going to question the S. I love the painted world. It's a fun. I always look forward to like stopping by in there. It's a fun side zone.
It's interesting that we have 5 out of 12 ranked levels so far in the S tier.
Dark Souls 1, love it. It's probably my favorite Souls game. So.
I can see that. All right. Moving on then to the Duke's Archives. This is to me. This is the epitome of. It's an interesting concept. I think they really botched the execution.
Interesting. I'm pretty forgiving for it, so maybe you could talk me down from B. I wouldn't put it S or A, but I know a lot of people don't like the area. But I've always been fairly content with it. So for me, it's kind of in the B category. I like the aesthetic of it. You know, you have the magic library of sorts.
Crystals.
I'm okay with the forced Seath death. I would maybe question the ability to get cursed in that first encounter. But whatever. I mean, nothing in the prison is that hard to fight. It's not a big deal.
Plus, you have clams in the crystal cave, so like you get purging stones if you're really struggling.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I'm good with that. Yeah, the forced death is like some people might not like that. I think it would have been more forgiving if they did something more bespoke where, like, they put your bloodstain, teleported it to right outside the exit of the prison. If they kind of, like, broke convention a little bit. Like, because I know you can throw on a Ring of Sacrifice, but, like, that's only if you already know what to do. I mean,
you can also like, walk out of the fog gate, but, like, you never do that in any other... Obscure. You never do that in any other encounter, so, like, why would you think to do that here?
No, I talked about that quite a bit in my my seat guidance video, where there is a hidden developer message that hints at like leaving the room, but it's like, my God, why would you ever walk into a boss room, cast seat guidance, and then go around looking for messages? That is unhinged. Like, there's no like, especially because seat guidance has a fairly small cast radius too. Something they fixed in Dark Souls 2, where like the messages that appear when you cast it, you can see them from full distance. You can see them from far away. But it's like the fact that you would like try to comb a boss room while it's attacking you to hint at leaving a room that you're supposed to die in to progress anyways. That is definitely very clumsy. So I could definitely see like that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And you know that today they would either just have Seath grab you and kind of like the amygdala and Bloodborne just teleport you to the prison. Or there would be a cutscene when you die of like Snake Men taking your corpse and dragging you to like the prison, and like you know they wouldn't have done it this way if they were making this scenario today.
Exactly. Yeah. That transition point definitely would have been handled a bit differently. But I like the prison break. It's the prison's a small little area.
The prison break.
It's simple. It has just enough little side nooks to explore and find fun things. You know, Hollowed Rhea can wind up there later. Meeting Logan down and freeing Logan is fun if you know.
His story is really fun.
And his story of going mad here in the Duke's Archives is great. Again, the fact that like most players would never know where to find him up again, but there's part of me that like, if I never looked that up, I think I probably would have run into it, just because there's the part of me being like, hey, well, now that Seath's dead, like, what's up in his room? You know? Yeah. But I think that's sort of the logic they were going for. They were hoping that you would remember to be like, hey, there was a boss in here that's now dead, so what's the deal with that? But, you know, but there are some clumsy elements. Like, the whole courtyard area, once you're making your way towards the Crystal Cave, just feels kind of weird. Very oddly empty. There's crystal golems. It's cool that you can run into Siegmeyer's daughter. But yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of like a big open empty space that feels like maybe it was kind of rushed and I don't know, like running out of steam, you know, in terms of like building out these areas. It's just kind of like a more boring mini Darkroot forest.
And it had none of the strengths of that area going for it.
Right. Crystal Cave it's all right. I think it's what it needs to be.
Crystal Cave is
hard.
Its own thing, though.
It's its own thing, so we'll get to that in a second. That's fine, all right. So I always think of them as the same area because they share the same boss and there's the same map number. So
yeah, this is the weirdest separation of areas, I think.
Yeah. No, the tier list gets to dictate what is what. We're gonna play by its rules. So I'm not including the Crystal Cave then. Okay.
See, for me, what brings this area down is that, like, the central gimmick of this area is the Harry Potter staircases. They talk in the Designworks interview about Harry Potter as an inspiration, and that's very much the staircases here. I wasn't enthralled with it the first time I played it, and after I played the Old Hunters DLC, and I got to the research hall, and I got to see how they handled moving stairs there, going back to this, it's like, oh, well, yeah, this really feels half-baked.
They didn't get to fully do what they wanted to do, but I do like the one spot you have to drop down. I know that trips some people up, but that's like, it's kind of a fun cap to be like, okay, this is how you get to the other side, and you open up the bookcase, but yeah, no, it's compared to Bloodborne, Duke's Archives is maybe a little too simple for what they had envisioned.
I also think that moving back to this area from, like, the Grand Archives in Dark Souls 3, or the Specimen Library, what was it called? The Specimen Storehouse in Shadow of the Erdtree. Like, this, it feels incredibly empty, and just it's hard to put into words, but it's like it feels like, and that's because it is. It's like it's a less interesting version of Latria, where you just have, here's this hallway, and it connects to this other hallway on the other side of this gigantic gap. But I don't think there's a strong sort of environmental direction like Latria had. So I'm not. I really think this is a weaker level.
I think it's definitely not F. So I could be convinced into dropping it down into C.
Putting it down to C. You know what? I might be more forgiving if it had, like, interesting enemies. But it has the Pasakas, who are just the Mind Flayers, but they're not as interesting as the Mind Flayers in Demon Souls.
Demon Souls, no, yeah, definitely not. The two crying ones is a cool vibe moment.
Oh yeah, totally.
Which elevates that a little bit, but yeah, I could agree to that. I don't know. Yeah, I like the Prison Break, but you're right. It is pretty empty. The layout is not that interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't be heartbroken to drop it down into C.
All right then,
but it's not Great Hollow bad. It's not Great Hollow bad at all.
See, I prefer the Great Hollow, but the Duke's Archive, the Duke's Archive does not have technical issues. It's just like stylistically, I don't like how this came out. The Great Hollow has some technical shortcomings that kind of hurt it. But moving on to the Crystal Cave. This is an area where I think the central gimmick of, like, oh, it's invisible walkways, they're pretty well telegraphed. Not as well as they were, like, they're better telegraphed today than they were back in the day when it was 720p monitors. But I think the gimmick here is it's a short enough area. The gimmick is strong enough that it's like, yeah, it's pretty charming. You get more moonlight butterflies. I kind of like the roundabout crystal path to get the is it the blue Titanite slab?
The blue Titanite slab, yeah, I dig that because I think they kind of dialed in the invisible walkways pretty perfectly. Because the ones that you need to get to the exit are just straight lines, but it can be slightly confusing to, like, once you get to that island, I'll call it, in the middle. That you have to, like, drop down to the other side and then walk straight down that one too. So they made them not too much of a pain in the ass. Once you learn what they are on subsequent runs, you're just like, oh, I'm just run straight down this one, straight down this one. but it's enough to put you on edge when you're first learning the area, being like, what's the deal with this place? And then they put the one ludicrous path to the Blue Titanite slab, which is, like, it has a weird turn in it, and even more evil than that, it has a dead end beyond the turn, so you can get really lost and confused when you go too far, which is very funny. So I think they kind of dialed that in as like the one optional piece of loot that you might want from there. They made you work a lot harder for. So
yeah,
I dig it. But yeah, there's not really any interesting combat. While it's kind of fun to see the Moonlight Butterflies again, like, unless you're grinding for their drop, like 99% of players do not stop to fight these things. Maybe even more than that. Like, no one fights them here.
I think
maybe someone aggro's one and then realizes, like, oh, I should have done that, and then they never fight them again. But the fact that they don't aggro by default is reflective of, like, they wanted you to probably just not fight them.
Yeah.
So it's just an optional thing, which is cool.
I think the clams are an interesting fight. Not like a great sequence, but they coded the clams so that when you walk in there, it's the back ones that aggro first. And if you're like running in to try to aggro the ones closer to you, the back ones will have aggroed and then the closer ones. So if you're being strategic, and there's also one on your flank. So if you're being strategic, you walk in and one far in the back is going to be the first one to stand up, and you kind of have to wait for them to come to you. So yeah, it's kind of like you have to be patient, you have to pay attention. There's some slippery surfaces that I don't love.
Yeah, that was going too far. Like they should have designed that a little bit differently. Like it should have been very obviously too steep on one side, or very obviously not steep, and it should have not been slippery. Like one or the two. It's in a very awkward middle ground where, if this was Elden Ring, they wouldn't have done it that way.
No. But yeah, the Seath fight itself, I think it's kind of a mess.
Yeah.
I distinctly recall the first time I tried to get the Moonlight Greatsword, just running in circles, trying to hit his tail, and he would just never stay stationary. He was always rotating, so I think that fight is kind of a disaster. I don't think they really locked in on dragon fights until like maybe Calamite.
Calamite is like the first time they really did a good dragon fight. Absolutely. Yeah, I definitely think. Again, like I like the gimmick, and I thought they handled the invisible walkways themselves just fine for what the area should be. I don't know, the visual aesthetic of the area. Like I like that it's distinct. Like it's a very distinct biome from other parts of the game, but it's not like very blue. Like not ultra pretty looking. It's funny. It's hard to tell if the golems there are golden crystal golems. It's weird because the only two other gold ones you see are the ones actually carrying the NPCs, in the Darkroot Basin and then up in the forest area outside of Duke's Archives. But yeah, these ones are actually gold golems as well. But it's hard to tell depending on. I don't remember if in the remaster it's easier to tell or the original version if it's easier to tell. But there's one version where it's just like you can't tell.
Yeah, just
not that matters. Their behavior's the same. It just means they have like more HP or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Like again, I don't have any strong negative opinions about the area, but it's like there's not a lot to love either. So like I don't know. I wouldn't be hurt if it was like a C or something like that.
Yeah, C for crystal. I think this is a very strong C in that I think like it has an interesting gimmick, but it's not an area I ever like. This is just an area I run through to get to the boss. This is never like really stop and explore or anything.
If you could imagine like a fleshed out version, like if it, again, if it had like Elden Ring budget, it's like they could have had the exact same setup for the invisible walkways that they had, and like that whole pit area could be the same, but it would have been preceded by and followed up by with like side dungeon rooms with like tables with more books on them, showing that like Seath like pulled more books out to like research stuff, and like I don't know, like there were like. It's so empty and devoid of stuff that you can easily picture a version that has more personality and more like lore and world building.
Yeah, like break the crystals here to reveal hidden paths and such.
Exactly.
All right then. C it is.
Oh, I should
on-
also mention, too, right before we move on to the one design thing, walk back, is that the unpatched version of the game did not have a permanently placed developer message on the first invisible walkway. So the fact that they patched that in shows them like walking back, like they second guessed their design. You know, they didn't stand by their decision to have a fully invisible walkway. And sure, they always had like the snowflakes, crystal, you know, falling on them that could help point them out. But now, you know, if you've only ever played the remaster or you've only ever played the patched version of the original game, even if you're offline, there's always a message on the start of the first invisible walkway. So that's another reason that makes me feel very confident about, yeah, it belongs in C, because they did sort of botch their commitment to that design.
Yeah. Yeah. You hate to see it. Moving on though to the demon ruins.
Yes.
So this is another. Okay, I have a lot of time for ceaseless discharge. I have a lot of apologies. I'll apologize for that boss until I'm blue in the face because I think it's interesting.
Yeah,
it's interesting. Like, it's an optional boss. You don't have to fight him if you really like. If you don't like this guy, no, he's not optional. He's mandatory. What am I saying? He's
quasi-optional. Some people will say so. Like he is the most correct thing you could call him is mandatory. You could, and the developers did know this. You can skip him by doing a very convoluted thing of like running across the lava cliffside and like standing on rocks as much as you can along the way to reduce lava damage, and also like healing like crazy and having a ton of vitality or like whatever.
Yeah.
And they knew this because they mentioned something about like another way around the fight that like looks like a glitch but isn't. And if you skip Ceaseless Discharge, the first bonfire of the next area doesn't spawn yet. It's the only bonfire in the entire game to do that. I mean, not if you count, like, you know, bonfire after end of path bosses, like Bed of Chaos gets a bonfire so you can warp out of there. And, you know, Abyss gets a bonfire so you can warp out of there. But, like, this is like the only, like, non-endpoint with a contextual bonfire that just literally won't be there at all if you didn't kill Ceaseless. Specifically because they knew that if you skipped him, you're not going to be able to run back out of lava, and they didn't want players getting trapped down there. So they did consider the possibility of skipping Ceaseless, but it's such an obscure, like, ridiculous thing to pull off that, like... yeah, the amount of effort you have to do is just, like... That's kind of wild. So, but it is interesting. They considered that you could skip Ceaseless, and they knew that.
Did we discuss this, that Ceaseless Discharge, this is a borrowed concept from Kingsfield 4. Did we talk about this?
No, and I haven't played Kingsfield. I have to catch up on, I need to catch up on older From games. So yeah, how does it relate to Kingsfield 4?
So whenever I record with people, I'm always like, did you know about Kingsfield? And they're all like, I have to play it. I think that especially with Kingsfield 4, when you play it, you're going to be like, oh my god, Hidetaka Miyazaki's sole contribution was the third-person camera. It's all here already. That's a bit much. He's a great game designer. But no, so in Kingsfield 4, it's a similar situation. You're in like a lava cave area, and then there's this boss who's just like sitting in the lava. He's kind of like a fat red demon guy. And he's just like swinging and swinging. Kind of, the fight is kind of like Old Iron King. And you know, he swings and swings and you have to hit him. And when he dies, you can, like, the lava lowers and you can actually cross the path. So, I don't know if it's like deliberately inspired by it. But, you know, they had just made that game, I think, 6 years earlier or something. So, it's possible.
That's super cool. The gimmick of draining the lava is fun. And the reason why I'm a bit of an apologist for Ceaseless is, like, it's absolutely valid that a better version of the fight could have existed where his hitboxes were better. Yeah. Dodging his, tentacle slam is a bit bullshit. The reason, though, that I'm not too hard on that is because there's still a really, really easy way to kill him without doing the easy kill method.
Really?
Surprised me. Yeah, it surprised me that not a lot of people know about it, because the discourse gets kind of swallowed up. Like, it's a very binary thing. You do the super easy kill method, or you deal with a bullshit fight. But it's like, there's a middle ground. All you have to do is go in that small hallway area, I call it, like that L-shaped
that
like
one.
rock wall. Yeah, and you just kind of like stand on the left side of it, closer to the fog gate. He'll come around, and he's scripted to only do the same slam over and over. It's not like the normal fight where he just like kind of targets you. It's like a very particular angle that he goes at, slams his arm down. So you just like you watch him to like wind up. You run around the corner as his arm comes down, so you don't get hit by it. It's a little bit awkward because like his tentacle clips through the rock wall in a way that's a little intuitive. So you just kind of like have to watch out for that. And then you just walk around and whack his arm a couple times, and it's not the flaming version of the tentacle slam, so it doesn't have like a bigger AOE to it. So you just like, and so again, it's a very boring fight that way because there's no challenge and it's super easy. But the fact exists that there's an easy way to kill him that isn't the easy kill method. So a lot of people talk about it like, oh, it's bullshit because if you didn't know about that one trick, who would think to run back to the fog gate? And it was like. Me, you know...
I discovered that organically.
Yeah, I very organically was like, okay, this boss is scary, let me run to that hallway, and I was immediately rewarded for doing that. Yeah. So, I'm like, it's fine, use the environment, you know. Maybe it was Demon Soul's brain guiding me, but it was very much like, I'm not used to the idea of these really well-refined Elden Ring-esque fights, so I'm immediately thinking in terms of, like, how do I use the environment?
Roll and dodge.
For doing that.
Huh?
Yeah, so he could be better. He could definitely be better. They could have patched up how his arm slams work. It could have been more like Old Iron King from Dark Souls 2.
Yes,
which like isn't like a great fight, but I'm also kind of it's a fine fight. That's basically a cleaner version of a ceaseless encounter.
It is. I think I think ceaseless conceptually is more interesting. Like I like that he has such a weird
ceaseless
body.
Is way cooler. Yeah.
But like he also has like this very sorrowful face. I like that he doesn't aggro until you start looting his dead sister.
Yeah, it's super cool. Yeah, Ceaseless is much cooler, but yeah, in terms of like mechanics of a similar kind of fight, Old Iron King is like a more polished version of that type of dodging mechanic sort of thing.
Yeah, I can see that. There's a hole in the boss arena there that I don't really love. It's got me a few times.
Yeah, that's ended. I did the No Death, No Bonfire run back in the day, and that pit ended a couple of runs. Ceaseless is okay. Fun fact too, just I gotta talk about it, which doesn't really relate to like how good or bad the area is, but most people don't realize that like it is a multiplayer capable zone. You can summon or be invaded preceding every boss, which means you can be invaded on the bridge to Ceaseless Discharge.
Oh, really?
It's a very tiny multiplayer zone. It doesn't include all the way to the bonfire, like coming out of Quelaag's domain. It just the fog gate goes up like in that archway that precedes the bridge. So it is literally like just the bridge to the fog gate, basically.
That's kind of cool though.
With some solid ground on opposite side of the bridge. And that was like, again, it's so, if you tried invading there now, like good luck, you're just going to invade all day long and never find anyone to invade. But like when the game was like huge back in the day and you could find like multiplayer anywhere, that was the most likely location. One of two, and I'll mention the other one when we get there later, but there's one of two spots where you were most likely to run into AFK players because they just had no idea. Like, they didn't think multiplayer was going to happen there. So you just invade someone, and the poor host is just not anywhere around. And you're, like, dropping prism stones around them, and, like, dropping objects, and, like, kicking them towards a cliff edge. Yeah. So very funny spot for multiplayer to happen. So...
Beneath that, though, we have the Capra demons and the Taurus demons repurposed as normal enemies. I always love when video games do that, when it's like, oh, this is an old boss, and now it's just a regular enemy. Don't super love that area. It's like Dark Souls has a big issue in, and I guess we're just going to talk about this now, in the latter half of a lot of the later areas are just big spaces with some enemies in it, but it's like, there's nothing here. There's just like a big open space with no sense of like, intent or anything behind it.
So something that I think about is like at some point I have this like half-baked video idea where it's like I want From Software to make a Castlevania game. Like that's my dream Castlevania game would be From Software Souls-like Castlevania.
Yeah.
And part of my reason for that is like when that series transitioned to 3D, and I know a lot of people like didn't like the newer titles that were made by like a different developer.
Didn't Kojima produce them?
And Kojima produced them. But the thing
what
is,
does that
like,
mean though?
Those games weren't really that different from the PS2 games. Like people like felt like it was a big switch because they broke the canon and they weren't. It was like a reboot or whatever. But like fundamentally, the way I would describe all of those games is you walk into a room, fog gates go up, hordes of enemies drop in, and then after you defeat all of them, you can move to the next room. And that describes all of those games. And what I don't really like about that design, not that I hated those games, I still had a good time playing through, Lament of Innocence, Castlevania back in the day. But fundamentally, like, the enemies aren't interesting in how they're placed in the environment. Like, if you're being attacked by one skeleton in Castlevania Lament of Innocence, how is that skeleton any different than any other skeleton in the room? And the answer is, it isn't. But, like, in Dark Souls, how is one Baldur Knight different than another Baldur Knight in the Undead Parish? Extremely. They have the exact same AI, but you have a room where there's like 3 of them. You have the one that's like at the end of a path. You have one on a staircase. Their placement in the environment fundamentally matters, and it that's more like an older Castlevania game, like on the NES, where it's like, oh, this Axe Knight at the top of a staircase is different than this Axe Knight in a hallway. Like how I approach it and how I'm going to dodge it.
I'm glad
the
you
matters.
Yeah, I'm glad you specifically pointed out NES, because I didn't get that feeling of enemy placement mattering. I've only played Symphony of the Night, and I like that game, but I didn't get that feeling of enemy placements mattering there.
I do love Symphony of the Night, but it is a thing diminished from the classic Vanias. And so when we look at an area like the Demon Ruins and like some of these really open spaces, it's like now you're falling into that again, where the environment doesn't matter. Yeah. If we moved those Baldur Knights around the Undead Parish, that would have a big impact on like how you interact with them. You just kind of randomly move the Capra demons around on that platform, or kind of randomly move the Taurus demons around that whole like field area. It's not going to be literally any different. Like, nah. So it's decoupled. Like the placement is boring, and it doesn't show any consideration. So I do agree, it is fun to see something that used to be a boss become a lesser mob. And again, Symphony of the Night did a great job with that. Like you get to the inverted castle, and suddenly there's things that like, oh, this used to be a boss, but now this thing's, I'm seeing more Slagras around or whatever. Yeah, so I know everyone complains about that. I know it's a known thing, like the quote-unquote like copy-pasted careless placement of enemies. The stone demons, like all oh no, we'll get there later, because that's a different area. But
yeah, it's Lost Izalith.
But yeah, so it's just kind of it shows the beginning of the spiraling into just like, yeah, this isn't interesting. This isn't very good.
Yeah,
and we're getting to the point of egregious boss reuse.
Yeah, you're talking about the Fire Sage demon.
Yeah. I will never complain about the Stray Demon, because having a tougher version of the same boss in the same area is like the most correct choice. Plus, you see him at the start of the game.
Yeah.
Which is cool, because that confuses a lot of players. Like, you see him walking by, but then you might think it's the same one that jumps down towards you. And then later out, you find out it isn't. So, like, that's the best boss reuse they've ever done. Which is another reason, we didn't talk about that before, but Northern Undead Asylum S tier, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that's like one of the best boss reuses they've done. But yeah, Demon Ruins, by this point, it feels a little weird. The Demon Fire Sage has some unique lore to him too, so it's like, sure, this thing could have turned into a demon in the same way that these other demons sprouted out, so maybe we could headcanon a reason why he looks the same as them, but like, it's clearly just like a developmental shortcut.
Yeah, and I get the feeling
it should have been a more unique thing.
Yeah, and I get the feeling that, budget permitting, that would not have been a reskin. Like, I don't think that's there for a story reason.
No, and even if it was slightly reskinned, it should have been more on the level of like the Erdtree avatars in Elden Ring, where like it should have just looked significantly more different, even if it was like built off of the same base kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's like its moveset should have been more distinct. Its appearance should have been more distinct. It didn't live up to the lore of the area at all.
Like the last demon in Dark Souls 3, like that boss.
Yeah, exactly.
He had a cool gimmick of losing his fire. But so for the demon ruins, this area goes all the way up from Quelaag's domain. Lost Izalith, I suppose, begins when you defeat the centipede demon.
Correct. Yeah. So we're definitely including the centipede demon, and yeah, I think that first bonfire where you meet Depressed Solaire, that's going to be the start of Izalith. So we're including the centipede demon boss room, and that's where I think it ends.
You're like a great data miner. Did you know that you can complete Solaire's questline without killing the sunlight maggot?
So depending on how you mentioned that, I possibly don't know what you're talking about. I know the way of not opening the shortcut to kill it, but killing it through the door.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Okay, so what I was mentioning, if for any listeners who don't know, is you can not donate all of the humanity to Quelaag's sister to open up the shortcut to kill the sunlight maggot first, because you can just cast poison mist through the door.
Yeah, that's one way. But there's another way, and I'm shamed to admit that I found this on Reddit. I didn't discover this myself, and if I tell this, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, well obviously that's like the most obvious thing in the world. If you
I wonder if I do know, but I just can't think of it. So yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah, if you aggro him, and then his questline freezes.
Oh, then his questline freezes. I forgot.
Complete Lost Izalith, and then get a pardon. It's such a stupid. Yeah. But look, hey, it works. Funny.
It works. It's a method. It's a strat. I love it.
There's a lot of interesting sort of NPC and progression routings in Dark Souls that you like. That's one of the things that makes Dark Souls really special, even more so than its sequels, is that there's so many different ways of routing progression and builds and character stories, and they always work. They never break the game. I don't think I've ever seen, like, even what we were talking about earlier with, like, the Undead Dragon. You can get him to stand up and you can just skip the level as, like, yeah, but nothing, like, that's totally valid. Nothing breaks.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few glitchy interactions. Like, you can, at some point, after freeing Griggs from the lower Undead Burg, like, you can find him in that room again, and he, like, can't talk to you, and, like, there's a few weird things that can happen, but for the most part, yeah, the game's pretty free of that, and yeah, I love the whole Solaire encounter down here. Again, I think that sort of caps. It's like I guess that's more of a Lost Izalith thing in the end. The two things are kind of intertwined, right? Because you would be opening the shortcut from the Demon Ruin ends to get to him. But I should also add too, I always find it very funny, the confusion over that shortcut. Because so many people think it's the end of the hallway right next to Quelaag's sister. People will be like, oh, I donated the thing, but no door opened up, or nothing opened up over there. Like, that is such a common... So many people don't know that they're talking about the big door further into the level.
Yeah.
It's just a very funny point of confusion.
I recall... this is before I was looking up, like, hey, what happens and everything. It's like, when you're just first playing the game, testing everything. I went to the Chasm of the Abyss, and I farmed, I think, 100 humanities, and I donated them all to the Chaos Servant Covenant. I want to be like, how deep does this go? Like, when do I stop getting rewards? And I gave them all my 100 humanities. It took forever to use them all up. It's like, what a waste of time.
It's incredible. How do we feel about the centipede demon? Well, I mean, I know how I feel about the centipede demon, but
I have a lot of time for this boss.
I think he was cool concept, but completely under-delivered on. I don't like him very much.
I mean, I can pay that out, but my thing is that so first the gimmick of, don't fight him where you walk out of the fog arena. Like, you can totally beat him there. It's totally valid. But there's a better area to fight him. I don't like that he jumps around so much. He doesn't play well with the camera. But I don't know, like, I've never had problems with this boss. I think he has a cool design.
No, neither have I. The gimmick of finding safe ground is totally justified. Like, that is 100%. Again, you're fighting him in a really tiny spot. The first thing that should go through your head is there somewhere less shit to stand? And you look for it, and you're rewarded. So that's totally fine. But yeah, just mechanically, like you said, like, the camera isn't great. Sometimes he dies by people hugging the fog gate, and he clips through the environment and falls out the map. So, like, that's kind of sloppy. And to me, the big thing is the fact that it's not just a tail cut, but there's also an arm cut. And both of those things crawl around alive and become other enemies for you to attack, which is an incredibly cool concept. But, like, the vast majority of players will never notice that's even a thing. So it reminds me, like, what you talked about in our last discussion with, like, Sif, like, wishing they could limp sooner and, like, for it to be more noticeable. Like, I wish it was easier to glop those things off and realize they're an enemy. And it's very funny because I don't know how to talk about this without potential spoilers for people who haven't played Nightreign, but I guess it's already been out, so whatever, I'm just going to say it. Centipede Demon has been reused in Elden Ring Nightreign. Yeah. And it's very cool, and it's very fun to see those pieces get lopped off and become enemies. And I'm just like, we get to, like, people are going to, like...
They're back.
Tail cuts. They're back. So it's funny because people I've been playing with were like, that thing, like, gets cut off and becomes an enemy. I'm like, yeah, that happened in Dark Souls 1 too. And they were like, what? So, it was just it was a neat idea, but the execution of it, just like, oh man, they did not refine this fight. So because that should have been something easier to run into, easier to see.
Yeah. I think that the Demon Ruins, just this whole general area, like, a part of me wonders if one reason why it feels so half-baked is because they deliberately decided, like, this is the area that we're gonna make suffer so that we can focus our attentions on completing all the other ones.
Yeah. So, I'm torn on the placement here. Do I dislike Izalith more?
Ooh.
Yes? God, it's hard to say, because, like, in terms of the environmental design, Izalith gets cooler looking. You get, like, the...
Angkor Wat temples.
Exactly. But I'm just like... I don't know.
I think the Angkor Wat temple, I think it is, to this day, like, one of the 10 biggest structures human beings have ever built. Like, it is there's some insane statistic about it where it's like, it's so big that it's still big by, like, today's airplane production facility standards. Like, it's so big.
I think Demon Ruins might be a C for me, shockingly. I don't think you can go higher, but I'm debating between C and F, which is where I'm going with this. But there's just enough. Ceaseless Discharge is cool. There's a lot of goodwill for him mourning over his dead sister.
I like Centipede Demon visible outside of the boss arena.
I forgot to mention that. I was going to bring that up before. I love that visible outside the boss arena. That aspect is super cool. And, like, it's kind of annoying that you have this placement of the Capra Demons and Taurus Demons that aren't fun.
But you really just need to fight, like, one of them.
Yeah, and, like, mechanically, fighting the Capra Demon in open space is fine. It's not like, annoying. So you have a couple fights that are kind of like fighting, like, a pack of Silver Knights or whatever. You know, like, it's not a big deal. So, like, I don't hate it. I'm not dreading, like, I'm disappointed in it because it's not interesting level design. But I'm not getting to the Capra Demons being like, this sucks. You know, like I'm unhappy, like, encountering them. It's just like...
No,
it's just kind of like whatever, so...
Even the Taurus Demons, like, I don't begrudge fighting them. It's not like... Especially, I like fighting the one on the stairs. I think that's an interesting... I also love how the stairs...
That's the best placement.
Yeah, I love how the stairs has, like, broken pieces, so it's like, oh no, you can't actually just roll back. Now you need to, like, roll forwards again and get out of that little crevice you got yourself in. It's like, that's interesting. I like the gigantic maggots that come out of the walls. Those are kind of cool.
I was going to say, we didn't get to the rockworms. Yeah, I think they're fine for what they are. I don't mind them that, like, you know, they're kind of weird, tanky enemies, but that's the point, is they're this thing that sticks out, and then they're like this acid obstacle for the player. A little maybe underdelivered on the concept, just a hair. They're in that shortcut hallway towards the, you know, Solaire and the Sunlight Maggot. There's cut content for one was supposed to break out of the wall down there, and that killing it would have opened up a hallway behind it with like an item corpse at the end of it.
Oh yeah, I think I saw that somewhere.
So it's just sort of like like the idea of one like creating a path to lead to an item is cool, and the fact that they couldn't fit that in with the rest of them is just a little bit of a bummer. It's like like come on, like you had all these ones pop out. Why couldn't you just finish that one event? Like it was so close to functioning mechanically. Like the hallway's still there. It has collision. There is a breakable object put in for that hallway, but I think it's set to like, they made it unbreakable with the values, but you can change the parameters so it's breakable. So they just had to like animate an enemy popping out of there. So I'm just like, so close. I don't know why they didn't finish that encounter.
I think that's kind of like, I think that is Demon Ruins and Lost Izalith sort of in a nutshell, where they are obviously half-baked. And there's also, I think Lost Izalith is... I think Demon Ruins is better than Lost Izalith. I think both of them are really...
That's where I'm coming out.
I think both of them are really missing any sense of direction, like clearly telegraphing where you're supposed to go. But the worst offender in the Demon Ruins, that's probably... it's probably the Centipede Demon boss arena. Whereas, the door's, not super well telegraphed, but for Lost Izalith, I've seen people get stuck because they don't register that, you're supposed to run up there into that piece of rubble to walk up the vine to get into the second floor of that area with all the... It's just directionless, I think, is the best way of describing these areas. But Demon Ruins, I think, is more interesting, so I would say C tier.
So I think C tier. I'm good with that. And then I guess we can just go straight to, because we already started bringing it up. I think Izalith is going to get an F. Again, they're similarly bad. Demon Ruins and Izalith, they're very close to each other. But the split hairs, when I was just talking about the Capra demons not being annoying to fight, even if their placement is lackluster, this is just that on a grander scale, where the bounty demons are annoying to fight, so you're just incentivized to run past them across a big space. Then you get to an area with a bunch of stone demons that don't have an interesting placement,
and they don't give you a good fight either. So it's just an area to run through, where at least sure, there's some empty space in the Demon Ruins with once you drain the lava, that's kind of a big area, but the rest of it is fairly compact. Yeah, you have the big spaces in the Demon Ruins. You can just not go out there. You can just beeline straight to your next piece of progression.
But here you have to run through it in Izalith. So it's just hidden bonfire in a not good way. I defend the hidden bonfire of Sen's Fortress. I think that shit is great. Yeah. Because it's rewarding exploration. This is rewarding smacking walls. It's not the best way, to do that.
It's also the same temple that you have everywhere else. It's so much just copy paste stuff. Didn't have a lot of time seemingly to individualize the islands.
The bonfire has a patch of lava connecting before you get to the path up, so it's if you keep dying to the bed of chaos, you're going to be equipping and unequipping the ring. Maybe just keep it on the whole time, but just maybe you have a loadout where you want... Yeah, you could just leave it on, really, but I don't know,
you're not dying to the bed of chaos because your ring assortment is wrong.
Right, which is true. Once you... in hindsight, but I could see a new player thinking oh, well, I should have good armor on with my loadout. I needed Havel's ring, and I needed the Ring of Favor and Protection or something to be fast rolling, or whatever. So... Yeah, it's annoying. It's annoying. That bonfire really should have been by the big patch of stone demons, in that underpass area. Should have been around there somewhere. It is kind of fun seeing the other Daughter of Chaos as an NPC that you can fight here.
That's probably the best encounter in the area.
Yeah, it's that and Kirk are the best two encounters.
Oh yeah, Kirk, he's here too.
He's
I
here
like
too.
the
And they're
triangle
right by each
vacuum
other.
enemies.
Oh, those are cool as shit. That's like one of the best vibe. Like that's like those things are awesome. I love them.
I tweeted about this. It'll probably be like many weeks ago by the time this video comes out. But I tweeted about this. Dark Souls 1 has so many weird character designs and enemy designs that are just absent in subsequent games. And people, a lot of people were like, "Oh, this guy's just complaining," as if there weren't weird characters and monsters in the other games. It's like, no. I get that there were weird guys in the other game. I'm saying
Dark Souls 1 has the most and the weirdest. Like
there is
I agree.
nothing like this. Like, what is this?
What is it? It looks like an alien. The weird sound of the ploppy sound effect it makes as it walks around, like the fact that if you do a button mash to like do a grab escape, you can climb back out of them if you fall into them. Like they're just, I don't know. I love them. Yeah, and it's not great combat mechanically, but who cares?
Does Dark Souls 1 still that's still R1 L1 tapping, right?
So the way it works, a lot of people recommend that, but it actually doesn't matter. Any of the shoulder buttons work, so you know, R1, R2, L1, L2, and any of the face buttons, so like square, triangle, circle, X. And no alternating of any buttons is required. It's easier to mash more buttons faster that way. But yeah, like if you could hypothetically mash just the X button as fast as you could alternate R1, L1, it works exactly the same.
Oh, okay. I thought the face buttons were something they added in later. In a later entry.
It works that way in the original Dark Souls 1. Actually, like, I tested it for the Wikidot back in the day, so...
All right.
Yeah, I remember testing that on PS3, so...
All right.
Yeah, that's a fun little weird side mechanic. One of those things that the game doesn't explain at all, but that's fine, because grab attacks are just like... They're not super common. Sure, you get grabbed by a slime, you get grabbed by a tree guy, maybe you fall into the mouth of one of these things, but that's the kind of thing that I think is fair to learn from the community. You know, they wanted these to be community games where players talk to each other, and like that's the right level of nugget. Like that's the right sized bit of information to learn from other players instead of the game. I'm totally cool with it.
Yeah, mimics. What do you make of the Bed of Chaos?
Bed of Chaos, I don't hate as much as everyone else, but I'm not going to come in with a hot take being like, it's great, actually. It's the design aesthetic is super cool.
Absolutely.
Implementation-wise, I think they're pretty close in terms of quality, so it's hard to know where I shake out on this, because this other boss I'm about to mention definitely has its issues too. But I think it's a slightly worse Dragon God from Demon Souls. It's the equivalent. It's an endgame boss that's a big set piece where you just have to like know where to go and not die to the environment or get caught up in the environment.
Break the two roots, activate the two ballistas. Like it's very like structurally very similar.
Yeah, and at least in the Dragon God one, like at the bare minimum I can say for it is at least you're like progressing through an area to get to him. Where this is just a room.
There are areas of safety in Dragon God.
There's areas of safety where you hide from his view. So, like, it's a little more interesting. This is just so... I don't hate gimmick and puzzle fights as much as some other players do. No, but it really is just, like, kind of boring. I don't know. You smack the orbs. You try to not fall into the pits.
They were so nasty because that route that you have to drop down on to get to the smack it. It's like it's just slightly out of alignment from the tile. There, it's like why?
It's just awkward enough to be a pain in the ass. And there's stuff like once you get past it, like maybe it's a little spammy with its AoE, you know, so you can get a bit of bad luck, like with like. How often it does its AoE. Like, if it does it once, it's fine. If it does it twice, maybe.
Progress is saved, so if you, like, get X far... Like, if you smack one of the orbs, it stays smacked.
Quit and reload. So there's different levels of cheese for the fight that maybe not everyone is aware of, because, like, again, if you look up the cheese method now, everyone will recommend the more exaggerated cheese, where it's like you carefully aim with a bow, tool line, throw in a firebomb to break the stuff so you don't have to run around the room. But like the older cheese that wasn't as good but still helped quite a bit was you break an orb, you quit and reload to teleport back outside the boss room, but the orb stays broken. It reminds me a lot, this is a very specific reference, but in Mega Man 2, there's a Wily stage boss where you have to use a very certain weapon. You have to use the crash bomb, and you have to blow up these walls, but you also have to blow up these orbs in the room as well. And you have to use the same weapon to both break those walls and the orbs. And so it's a very limited, like, if you fuck up any of your shots, you're going to run out of energy, and you won't be able to kill the boss. It's kind of a bullshit design. So what some people do is they will break every wall in the room and then die to the boss on purpose. And then on the second run to the boss, as long as you didn't use a continue, all of those walls stay broken. So it reminds me so much of the Bed of Chaos. It's just like break the things first, come back to the room, and then just now deal with the boss. So
this is definitely, what I will say, conceptually one of the more interesting bosses. This is a boss I think this could be a highlight boss of the entire game if they were doing it now. Like, if this was an Elden Ring boss, I think this would be excellent. Yeah. Being able to, like, jump over the hands that are, like, trailing on the ground. That would be awesome. Oh
my god, yeah, the jump mechanic could work great in this. The idea of, like, dropping down to the core could have been more telegraphed. Like Elden Ring's version of that would have been, like, falling, like, another, like, 30 feet further down and, like, to be more dramatic and, like... yeah, you could picture a more stylized version of this fight, and,
yeah.
What was that one boss from Sekiro who was, like, a dragon god sort of thingy?
Oh, the Sakura dragon, the divine dragon.
Yeah, like, you can see them iterating on this sort of stuff where they make it more dramatic and stylized, and, yeah, the Bed of Chaos would have benefited with, like, the hindsight of, like, Sekiro and Elden Ring-esque development.
Yeah. This is the lowest elevation in the collision map, I'm fairly sure. The Bed of Chaos arena.
The Bed of Chaos arena is, most of Ash Lake is lower than the rest of Lost Izalith, I believe.
Yeah,
but the slide down even further.
Yeah.
The slide, yeah.
all of the final bosses, you fight all of them after a descent. I made a video on Dark Souls 1 and I noted this. There may be like, it's thematic, but it's like, maybe it's thematic, maybe it's just so that because you can't jump, you're just like kind of locked into the fight. But the Four Kings, Izalith, Nito, like all of them. Seath even.
Yeah, you're all going down. Yeah.
Yeah. Like Seath has the highest elevation in the game, but then you have to descend into the Crystal Cave, so.
Yeah. It adds to the dungeon crawler vibe that I like these games to have.
Yeah.
Because you're descending into a space, which is how it should be. Or at least, it doesn't always have to be that way, but it is good for it to frequently be that way.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't know. Izalith gets an F.
We've talked around it, but
the bounding demons, the dragon butts, they're not fun to fight. You have to run past them. The fact that they used to have a huge aggro range and then massively reduced it is again them like backing off on that design, which is fair because it sucked how it originally was. But like, it was just there's no good fix for it. They're just kind of shrugging and be like, okay, this sucked, but now you can easily avoid most of them when you run through there. And it's just like, okay, before they were swarming us, now I'm just ignoring them. And both versions of this suck.
Yeah. I think it's kind of tragic that in Dark Souls 3, when they revisited the demons, they also did it in a really gimped area with Smoldering Lake and like the demon ruins under the Catacombs of Carthage. It's just, you couldn't give them a good send-off either.
One day I'm going to make a video about how I don't like the Smoldering Lake and demon ruins of Dark Souls 3. There's very funny things. I don't really make videos reviewing areas, but I have a very specific, like, kind of short video essay in mind about why I'm unhappy with that
Just
area.
A hate letter. Just write out a hate letter.
I've had this hate letter building in my head for like a decade.
I think that Smoldering Lake might have been rescued if they'd have had the Demon Bat, Sunlight Maggot duo fight, but I don't know if they could have like executed on that even.
Yeah. there's a lot there to. I'll save it for my future video, but there's a lot there that I just very disappointed in. Mechanically, like the area that you fight enemies in, it is improved a bit mechanically. Fighting the Gru, and you have like a Black Knight down there, and like that is more mechanically sound than progressing through Lost Izalith. It's not as bad of an area gameplay wise, but aesthetic. I'm disappointed. I believe it's a retcon of the Demon Ruins. I don't think you're supposed to look at it and be like, oh no, like they built a new structures that don't look like Angkor Wat, like over like that could be your headcanon explanation for why the area looks so different. But I think it's a retcon because they did not know how to thematically they didn't make any effort to make it feel like the Demon Ruins, and they did not justify its design. So I don't like it.
I think it's so Loki and I talked about this when we were doing the Dark Souls 3 discussion, but I'm fairly sure that was a Chalice Dungeon sort of like there was gonna be a Chalice Dungeon thing in Dark Souls 3, scrapped probably early on, and then they were like, well, we have these assets, we can do the Demon Ruins, or like we can do this underground extension to Karthus, and then it became the Demon Ruins.
Yeah, that was always my understanding as well. Again, not confirmed by anything official, but it always had the vibe of like, okay, this is a simpler underground area with like really, really simple, straightforward layout. It feels like an extension of Chalice Dungeon design, for sure. Yeah.
And you can kind of get that. You kind of know that it's a retcon because none of the Demon Ruins narrative happens in front of you. It's just like, oh, here's Quaylana, here's the corpse. You don't even there's no interaction even.
No, everything about that is off. Maybe it worked for some players being like, oh look, it's Quaylana, oh look, it is, but for me it was always like, really? Like I never bought any of it. I've always looked at it being like,
I know of players
make me feel like I was revisiting this area, you did not sell me on it, not even remotely.
I know of players who were impacted by it. Loki was impacted by it, but I think that's kind of also added. Like, I think if you are really invested in the lore of the Demon Ruins and of the demons and like their fight with Gwyn and all that, like if you're interested in that, I can see how you would like connect to seeing how it all ended. But I think that's much more to do with the storytelling in this one than it is with the design in the third one.
I'm more of like a world design guy. Like obviously I like the lore of the games as well. So for me, like environmental storytelling is crucial, and like they botched that there. Yeah. So. But we can move on here.
We can move on. I think we've cleared the F tier. By the way, I don't think we're going to be revisiting that tier again. Next up,
it's going to shock you to try and argue that all of these are F tier. No.
Kill not the first flame, more like kill not the first. The Catacombs. I love this area.
Complicated feelings on the Catacombs for me. I don't really know where to put this. So I'm gonna kind of have to like hash this out.
Is it too hard? Is it too hard for you?
No. I'm a freak for not bothering with a divine weapon. Because I love kicking skeletons off of the cliff. I absolutely love it. Instead of rushing the necromancers, I will carefully, one by one, as best as I can, kite them near a cliff edge, and then kick them like 3 or 4 times in a row to kick them off a ledge. Which it tests like how consistent your inputs are for kicking, because that's kind of a sloppy mechanic that probably could have been designed better, but.
I think it's kind of like wiggling out of grabs. It's like same with jump attacks. I think it's like this is an interesting mechanic that you can sort of like. It's not a secret mechanic, but it's not obvious how valuable this mechanic can be.
Right. Yeah, and I make full use of kick again. In the Undead Burg, I kick the shields away from the shield guys. Here, I kick skeletons off the cliff. So I like that. This area really doesn't intimidate me too much. Definitely not too hard for me. I think it suffers from, again, if it was a later Souls game, there would probably be more set pieces where like the rooms and stuff might have more intrigue to them.
But more storytelling.
It feels more storytelling. It's a little empty. But yeah, I love the gimmick of the necromancers finding these mini bosses to kill off so that the skeletons are easier, and that the necromancers are always behind their batch of skeletons is great design. I love that aspect. I think the skeletons are fine. Challenge. Necromancers, they're fine. I think the rotating bridges. You got Patches. Patches it's fun to meet him and have him spin the thing on you. You know what? Actually, there's a lot I like about the Catacombs. Actually, I'm kind of a defender. Everyone talks about how pain in the ass it is to backtrack out of here. I feel like it was fairly well dialed in. They made you go through that breakable path. They marked the return trip with developer messages. So even if you're playing offline, there's a glowing orange message in the breakable wall, like telling you go here. Yeah. So like it's not. I don't know. I don't think
the reward for the area is the Rite of Kindling. So if if you are struggling, like if you went here early and you're struggling to get out, you got the most valuable item in the game, absent the Lord Vessel, which could just warp you out of there. But no, you got like the really valuable tool to help you get out of there. And
the thing that gives you 20 Estus for Ornstein and Smo, where players struggle on him with only 10 Estus. Like, it is huge. So it should be a fight to get back out of there. Yeah, I will defend that. And it's funny because I think listeners will probably be annoyed by for hating that and that we're both cool with it. But I'm cool with it. Again, the unpatched version of the game on PS3 and 360 did not have those developer messages marking the path back out. But they've been there for a long ass time. They've always been there in the remaster.
I think there's a lot of interesting paths here, a lot of interesting loops and rolling off of a bridge to get to a broken path that leads into another sort of hallway cave area. Mm-hmm. A lot of that I really like. I like
the
Pinwheel.
Shortcuts.
Okay, let's talk shortcuts and then Pinwheel.
Yeah, there's shortcuts. If you want to just drop through the whole level, you can do that so damn quickly. You just literally the first bridge in the level, instead of crossing the very first bridge, you just turn around and drop onto a ledge below, and then you just walk around a corner a little bit and drop onto another ledge, and you're by Paladin's Leroy summon sign before Pinwheel. Mm-hmm. You don't have to go into any interior space at all to get to Pinwheel. That is cool design. That flexibility is great.
Yes, but also, I don't do that because I really like exploring this place. I think it has really good sort of ambiance. I think that it does that.
Demon in the hallway is cool.
Yeah, because he's shrouded in darkness, and then you walk in there, and there's a lot of good use of darkness in this area in general. More in Tomb of the Giants, where you have you're walking in the dark, and then you just see these gigantic glowing eyes, and you're like, what is this?
I'm also an apologist for the bone wheels, honestly.
Bone wheels never hurt anyone. These are.
I think they're fine. I think, again, I know a lot of players won't agree to this, but to me, it's a testing of kiting enemies, where, the thing that makes the bone wheels challenging is that when they first see you, they do not run at you right away. Mm-hmm. They slowly walk to you for a good while. So a lot of people don't realize that they've already aggroed them. So they keep going closer and closer, and then before they know it, they're swarmed with, bone wheels. But the whole thing is they don't patrol the area down there. If one is walking vaguely in your direction, but it doesn't seem aggroed, it is aggroed. Yeah. So that's the whole thing, is just tiptoeing, pulling them one at a time. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine to fight that way. It's not a big deal. It rolls into a wall. You step out of the way as it rolls at you, and then you kill it. And,
do they have any tracking once the rolling has begun? I don't think. I think if they do, I think it's very minor.
It's minor. Yeah, I'm not sure off the top of my head. If they do, I think it's pretty minor. So yeah, you just kind of lock onto them, sidestep when they roll at you, attack. Again, the only thing that makes them dangerous is if you're swarmed by them. But if you're fighting one at a time, they are not dangerous, and that is a test that you can just fight one at a time. So again, a lot of people hate the bone wheels, but I'm totally come on, just you gotta push. You gotta fight the game. You have to fight the game and put yourself in a position where you don't accept what the challenges the game seems to be presenting you. I'm getting swarmed by this enemy. first goal is do not get swarmed by the enemy, and the catacombs allow that. So
I also think a lot of people panic because there's so many of them coming my way, and they start running. And it's like, no, save your stamina. You can get away from all of them with like 2 rolls. Just roll twice, and then all of them will just leap past you, and then just keep walking, and then just route around them, and you're good. You're good. I quite
Pinwheel.
like bone wheels. I think they're great. Pinwheel, I think Pinwheel, I think, is a really good boss. Not like a series highlight, but people talk about him like a bad boss. He's a good boss. This is a decent fight if you come here early. If you come here after getting the Lord Vessel, he's a pushover.
The only reason I disagree with that a little bit is because if you come here early, it's going to be a very hard time getting through the catacombs. That it's a very imbalanced thing. We talked about this a little bit before too, where like it's okay for the level to be hard and the boss just be like a little end cap thing, but I think this pushes it a bit more, where it's like the amount of effort that you put in to get through the catacombs at a lower level, it's still just like so disproportionate that the boss is just like, the boss is like way easier than any of the skeletons that you fought on the way here. So I think just the balance is slightly off, and a more sweet spot is like this boss needed to have at least 50% more HP or something like that, like maybe even a bit more. But the fight itself, like the cloning and some of them are shooting fireballs, and you gotta.
It's very full-sided.
I think it's. Yeah, I think it's fine. So I don't hate Pinwheel, but I do think it's just like. Just buffing Pinwheel's HP alone could have been a tweak that could have improved the fight significantly, which makes it all the more frustrating because it's literally just a parameter change. You didn't have to put any more work into development. So the fact that they never buffed his HP in any patch is a little suspect to me. I'm just like, why didn't you do that?
Yeah. I like the area he's in, like a gigantic casket, and he's just doing these weird experiments.
The set piece is cool. The cutscene is great. So yeah, he's an underwhelming boss that could have been fixed with higher HP. Higher HP is how I look at him. A lot of people don't even realize that he technically has a second phase, which is very funny. Because what happens is he can. Let me Google this for a second. So I'm gonna take a second because I'm gonna Google Pinwheel second phase Reddit because I'm the one who wrote about it. So I'm gonna find.
No one else cared.
No one else cared. Pinwheel spawning mechanics. Final phase. Yeah, so when he drops below 30% HP, any remaining copies in the room suddenly die off. Then Pinwheel will resummon all 8 together at once, which is unique because earlier in the fight he only ever summons 2 clones at once, right? So 30% HP happens, any that are in the room get wiped out, and then he starts over and summons all 8 at once. But that's their last time being summoned. You kill any of those clones off, they never come back. So this is like another like Sif type example where it's like if he had much higher HP and you really got to notice that those clones were never coming back, that would be kind of a cool, like pathetic end phase of his fight, but no one knows that happens. So,
yeah.
Cool concept, but just completely botched. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Overall, the Catacombs. See, to me, I'm itching to put this in A tier. We talked about the Undead Asylum and how important it is for like setting expectations and actually like priming the player for the correct kind of experience. An underrated thing about the Catacombs is that if you're just wandering the world and you don't know where to go and you stumble into this place, you're gonna get like. People complain about like, oh, you went the wrong way, and we talked about this in the beginning of making the tier list about how like the player is facing the catacombs and is like led into this place. I think if you like, I think it is kind of on the player to be like, hey, maybe like I'm dying a lot here. The enemies aren't staying dead. Maybe I'm not supposed to just push on through. Maybe I'm supposed to do something else.
Yeah, that doesn't knock it down for me. I lean more towards B for Catacombs overall, just because I feel like I don't know. I don't know what it is about it. It's difficult to articulate. I just don't think it's as interesting of a has like a level layout. It's kind of like the nooks you can explore and stuff like that, but in terms of like enemy placement within it, I don't know that it reaches the heights of like, okay, the Baldurn Knights, the way they're placed in the church in the Undead Parish, like it feels really dialed in. Like it just feels a little. It's not Demon Ruin sloppy. I don't feel like the skeletons are placed randomly. It's not that bad at all. There's definitely intent with enemy placement. They do feel like a part of their environment, but I just don't think it's quite as dialed into how like interesting enemy placement is in the Undead Burg and Undead Parish. Like it does feel one tier below that for me.
I think if this area had maybe if it had like a stronger theme or a stronger story running through it, like the depths, maybe A tier, but B, I could live with B.
Cool.
All right, then moving on to the Tomb of the Giants. So the central gimmick here, and we talked about this earlier, is how this area is just drenched in darkness, and they're actually quite reserved about having enemies do range attacks. There's a couple of archers, but I think like the arrows move so slowly, and you shouldn't be struggling with those guys. I love this area, and I think it's kind of a shame that From Software has mostly abandoned this really dark area gimmick. I love the giant sort of crawling skeletons who try to slap you around and push you off the cliffs. I have a lot of time for that.
I'll kind of start off what I think my ranking is, and then we can see if it needs to be massaged. Tomb of the Giants feels very C to me.
Okay.
I do not hate the area at all. I know a lot of people really don't like the gimmick here. I'm totally on board for the gimmick. It's just a matter of balance. I feel like I think to imagine like a more polished or like perfected version of this. I think it would have just as much dark areas, but you know how like there's the one tomb you go into to get the ember.
Yeah.
I picture more side spaces like that, but some of them are lit a little bit. So you can kind of like weave in and out. You can find pockets of spaces. Some that have like some candles in them. I don't know, because I feel like you don't lose the gimmick of it being a dark area if the main connecting paths outside are all dark. But it does run into like the late game area design be very simple and empty, which they get away with more in the dark. Yes. There's nothing to look at. But because there's nothing to look at, it's a little less interesting. So it's like even more boring than the Catacombs visual aesthetic to me. But it's not the dark that's the issue. It's just the lack of like if we had as much dark as there was, but there was a little bit more stuff in addition to that sort of balanced it. I think I would be a little more forgiving. But I'm on board with the gimmick. You got to fight. You get a skull lantern. People have tiptoed their way through the darkness to find patches and get kicked into the pit and find the skull lantern that way. The item description, the worst part, and again, I don't know if this is... It's hard to know where, like, equipment design and level design, like, intertwine for, like, ranking stuff like that, but it's not really an issue with the Tomb of the Giants itself, but the skull lantern item description could have been clearer about, like, using your left hand. I've seen people put it in their right hand and attack and have no idea what to do with it, and I'm just like, that player thought to experiment with trying to use it, and the fact that they weren't rewarded for it, I'm just like, ooh, that is bad design. That is very unfortunate.
Or it should have just lit up whatever hand you're using it in, and then they would have been like, oh, probably I'll use it in my left hand so I can still attack.
Exactly. Yeah, so that definitely should have worked differently. Anyone who thought to equip it and try it, no matter what hand it's in, they should have been rewarded for that. So, I'm not saying everything about navigating the darkness was perfect, but that is an issue with the skull lantern itself. And the fact that you have alternate options for a spellcaster. You have the cast light, and you have the sunlight maggot if you got that. The fact that there's multiple solutions to the darkness is good. If you thoroughly explore the catacombs and killed all of the necromancers, you have a skull lantern as well.
It's a guaranteed drop from the last one, isn't it?
Yes, and if any listeners are questioning this, because I know wikis in the past have claimed that it wasn't, forum posts have claimed that it wasn't, it is 100% guaranteed drop for the last Necromancer. I guarantee it. I've tested this in debug multiple times. The one wrinkle to that for getting the Skull Lantern is that it's a guaranteed drop from the last one if one of the earlier ones didn't already drop it. Because the way that works is it uses as a counter system, but there is still RNG to maybe get it sooner. And if that RNG triggers, it's aware that it dropped and it starts the counter back over. So like maybe the second or third Necromancer killed it, and if you weren't paying attention and it fell off a cliff and its ragdoll, clipped out of bounds because it fell off a cliff, or maybe you used ranged attacks to kill the Necromancer who's like, there's one that's like up on a ledge from where you are in that hidden area, and maybe just killed him and didn't pay attention to his corpse, you could miss the Skull Lantern that way. So it's definitely missable, even if you kill all of them, which is a little unfortunate. But if you kill all of them and check all of their corpses when you kill all of them, then you will get the Skull Lantern. So
they all respawn, don't they?
No. Yeah,
they have. So it's like the boar enemy, where a unique drop is guaranteed from the last one at least.
From the last one, yeah, it uses that exact same mechanic, but that mechanic isn't covered by like the NPC quit and reload method, where like if you miss the drop, it will be on the ground once you quit and reload. It just disappears. So that is unfortunate. So it is technically possible to lose. I'm not saying that system is perfectly perfect, but a lot of people doubt, like, no, I've killed all the Necromancers and didn't get it. It's like, if you killed all of them and got to check all of their corpses, yes, you would have gotten it.
All right.
So there's that. But yeah, Lost Izalith. I love the distant views. The vibes here.
Tomb of the Giants.
Tomb of the Giants. You can see into the demon ruins. You can see into the Ash Lake Expanse. I like to call it, because it's not technically Ash Lake, and nor is it trying to be. I don't believe, but it's.
There's a lot of good cliff action here.
There's great cliff action. It's one of the best patches encounters that any of the games have, I think.
Yes, I think because it's not trying to play on your expectations yet. A lot of the subsequent patches are like, players know what's up, so we have to figure out something interesting. This is much more just like played straight. Played straight.
Kicking into a pit, and it's gonna be the first time you probably encounter the bone towers. So it's like you maybe you find some loot and these weird things pop out of the ground, and then you run into Rhea and the hollowed crew. So it's a cool space to be kicked down into. I don't know. Then when you get to the interior area, baby skeletons are like a fun little enemy, but they're kind of, I've always hated farming them for humanity.
Yeah.
That's not. So many people recommend farming them, but I'm like, that's not fun, man. Like they clip the second the next one respawns, you lose the loot if you didn't button mash on its corpse instantly. It's got to be the most unsatisfying way to farm for humanity. I do not get the people who prefer that humanity farming route. It's like so mechanically unsatisfying to farm them. But yeah, I like the set piece of all the praying skeletons.
I like the Nido fight. It's what we talked about, where you're like immediately, like he gets aggro before he even appears, makes you panic, makes you run around, makes you aggro all of the skeletons. So like it's a test of staying calm, staying focused.
Exactly. And there's a good audio cue once you learn it's there. Like he attacks you right away, but you can just listen for it and roll. And like you said, you can stay calm and not run around and not aggro every skeleton in there. And it's a group fight, so it's not the perfect fight where, like, in terms of mechanical satisfaction for like how the moment to moment battle plays out, it's like, you're getting attacked by a bunch of lesser mobs, and like that's kind of what the fight is.
He does this thing that whenever you have mobs in a boss arena, the boss attacks should kill the mobs. Nido does it. It should be just a universal constant, so that when the boss is attacking, you can just run away. Don't be focusing on the enemies. The boss will take care of that for you. I think with Tomb of the Giants, see, I think this is, like, layout wise, I think it's kind of interesting. I think there's some interesting set pieces there. I think the strength of this area is just the darkness. Like, if you remove the darkness, this is an incredibly less interesting area.
Oh no, it's not good at all. Yeah, if you just turn the lights on, like this is not that, like, it might almost be F.
Ooh.
So yeah. No, if you turn the lights on, it's not good. Yeah, I don't know. For me, I feel pretty confident in a C. I do not hate the area. It's not. I would not ever give this place an F. It does not deserve an F. Even though I know people will disagree. There's a lot of people who hate this area, but I also don't. It's not great. Like I'm looking at we have Blighttown in B. We have Anor Londo in B. We have Darkroot Garden in B. Tomb of the Giants is not that good. So
I think it's a C, but it has an A concept. And does that not knock it up a little?
No, I think it's at C because of the A concept. Otherwise, it risks being a hair lower. Yeah.
Oh, you really think this is on par with Lost Izalith?
No. C. Yeah, no. I'm not giving it an F, but I think it's on par with Crystal Cave and Duke's Archives. Yeah, it's definitely on par for Duke's Archives for me. I think. Yeah.
If I was making this list, I think I would knock it up a little, but I kind of agree with you about how it's like this is also another sort of design change that the mid-game, like the Anor Londo mid-game Lord of Vessel changes, is that the first half of Dark Souls is really interconnected. It's all like loops that go back and forth into each other. But then the levels are much more Demon Souls coded. So you have like the Catacombs, and that's just like one bonfire to the other. And then you have Tomb of the Giants, and that's just like one bonfire to the boss. It's just like these much more straight linear gauntlets that aren't quite as interesting in most cases. But yeah, moving on from the Tomb of the Giants, we go to the DLC, starting out with the Royal Wood. Now,
Royal Wood.
This is an area where they turned on the lights from Darkroot Garden. I think it's actually quite refreshing. I don't think it suffers from the changing in lighting. It's not as atmospheric, maybe, as Darkroot Garden, and I don't think the level design is as strong.
Yeah, that bumps it down to me. It might be C for me. Because I don't have any particularly strong negative feelings about it, but there's not much to love. I love the time travel thing.
Are we okay? So we have to divvy up the DLC a little bit here. Technically speaking, Royal Wood contains both Calamite and Artorias.
Oh my god, yeah. So that does bump it up a lot. I love both of those bosses. Oh, wait, and includes the Sanctuary Guardian.
Oh yeah. This is like this is like the entire DLC technically.
This is like the entire DLC. This is most of the DLC. Yeah. So level wise, a bit boring. The aesthetic of it's not as tight as Darkroot Garden's aesthetic, but I like that you're time traveling into the past, and that sort of revelation that you're in the same space is super cool. So I do like that gimmick. Obviously, from a developmental standpoint, it's a bit of a shortcut that they get to take, but it's also intentional. I think even with more time and a bigger budget, they might have just added more stuff into that space, but they were still going to reuse the Darkroot Forest. Like that was not negotiable.
They did it. They did it again in Bloodborne. Just reuse an area and then
Yeah, so that was super intentional. It wasn't just a shortcut. Like it was with more time and more money, we were still going to revisit some of the same space in the past. That was guaranteed. But the forest is a little like I don't mind fighting like the Stone Guardians a bit. But it's just also just like a bit like, I don't know, not amazing at the same time. It's a little more boring when we compare it to the Darkroot Garden.
Yeah.
Which has a bit more variety. You have the forest hunters, you have the mushroom people, you have the big cats. Here it's just the tree people and the Stone Guardians.
I like the tree people. They have like farming equipment on their, like that ragdolls around on them.
The fact that it reveals that the tree people of the Darkroot Garden used to be like smarter and more like, oh, these were like animated by the magic of Oolacile to like do gardening work. And then after Oolacile collapsed, they just became feral and like they lost their clothes and gardening tools. I'm like, that is so good. That is so good. So to see them here be smarter is awesome.
It also does some storytelling because every Oolacile sorcery has to do with like the manipulation of light. So it's like making your sword, like I think one of them makes your weapons invisible. Like it's always like these weird So it's like these weird sort of light sorceries. They're all like support spells, and then the dark sorceries are all like offensive. And there's like interesting storytelling there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have great boss fights. It's like, what is there even to say? Sanctuary Guardian would be my least favorite DLC boss fight.
Yes,
but that's not even a negative. That's just me like ranking them.
Yeah,
like it's still a good fight.
This also ushers in a radical shift in boss design philosophy for FromSoft. In Sanctuary Guardian, Calamite, and Artorias, these are much more refined, much more sort of. You are actually fighting them. You have to roll around, like play with your surroundings, reserve stamina. Artorias became sort of like the mold for how From Software boss battles work moving forwards. But you see it in all of them. They very much abandoned the gimmick fights and instead started focusing on these execution challenge fights, which I don't think is necessarily better or worse. It's different. I think that
it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag for me personally.
Yeah, I think that
did such a
the gimmick fights, dropping the gimmick fights. The gimmick fights are often the most memorable pieces of these games, but with the execution challenges, because combat became much more it became a much deeper activity because you could do much more things, and enemy movesets were altered so much in subsequent games, and it became deeper. I think it kind of follows that bosses would have to be sort of designed to take advantage of that. I think that they balance it too much for execution for execution challenges though. I'd like more gimmick fights.
That's how I feel about that. But the flip side to that is that Dark Souls 1 already had enough gimmick stuff in it, so that by the time of the DLC, this is super welcome within the context of Dark Souls 1. It is great.
That's true. That's true.
So there's no point where it's like, oh, we have too much of this. It's like this was the time and place to do this.
Yes.
So we have all of these great boss fights. Artorias is fantastic. I love Calamite too. Yeah. I know sometimes of the DLC, maybe that's one of the more controversial ones potentially. Like if there's some boss of the DLC that more people are split on, that might be one of them because the tail cut is tough. But at least I don't think it's as annoying in a mechanical sense as like Seath just spinning constantly, and like that fight is just kind of weird. This can be hard to reach, but like if you use weapons with a long reach, it makes it a lot easier. Like I would use the Scythe or Great Scythe or whatever. That would give you more flexibility. I helped a lot of players cut Calamite's tail back in the day, so I did a ton of co-op on Calamite. I'd put my summon sign down and help people all day long. It's a good fight too. He might be one of the harder fights if you don't use a shield. Because he rolling through his melee attacks is like some of the more demanding stuff to roll through in the DLC boss fights. But all of those attacks are blockable with a shield. The only things you can't block are like the really big telegraph, like, oh, he's flying above to breathe fire. It's like, oh, okay, just run away from the really big telegraph stuff. But any of the more moment-to-moment stuff that might be harder to roll through, you can just block. So I think you have a good option, like different builds are rewarded in different scenarios, and Calamite rewards using a shield big time. So yeah, I love Calamite. It was the first time they did a good dragon fight in any of their games. So, or at least in the Souls formula.
He's also
every.
Yeah, I was going to say he's also So Seath obviously comes from Kingsfield. Calamite is Gyra from Kingsfield 2. Like if you look at their silhouettes, Gyra has like one pronounced I, and Calamite also has like the I.
Yes. I love Calamite's weird. It's something I talked about in a video before, but it's just sort of like he's not a Cyclops, but like the game calls him that, even in description, even in like item descriptions, like the one-eyed dragon they call him and stuff like that. And I'm just like, it's the same thing with the basilisks though. He's got normal eyes where they're supposed to be. They're tiny, so they're hard to see. But I just find that very funny. Like, just everyone, they knew it was going to look like he has one eye. So they just referred to him that way.
Yeah.
Which is super cool. I love that. I love that sort of thing.
Versus Seath, who doesn't have any eyes because he blind.
Yeah.
What is Seath doing with all those books? I guess he has the channelers.
He's got the channelers.
They have 6 eyes.
I'm torn on how to rank the Royal Wood, because we have 3 awesome bosses. Like, this is just them stepping their shit up. But I'm just thinking of, like, the Darkroot portion of the level as, like, a game space to navigate through. And I'm like, you know, like, again, I like the reveal of the time travel thing. But I'm not, like, when I get to the area, I'm just getting through it to get to the bosses. I enjoy playing through Sen's Fortress. I enjoy playing through the Undead Parish. Do I enjoy playing through the Royal Wood to get to the bosses? No. Like, it's pretty... like, I don't hate it, but it's a lot lower. A lot lower on the list.
Do you think the level then is a C tier with bosses that are pretty good?
Let's do our hot take and put it into C. Because you could easily talk me into that. I was going to say that if it's a B, it's because the incredible bosses just elevate it. And we meet Marvelous Chester, who is incredible, and his voice acting rules.
We also meet Elizabeth, and she I think they pulled some Super Mario from this one, because they have a Princess Peach.
Save the princess.
Yeah, but it's a mushroom. Yeah. And it's like she's in a different castle. Like, oh, very, very subtle, Miyazaki. Very subtle.
the Mushroom Kingdom. I think it's a C, just because it's not like it's, again, for just based on the logic that I look at all of these other levels, playing through Blighttown. Do I enjoy playing through the level of Blighttown more than Royal Wood? Easily. Darkroot Garden, yes. Anor Londo, easily. Catacombs, easily. They're all more interesting levels to go through. With the Royal Wood is just, you're just getting through it to get to the bosses.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's much more to be said about this area. I think that transforming the Darkroot Garden into a more sort of linear gauntlet, rather than having it be like this connective tissue level that connects to everything, I think it hurt it. I mean, it's a different function, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right then. Moving on to Oolacile Township. Now this, I think, is a very, very strong level.
I like this area a lot. I feel like, I don't know if it might be... Is it A for me? I don't know where to put it exactly. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I know it's good. I know it's in the upper tiers for sure. It's a well-balanced level. Lots of side areas to explore. You have the casters who can be a pain in the ass, so they put the pressure on when you know, anytime you're within their vision, you got to take care of them. Mechanically satisfying fights.
Elevators.
Yeah, this is just a good space.
Elevators as shortcuts. This is also like, we're getting to that space of shortcuts are always just magical elevators, but it's fine. We'll forgive it for Oolacile.
We'll forgive it for Oolacile, and
good storytelling.
Yeah,
plunging deeper and deeper, seeing more and more of the corruption of the abyss.
Yeah, the vibes are great. The ambient audio of hearing the screams in the background is super cool. The fact that it became the PvP hotspot, it's a bit out of convenience. It does have a useless PvP zone attached to it. No one uses the Battle of Stoicism because they just completely screwed that up and no one cares.
Yeah.
Which is funny. But it's so you can just ignore it. You could just act like it doesn't even exist, and that doesn't drag the Oolacile Township down in any way, just because it's a side thing that no one uses. Yeah, I like this area. I don't have any complaints. It's fun to navigate through. It's fun to explore through. The set pieces are varied enough. Like, I like that the interior of that one room where there's a lot of enemies, and you get to the upper level where you get the key, the crest key. There's like the mimic up there on that wooden platform area. There's a couple illusory walls with a unique mechanic. Like the cast light, and you hear the thumping sound by the illusory walls. Like, that's super cool. Good stuff happening here.
See,
so this is
what I think Demon Ruins could have been. Because structurally very similar, like ancient civilizations. Here it's the dark. In the Demon Ruins, you could just have it be the lava that sort of is the thing that maybe burns everything and changes up the level design. It's like weird warped enemies. Like this is what that could have been. I think this is an A tier.
I was going to suggest A. So yeah, we definitely agree on that.
All right. I think that the only thing this is missing is something spectacular. It doesn't have that thing, that sort of magic special sauce that takes it over the edge. It just does everything correct.
No, and when we have the discussion about like what is a level, it's kind of the same area as Chasm of the Abyss. Like I said, we're going to obey the tier list.
Yes.
But it's hard to separate because yes, the Chasm of the Abyss gets its own title card, but it's one zone in terms of boss. You know, and that to me does define a zone in a lot of ways. So
yeah.
Once you add the dark element to the bottom, I think that like varies up the level design a lot in an interesting way. Like the township is cooler once you get to the dungeon area. Like adding that context, if we're getting deeper and deeper and closer to the abyss, the fact that you get to wind up in the dark area at the bottom ramps it up in coolness too. But yeah, separating it out, it's definitely. Yeah, A seems good.
I think Chasm of the Abyss is a better version of the Tomb of the Giants. Because there's so much less combat. It's much more atmosphere.
Yeah, it's very simple down here. There's nothing like amazing about it. Humanity Phantoms are a vibe though. They're super cool to see them and be like, oh god, what are these weird floaty things? The whole Alvina Sif thing is fun.
There's a you can kill the boss with arrows if you want. I guess that's factored into the level design.
Yeah, hell yeah.
There's like space to explore, but it's not. It is kind of just like the 2-minute preamble to the boss. It's not like I think it's hard to even classify this as a level.
Yeah, again, it really is just the bottom of Oolacile Township. So separated. So again, it's not because I feel negative about it. To me, it's a kind of holistic experience with the township. But if we are separating out to its own area, it might be C.
Yeah. I see. Here's the thing: if this was connected to Oolacile Township, I think Oolacile Township would be S. But if this is
but these areas are both better together.
Yeah, it's like as like the conclusion to this other incredible level. This is really good. But if we're just looking at it as a solo activity, man, it's not that engaging. I don't think. I think it's
not at all.
Good at everything that it's like. It accomplishes everything that it's trying to do. But
it needs that greater context of being part of Oolacile Township and being separated out on the tier list. There's no way it could be above the C, I think.
I kind of agree. Even though I like this, I like it more than the Demon Ruins. I like it more than Ash Lake and the Duke's Archives, but like it's not like I say, it's not a great sort of self-contained activity. Mm-hmm. Madness is a decent fight.
Yeah, it's a cool fight. That's them doing like a larger beast fight quite well.
Mm-hmm. And then they reused them for a cleric beast, first boss in Bloodborne. It's like last boss here.
I was gonna say like
first boss there.
Manus, yeah, it's like a better execution of some of the Bloodborne fights, I think.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but it's definitely like it would be a decent boss within Bloodborne as well. So. Yeah, Manus, I feel quite good about him as well, so...
Right then.
Good boss.
I think the first time I beat Manus, I was using a spear and shield. And it was like, man, this boss is so hard. How are they ever gonna... these bosses are so hard. I can't keep fighting these bosses. They make them so hard. And now it's just like, man, I probably died like 200 times to Consort Radahn pre-patch. So it's like, ugh.
Everything pales. It's so funny going back, like... Everyone complained about like Blue Smelter Demon in Dark Souls 2, and it's like that is not like compared to an Elden. You would just be like kind of relieved if that was the boss in Elden Ring.
Yeah, that's like a joke boss in Nightreign. That's like, oh, this I just take my time to tear this down. I think people maybe complained more about the boss run to the Blue Smelter Demon.
Oh, that's definitely the biggest component of that. Yeah, if you were spawning right outside it, I don't think people would be too mad at it. But the complaints did mention the boss itself a lot, and it was kind of like, yeah, it really is the run back though. It's not the boss. The boss was fine.
Yeah. Right then. Moving on, we have the Valley of the Drakes. This is the most me area because it's just like a gigantic cliff.
I'm going to come in with a wild swing here, maybe.
All right.
And I'll defend it, but I kind of want to put it as high as B.
All right.
There's nothing to do. It's not like a good area to play in, and I know it might sound a little contradictory to how I was just talking about the Royal Wood for not being great because it's just an area to get through. But I think this is like very explicitly what that is, though. Because there's no boss, it's not leading to a boss. It is just its own
You could kind of argue the Undead Dragon, but I think that's more like a set piece fight, like the Phalanx in.
Yeah, and like you said, that
Ariamis.
Undead Dragon was done much better in the Painted World. But the reason I'm very like fond of the Valley of Drakes, and maybe this is me getting to like a kind of bullshit like I don't know, pretentious response, but I made that video about prototype level designs in Dark Souls 1, and what's so fascinating about the Valley of Drakes to me is that earlier designs of Dark Souls 1 had them putting in a bunch of placeholder paths that didn't really make sense yet, because they didn't know entirely how everything in the world was going to connect. They knew where Firelink Shrine was going to be, they knew where Blighttown was going to be roughly in comparison to Firelink. But a lot of the connections weren't ironed out yet. So they had like direct connecting paths to Blighttown and Quelaag's domain from Firelink, instead of the elevator to New Londo Ruins. And what happened was, so there would be very weird, like you would take the elevator down to New Londo Ruins, but instead of going to New Londo Ruins, it'd be like a straight path down and then a long ramp that goes all the way to that dead end in Quelaag's domain, and then another long ramp that goes to like where the Firekeeper Soul is in Blighttown. And so the areas weren't fleshed out at all, and they didn't know how these areas were going to connect yet. And what the Valley of Drakes is at the end of the day is them like iterating on that concept so much to make the areas connect and make sense, to the point that those early placeholder paths like got the most insane glow up they could have possibly gotten. Because the rough placeholder paths were just basic. It's not like anything that anyone would ever miss, being like, oh, there was going to be that early in development, I wish we got that. I was like, no, it was nothing. It was like, It was a ramp that was like 200 meters long. Like, it wasn't level design. It was literally just a placeholder. And the fact that they like really solidified this world design to be like so cohesive and interconnected. And what's impressive about the Valley of Drakes to me is that when you're trying to connect different areas together, your easy way out is to do it through caves, right? Because you don't need a skybox with a cave, and you can cheat the geography a bit more. Like the cave could kind of clip through another level a bit, and it wouldn't matter. But from the Valley of Drakes, like if you look up, you can see the bridge in the Undead Burg that leads to the Undead Parish.
Yeah.
And you can take an elevator up to the Darkroot Basin from the Valley of Drakes, and it connects out the backside of New Londo Ruins, and it's just like they could have taken a much easier route, and they did a little bit, because you go through a cave technically to get to the basin, from that elevator in the Valley of Drakes, and that cave does cheat the geography a little bit. Like you should be able to see a little bit of that cave floating in the sky from lower, but you don't. But the fact that, they could have taken a much easier route, but they went out of their way, and it kind of explains why the area is so simple, because it's like there's not much to fight there, it's not that interesting. But it's because they put all of the effort into making the world design work as this interconnected thing. And they could have taken easier ways out, they could have not had a skybox where you can look up and, see other parts of the game. But they did that. They went out of their way to do that. And so I respect the hell out of the Valley of Drakes. It's them... It's the glue that makes the interconnected world design work. You have a really awesome example between Firelink Shrine and the Undead Parish and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But you connect all these other areas: Blighttown, New Londo Ruins, Darkroot Basin.
Is it
they
fair
had their
to
work cut out for them?
Is it fair to say that the Valley of Drakes is the area that had the most pressure to be functional? Like no area had to actually prove itself quite like this one.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is the one that they really had to dial in and be like, what's this space that we can put between to just connect these areas? And from a gameplay perspective, sure, it's clear that it's a connecting path because it doesn't have any bosses. but from like a world design standpoint, it feels like it belongs.
Yeah.
Right? Like, oh, I didn't walk into some boring hallway that just leads somewhere else, or I just walked through a cave that popped me out somewhere else. Like, no, like I'm in this valley that's below. You can kind of look over one side of Firelink Shrine and see down to it a little bit. It's a very low poly version, so the graphics aren't great, but like it feels like that valley belongs there. It's also not nonsense.
It also feels like if you didn't have this area, because Firelink Shrine is sort of built on a cliff face, and there's a little bit of that cliff face action going into the Catacombs. But then it's like it's not really there for the rest of the game, and it feels like that is a biome that is promised and then is like very briefly delivered on in these other areas. Without this, and I guess maybe Darkroot Basin, but without this, I feel like that is like that's an entire biome that you promised us and you didn't deliver on. So it's like having it here really delivers on it. See, to me,
so yeah,
this is a very Demon Soulsy level, and you say B. You're arguing like this could be B. I'm saying this could be an A. I love this level. I can be talked down to a B. But like, just going up to bat here, I like that with the Undead Dragon. I like him better in the Painted World, but I do like him here. He has like loot that you don't need to take it. You don't need to aggro him.
Yeah.
There's a path around him, so you can just go like hug the right wall, go around him. The enemies in the Drakes spewing lightning, I love that they can fly. They have more mobility than you, and they have just built-in range. And you're on like a cliff, so it really forces you to just dial in. How am I going to approach this? And once you commit to an attack, like if you stop to run back because you're like, wait, this wasn't a good idea. You're even more screwed than if you were to just tank the damage.
And I think the red Tearstone ring is kind of the perfect loot to put behind all of the dragons too.
Oh yeah,
the drakes.
Yeah,
it feels really well chosen. It's just kind of like, all right, what loot is good to put behind them that justifies doing this? And the red Tearstone ring is just such an interesting ring because it's like most people won't use it because they don't want to be fighting things at low health, but if you do, it can just make you incredibly overpowered. So it's just teasing out like the right kind of like, do I want to use this? Don't I want to use this item that you're going to debate if you want to use that item, and that makes it an interesting item.
Yeah,
that it's kind of more interesting than if it was like super good or super bad. But it exists in this kind of like interesting middle ground kind of space. So I like the idea that like you fight past these drakes that are a bit of a pain in the ass. And then you get this item that's like, do I want this thing? And then some people, because of their builds, they do want it. It's like the most important thing they can get. So
I also think there's
I think
there's some value in it also bridging Darkroot into New Londo, because if you want to meet Kath in the early game, you can just do Civ, go here, go to New Londo, and then finish off the Four Kings. So it supports sequence breaks. Sequence breaks. It supports like different routing through the world in a really interesting way. And, so I love this area.
And I should also add too the fact that like something else that helps, again, feeling like it belongs in the world. The door that opens, the floodgate to the New Londo ruins, points towards a collapsed area.
Yes, that
collapsed area. It's like a little off to the side of where Oolacile would be, but like. You look at the lore implications, the fact that both of the abysses, the abyss where you fight Manus, technically overlaps with the abyss where you fight the Four Kings a little bit, like a Venn diagram. It's a bit higher in elevation, but like they're so close to each other. And if the lore is like, hey, the abyss really came for this place Oolacile, then later it started with New Londo ruins, like it literally crossed the street. Like it makes if it's this thing that can kind of like grow and spread to things that are nearby, like it's kind of radiating out from the source.
Very cake array.
From like from a lore design, like a world design perspective, it makes sense that these things were near to each other. And when you see that broke, if you look at like a world map thing, again, it doesn't point to any specific part of the Oolacile or the Chasm of the Abyss, but they are roughly in that direction by the collapsed end of the giant collapsed doorway on the opposite side of the floodgate. So it's like that pointed towards Oolacile it wasn't even the DLC wasn't even made yet. But it's just like it all fits together so perfectly. Like you can understand the world design. It all makes sense. And Valley of the Drakes sells all of this stuff, even though it was really just here to be a connecting path between different areas.
Drakes spew,
really good shit.
Drakes spew lightning because they're sent by Anor Londo to guard these areas with the Abyss. So that's a threat to... It's like... I don't know, man. I think this is an A tier.
The only reason... when I'm looking at it, though, I'm like, Undead Burg, Depths, I'm like... It's so simple and so relatively empty that I can't say it's better than Anor Londo. I can't say it's better than Blighttown. So to me, like, even though I'm like talking about how much I love it, I think it's like a C area elevated to B by all of the shit that's so cool about it. That's kind of how I feel about it.
All right. Maybe I'm being blinded by my love of cliffs.
It'll be funny too, because it's like even then, people will look at the ranking and and other people are gonna be like, "There's no way they put Valley of the Drakes alongside Anor Londo," but I am, and I will.
Let's give it a B.
Oh yeah.
We have 2 areas left. We have New Londo Ruins and then Kiln of the First Flame. So New Londo Ruins. Where are you on with New Londo Ruins?
Torn. A lot of mixed feelings about this place. I don't know how to feel about it.
Right.
Aesthetic is incredible.
All right.
Some of the best vibes in the game. A lot of non-hostile hollows is a fantastic start to the level. Just the visual look, the color palette, this kind of dark underground area. It's how it should look for a place that has a bunch of ghosts in it. The reveal of all of the lore. Like, they flooded this place while the people were still there in a last-ditch effort to contain the Abyss. The reveal that you find, like, all of the corpses under the water, which is like a pile of skeletons and skulls, is so good.
Incredible sequence.
Combat with the Dark Race is fantastic. They're great. They're like another Silver Knight-esque enemy, so that's very engaging. You can parry them, backstab fish them, like, just really tight mechanical encounter.
They're really well placed too. They have a really dark design, and often it feels like they're just sort of emerging from the darkness. Very ominous too. Skull faces.
Great placement in the environment. Really good placement in the environment. The thing that drags it down the most for me is probably the ghost behavior.
All right.
Which I don't hate. I'm on board for getting the, transient curses, and then you just kind of fight the ghosts, and that's how you get more transient curses. The loop works out fairly well, and you can buy more if you run out, but I think I would have put, like, maybe just 1 or 2 more transient curses at the start of the level. So, I'm not too stressed about that aspect. I just think mechanically, like, by the time you're getting into the second ghost house, it's a little awkward with how much they swarm you at these weird angles where it's like there's a couple flying up from low, and those are hard to target and lock onto and fight unless if you have ranged attacks.
Sure.
Meanwhile, other ones are going to pop out from the building and fly through the walls, and I don't mind that they can fly through walls, but it's a little cramped in a way that doesn't feel that mechanically engaging. Like, even where once you know what to do and you learn their placement and you learn their behaviors, like, oh, once I stand here, 3 are going to come from this direction, and 2 are going to come from up below, or whatever. Like,
it feels like they should. Like, I like that they come through walls. I don't like that they can attack through walls.
Yeah. That's a good point too. There should be a sort of they should be able to. If they could have been programmed in such a way where they have a more deliberate, like, phase through wall animation, like it pops out the other side and then it attacks you like half a second later. Like, you can, like, watch it pop through a wall and then know what's happening. But yeah, it feels a little too loose.
Yeah. Because they can do damage to you. They're, like, blocking off the environment. Maybe you're getting routed by a bunch of enemies at the same time. And if one is attacking you from beyond a wall, you can't do anything to it. And it's like,
yes,
it's just, you're removing a lot of my choices. I like it in certain cases, but, like, for this, especially because there's that one room that is like, that one house that is just, here's 70 of them in a row. It's a bit too much. It's a bit much.
It's too much, yeah. So the design suffers there with the ghost behaviors. Like, that's the biggest flaw of the area. Not having a bonfire, I'm good with. I'm cool. I'm a defender. I think it's fine. I'm more patient for longer boss run backs. And the fact that there's shortcuts that were put in extremely intentionally, so you don't have to fight any enemies on the way to the Four Kings, is fantastic. Because they gave you that shortcut ladder that a lot of people don't use. The ladder you can kick down, you can climb that up, you can run outside the second ghost house. You can like run through it quickly, or you can like do a jump out on the outside if you want, across the broken like walkway that's outside it. And then right there's a hidden developer message telling you that you can go down from there. And it is a survivable fall that puts you right outside the Four Kings Fall Gate. So the developers knew that there was a route to get through there very efficiently without a bonfire. So I'm just like, that's great level design. That's very good level design. So yeah, no, I have pretty fond feelings about New Londo Ruins overall, with the caveat that I'm like being very patient with the ghosts, and I'm really working with what's pretty janky, in all honesty. So, I like the Mass of Souls, the two big weird mini boss enemies.
Yeah. That's fun. That's in Latria too.
Yeah. It's like a redo of the Latria enemy.
Yeah.
Which the Latria one's kind of cooler, I gotta say, now that you mention it.
Yeah, it's in a scarier environment, so it's like, well, what the hell is this? I'm so deep in the level.
The environment is scarier. The environment is scarier, and the enemy is way scarier.
Yeah.
So yeah, Master Souls, yeah, they are a lesser version of whatever those enemies were called in Demon Souls. But they're still cool. They're still neat. I like that they spit out the wisps.
I think they're also called Massive Souls there. I'm fairly sure.
I think you might be right. They might have the same name. That is interesting.
Almost like it's the same enemy. Huh. This is another area that's... This is another thing that's recycled from Kingsfield 4. They also have a sunken water city.
Yes. Yeah. I remember hearing about that.
Yeah. And very similar theme, like flooded to contain the spread of this darkness. I think if this is if Ceaseless Discharge, like the idea of, well, we want lava to block off the area, and if you kill this boss, the lava disappears. I can kind of see, like, there's probably people who worked on Kingsfield 4, probably a lot of them worked on Dark Souls 2, but I can see how that idea sprung up organically. It wasn't necessarily a deliberate reference to Kingsfield 4. I think this is a deliberate reference. I think there's too much that connects there. So
that's cool to see.
To me, this is the best level From Software has ever designed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It hits.
Interesting. It's definitely not that high for me.
It hits all the right notes for me. I think that atmosphere, like,
atmosphere is great.
I can imagine like a more Latria tinged version of this level where it's really spooky. I don't know if they could really have done that in Dark Souls, though. I talked about this in the last recording, but so I made this video about like the evolution of Souls healing, and I prefer grass healing to Estus, and Latria is kind of why. People always talk about with grass healing, you can just buy as many as you need, and then healing's never a problem, which is true, and that is a problem with grass healing. But when healing is free, like it is in Dark Souls, and it is. You can't do Latria. So Latria is the only level in Demon Souls, Latria 3.1. There's not a single healing resource dropped anywhere in 3.1 Latria. And it's just like this gigantic level, and there's no you're never stocking up on healing. And you walk in there, and your resources are just depleting, and you just have to go deeper and deeper, and it's such an enormous level that you actually get to really despair being there. And
it's the most survival horror that a Souls game has ever been.
And
easily.
I don't think you can recreate that when you have Estus. I think Estus has other strengths. You're much more independent, much more like Dark Souls is very much the getting lost in the world. Couldn't do that with grass healing unless you had like every enemy in every area dropped it. So it's like really weird design.
Right.
But back on New Londo. Yeah, I this aesthetically, the mood, the enemies, this hits all the right notes for me. I think this is the best showing From Software has ever put out. I don't think, like, even there is that one room with all of the ghost enemies. that doesn't even begin to drag it down for me. I think this is so strong.
Interesting. For me, I'm just looking at it and I'm like, this might be the most we disagreed on something yet then, because I think we're at least 2 tiers apart. Because for me, I'm like trying to imagine it above B. Because like there are things I like about it. I like the atmosphere a lot. I like fighting the Dark Wraiths a lot.
I like that it's flooded the first time you get there, and then you reveal that. There's like
and you flood it, and
there's this whole other dimension.
That is a great gimmick. Yeah,
I think that I think that gimmick alone should bump it up to like. I think that's as interesting as like Sense Fortress. They never did Sense Fortress again. They did do a flooded level again in the Shadow Keep in Shadow of the Erdtree, but that was so much less. Like that was a really fun area, but it wasn't as good as New Londo.
No, yeah, and again, more mechanically refined fights with certain enemies in that area, but yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, almost like the vibe of exploring like a drained area, yeah, it wasn't as interesting in Elden Ring.
And yet, just one bonfire, I think that's so good. It's just like, nope, you route through the entire thing. You don't, like, there's no yes, there are shortcuts, but there's no checkpoints. It's just like this one area, and it's such a confident showing. I like the little hole from the well on the up above. It's like it looks like a fake moonlight, kind of a fake sky.
Yeah.
Return to that with a Nox.
I think I could go A with it.
Because
there.
Okay. I think we have to give this S tier. It is so good. It's so good.
For me, it's just the first half. Before you drain the water, it's all ghosts, and it's just not mechanically like a satisfying fight.
Yeah. Can that detract from it though? I feel like we have to look at the totality of the level.
And another missed opportunity with the level concept, which drags it down a little bit for me, is that yes, you can fight ghosts while you're cursed, but there's a reason no one recommends it, and it's not the place to go to get your curse cleared. I gotta say it. I know some people have. I'm not saying no one does that, but almost no one does that. It's not. You're going to get your purging stone from somewhere else. Ingward's ability to remove your curse makes it less of an like if you had to go here to get curse cleared, and it was more facilitated to be a more reasonable task because going through all those horrible ghosts when you're at half health, maybe at a low level, like only leveled for the depths, that's really not a reasonable ask. That's why purging stones are for sale elsewhere. Like, with the game's current design, they should be sold elsewhere. But a version of New Londo Ruins that could have been adjusted where, like, this is the place to go. This is the destination to get your curse cleared in the first half of the game, you know, before clams are available or whatever. I think that would have been a lot tighter. That would have been a lot more interesting, being like, oh no, now I have to go into the scary ghost place, and I really gotta go.
Yes, but the game very specifically directs for you to go here when you're cursed. It says, go to the healer in New Londo.
But it's like, you can see the intent, but it fell short. There's a reason players don't recommend doing that.
I feel like players do go here, though.
And fighting ghosts with curse sucks, because it doesn't apply to your shield. So it's just like, it's like not the same thing as a transient curse. A transient curse is much better than being cursed for fighting ghosts, which is a bit of a bummer. Like, I wish, like, if being cursed let you block them the same, then I would be more on board with that journey. But it is just not... they didn't fine-tune it correctly. I think because you have a health debuff, it should have at least been as effective as a transient curse in every other way. But the fact that transient curse is even better, it lets you block ghosts with a shield, and you don't get the health debuff. I'm like, oh man, that was like not correctly balanced. Like, this is not the destination to get you. They wanted it to be the destination to get your curse cleared, but it did not pan out, in my opinion.
All right. What do you make of the boss? I have a lot of time for this boss.
Four Kings are pretty cool. I don't mind that they're a DPS check. It's a fight that you can perfect and get really good at dodging. But if your damage output isn't very good, then you might get kind of screwed.
I like the gimmick of not having having a really poor depth perception because it's all just in darkness. It's a really because they're much bigger than you think they are.
Yeah. Sometimes they're further than you realize. Ooh, and someone's like mowing the lawn right outside, so sorry, it's gonna be a lot of noise for a second. Oh yeah, that's gonna happen for a while, isn't it?
Just give it S tier and we can wrap it up. I'll stretch it out until I break you.
You know what? I think all the ghost houses that like the ghost not being that satisfying, and in my opinion, that the journey for getting curse cleared wasn't executed as it should have been. I don't think it can be S.
Oh really? You think Undead Asylum is a better area than New Londo? That's incredible.
Ooh, that is interesting. That is a compelling point. But do I think New Londo Ruins is better than the Undead Burg? And I'm like,
I do. When I think about Dark Souls, when I think about Dark Souls, atmosphere and all that, I think New Londo. Do you think there's a more atmospheric level than New Londo in this game?
I have to admit, sometimes if I'm grabbing footage for one of my videos where I just need the character standing around for a second and like there's really not any context for it, I'm going straight to fucking New Londo Ruins.
Yeah.
I'm going to like if I'm just like trying to like record footage of me like casting force not on a particular enemy just to get footage of some random thing and the context doesn't matter. Yeah. I'm going to the starting area with all of the passive hollows.
All those times where you were in desperate need of a generic background for casting animations, New Londo was there for you.
Fine, I'll cave. I'll cave. You can throw it in S.
Just like drag it out until you relent.
You did get me with Northern Undead Asylum comparison a bit, and I will acquiesce on my footage gathering logic too. So.
All right then. The final level then is the Kiln of the First Flame. I am really happy this level is as short as it is.
Yeah, Kiln of the First Flame. How do I feel about it? The entrance to it is fantastic. The ghost hallway is great.
It's amazing. The Black Knights are good fights, like the Silver Knights. This is a good fight.
Yeah.
Not the most inspired placements, but at the same time, I feel like I think this area is, if one area should just have like a wide open field kind of to fight the enemies, I think it's this one. I think this is the area where you don't want the player thinking about like routing or anything.
Yeah, no, I was about to say the same thing. Like before, I was talking about like enemy placement in the environment really matters, and you know if you can just move an enemy around a little bit and it doesn't matter, that's usually a bad thing. But the one time it's justified is the final gauntlet. You're there to just interact with the Black Knights on their mechanics of their fight. Like it's okay. It's okay that they're just it's okay that they're just on this path. It doesn't matter that their precise placement really doesn't matter that much. Because it's just supposed to be like a gauntlet of these sort of almost mini bosses, not technically mini bosses, whatever, because they respawn, but like pseudo mini bosses on the way to Gwyn. It's fun. The Black Knights are fun, a lot of fun to fight.
Drop really good armors, really cool armors too. The Kiln looks interesting.
Great visual aesthetic. The best visual aesthetic of it, like you get to the Kiln in Dark Souls 3, and it's like, okay, we're doing this again, but like, come on, it's not the Dark Souls 1 Kiln. It's not the Kiln. It's not even close.
No.
Soul of Cinder is mechanically a billion times better than Gwyn as a fight, but like
the mood,
the mood, just the look and the music and just everything about Kiln of the First Flame is much better than the short little briefs of it in Dark Souls 3, and it's not even close.
I think we talked about this, but I had always assumed that Gwyn was deliberately easy.
Well, I sort of disagreed on that a little bit to the extent that, like, I don't believe was supposed to be.
I had thought that. I've been corrected on it. Like, he was supposed to be hard. That is, I think the developers even said that. They were, like, disappointed,
Yeah, they wanted them to be like challenging regardless of you could Soul of Cylinder in Dark Souls 3 was righting the wrongs of how Gwyn was supposed to behave. their whole idea for Gwyn was that they wanted him to be challenged regardless of your playstyle. They wanted him to be able to like counter any build you have, and like, boy, did they not deliver on that because just parrying is the solution. You know, it's like, no, there is one easy trick to just beating him is just parrying him. Which isn't to say that parries should have been taken away, but you can look at like Elden Ring finally figured out a good middle ground, which is some bosses require being parried multiple times before that opens up a crit.
You could add in maybe some more AoE attacks where like stab sword in the ground does a fire explosion or something, just so like you can't just stay and wait for him to attack. You have to like keep moving around.
Yes, yeah, there could be more stuff that isn't parryable, not that nothing should be parryable.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the quality of the fight was like left a little bit to, but you know what? Though I don't hate it too much because the first couple times I fought him, I didn't parry him at all.
No. And
the challenge is pretty decent without parrying. It can be fairly challenging. You know, it's not an artorias fight. It's not that refined. It's not that good, but it's not bad. I don't think. It's not a terrible fight by any means.
No.
So yeah, I like Gwyn. The vibe,
music is
from
really
the soundtrack. It's one of the best video game themes of all time. Is how I'm going to just go ahead and say it. I think it is an all-time classic of VGM.
What do they call it? The Plin Plin Plon?
Plin Plin Plon. So not just of the Souls games, but of video game history. I truly think it is one of the best video game music themes.
Isn't it okay? Now maybe I'm about to speak heresy. Isn't it like scarily similar to the music you get in Majora's Mask when the moon's falling down?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Dun 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 dun.
Yeah, I could see a bit of a similarity there.
I think there are like 2 or 3 songs in Dark Souls that are like, you're like, did they just rip off Zelda? But then you're like, no. The songs can sound similar. It's fine.
Something that I was just gushing about how much I love that theme in all video game music, but also I want to praise it within the context of Soul soundtracks. What I love about Gwyn's theme is that instrumentation.
Yes.
It was composed for 2 pianos. It's 2 pianos playing simultaneously. I don't know if it was performed simultaneously. It could have been double-tracked or whatever, but it's arranged for 2 pianos. And something I would get a little down about more recent Soul soundtracks is they become very big, bombastic, orchestral soundtracks.
Yeah.
And there's not enough variation. Demon Souls' original soundtrack is fantastic. And Demon Souls soundtrack has some songs where it's like 4 or 5 instruments. You know, it's like a small it'll be like timpani and like 2 horns and like 2 strings and like there's not a lot going on. But the memories are very distinct and there's more space in the sound. To like really let those timbres sing and just like hear. I don't know. Everything gets really big and bombastic and starts to lean into like, oh, this is more generic and it could fit anywhere else.
Yeah, I think that's partly because the bosses became more about execution challenges. When you have a gimmick boss, you have like, okay, this is the concept,
the story that you're telling.
Yeah, this is how we want the player to feel. Write music that accommodates that. Versus if it's an execution challenge, it's so the player needs to like, it has to be like exciting. So it's just Ornstein and Smo again, but not as good.
Yeah. But not as good, because I was going to say, even for a bombastic theme within Dark Souls 1, even Ornstein and the Smo theme knocks it out of the park, too. Mm-hmm. So it's just like...
It has that majesty, that sort of soundtrack. Divine gravitas.
Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, it's such a nice change of pace to hear something with distinct instrumentation from the rest of the soundtrack. There's no other songs in the entire game that's only piano. Mm-hmm. So it stands out as it should for a final boss theme, and it's like... Soul of Cinder like references the Gwyn theme for a little bit, but does the song stand? If you didn't know Gwyn's theme before going into the fight, does that any music stand out from other music in the game?
I think it's definitely a cool moment when it starts playing, but it's like it is relying on like you having an attachment to that moment with Gwyn.
Yes, which you don't need for Gwyn in Dark Souls 1. You don't need any attachment. You're hearing this music for the first time, and it is affecting, and it is super good. beautiful music. That alone elevates it a bit for me. I don't know where I'm going to put it. Like, it might still be B, just because there's not a lot to do in the area.
See,
and Gwyn fight is a little... is more like the mid-quality range, but...
I think it needs to be evaluated in the context of what it is. So, like, yes, there's not a lot to do, but I think if there was a lot to do, it would be an inferior area.
It would be, yes. Yeah, it shouldn't be too big with too many, like, side things to explore, because it is supposed to be, you're on your way to Gwyn.
Yeah.
That is the point. He's defended by some of his Black Knights. Everything's an ash.
As a cap-off to the entire game, I don't know if you could have done much better than this. Like, for fulfilling that purpose, I think this is about as perfect an ending as you could have gotten. I guess...
I don't disagree. I think Gwyn not being the perfectly refined fight that it should be is what would keep it down from S for me. But I think I could, in the context of the game and it capping off the game, like you said, like it being like basically a perfect ending to the game, it might be A. I think I could be talked into putting it up to A.
I think A is good. It also has a really beautiful, like, dark golden skybox.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Yeah, again, I just keep bringing up, like, the Kiln from Dark Souls 3, and I'm just like, this looks so much better in Dark Souls 1. Why? Why couldn't we have gone to a really awesome Kiln? It was kind of cool that, like, the converging lands, far future, like, that the towns nearby are all, like, they're all jumbled and nonsense. Like, that's cool. And maybe we could have started there, but, like, we could have descended into, like, a weird ashen area that's burnt out because the flame's been burned there so many times, and that's, like, I don't know. It, yeah.
Yeah.
The aesthetic of the Dark Souls 1 Kiln is impeccable.
I think that, Slave Knight Gale, I've turned around on Slave Knight Gale.
The fight is very good.
See,
yeah.
I was the biggest hater of Slave Knight Gale for the longest time. Then I recently replayed it again for like a few months ago, and I'm like, oh no, wait a minute, this is actually really good. I think Slave Knight Gale is the better ending for Dark Souls 3 for what it's going for.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, with the DLC tacked on, that like sort of is like the true final boss in a way.
Yeah.
Which Dark Souls 1 doesn't have that problem. Again, like Artorias and those DLC fights are more refined. They're better mechanically, but they didn't top the aesthetic of the Kiln. And Gwyn and the music and the soundtrack and everything. You're just like, this is the end of the game. Whereas Dark Souls 3, you might be like, okay, like, a lot of people see Gale as like their more interesting way to wrap up the game than Soul of Cinder. So,
yeah. Right then, let me see. There's the tier list then. I feel like I kind of bullied my way to get New Londo to the top, but it's my favorite level. I had to.
That's fine. Yeah. I'll just say that if anyone disagrees with this tier list, they can blame you for bullying me, and that you were very, very mean to me.
Hey, I put the Great Hollow in F tier, and that's like an area that I have a lot of love for. So, oof.
It's only fair. We each had our gimmies, and they stratified to each end of the tier list. So
I love
you
that.
put something way up at the. Something way at the top that I didn't want to be there, and I put something way at the bottom that you didn't want to be there. So it's only fair.
Yeah. I was gonna say I love that we both have our gimmies. I get New Londo in S tier. You get Ash Lake in C tier.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
But yeah, like any last minute changes you think we need to make?
I sort of want to let our thought experiment just kind of play out as it was. That's kind of where I lean. Like, even if something feels wrong looking at it now, I kind of like the idea that in the moment of our discussion, our gut feeling led to this.
Yeah.
But I do want to review, because, like, again, looking at it being like, God, I do like the Undead Burg a lot. Like, I think I do like it more than Township. For me, it feels more S. Like, I think it's just such a good... it's in the upper echelon of their starting areas.
I think we came down... I think we came down on the Undead Burg for not having that sort of... Like, it doesn't have that thing. But then, like, it does everything great, but it doesn't have... But, like, I don't know, like... just being really, really good should be enough, I think.
Yeah, I think we did take it down a bit for including the lower Undead Burg, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because that didn't get its own thing on this list. But yeah. Depths, again, some people might be surprised to see it so high, but I stand by that. I love the depths. I always have fun. That's another metric, too. It's like, how much do I enjoy being in this space?
Yeah.
And again, Royal Wood, I'm just trying to get to the boss's depths. I'm having fun going down the different hallways and stuff. Like I'm having a great time in there.
Northern Undead Asylum. It's such a short area, but I love it so much. It's just like, perfect distillation of a great start.
Great start, great tutorial. Again, you compare it to like I know we're ranking it within Dark Souls 1, but still it's hard not to think about like, what are the tutorials of the other Souls games? Like, do those tutorials hint at a boss that you might confuse for the first boss, but turns out to be an actual secret boss that you come back to later? I'm just like, no, none of the other tutorials have any gimmick nearly as cool as the Undead Asylum. Not even close.
Sekiro does that. It has Genichiro, and then he's also at the end. But like that's not the same thing. It's very different.
Yeah.
They're very different.
Interesting. Yeah, even like Painted World above Undead Burg, on a gut feeling, I'm like, I don't know if I feel right about that. Even including, not to say that I like Undead Burg more, but it almost feels like they should be in the same tier. Some people are gonna shit, I think, with Anor Londo being below the depths and stuff like that, but like, I stand by it. Don't at me, or do at me, and we can fight.
I'll put it lower. I'll put it lower. Like if you when you're done coming at him, come at me because I'll take it even lower.
Yeah. Remember, it's as high on this list as it is because of me.
He was fighting for it.
Yeah, I was fighting for it. Yeah, I said it couldn't be below B. Yeah, Great Hollow and Lost Izalith at F. That feels right to me. Like I'm looking at that, being like, yeah, that makes sense.
I think if the Great Hollow was just the first half, and it was like 3 times as long, and it didn't have that routing issue, collision issue, like it was just like this massive walk down, like that would have been great.
Walking simulator for the vibes.
Yeah, but we have to include the entire level. Like Undead Burg, we have to include lower Undead Burg.
Oh, and you know what, too? Demon Ruins, we were debating before, like, should it be higher than Izalith or not? We didn't even talk about, like, Quaelag's domain, really.
Oh, yeah.
But that's another reason it's a notch above Izalith. The vibes of the Fair Lady, she gets another bit of music there that's unique. That music's great.
What's his name? E.G.? N.G.?
Her vibes are cool. Yeah,
Angie?
I have no idea how to pronounce it. Yeah, that interaction is cool.
He's one of those guys.
Is great.
He's one of those guys whom I'm told that he has an Icelandic name, but I've never met a guy with that name in my life.
Interesting. I had no idea. That's fascinating to me. Yeah, I had no idea where that name potentially originates from.
No, I think it's just it's probably from like a fighting fantasy something.
Gotcha. Yeah, that would make more sense.
I like Vamos in the Catacombs, like Berserk reference, but like he's not gonna upgrade it from a B.
No, he's not gonna take it above a B. It's a fun encounter. It's fun finding him. His vibes are cool. His voice quality is so funny. I can't get. So many people think it's a glitch. It is absolutely not a glitch. Like so many people are convinced, like, oh, what went wrong? Like their source audio file got corrupted or something, and it's like, no, like it's clearly intentional. That's not to defend it in the context of like, was it a good choice? No, but it was definitely a choice. It was absolutely a choice. They were like, hey, his vocal cords aren't working correctly or aren't fully there because he's a skeleton. So what do we do? And then some audio engineers like, we could slap distortion on it. And it's like, no, that is not. You needed to cast a voice actor who would do like a particularly gravelly voice.
Yeah. Or
maybe there's some other effects.
Make him sound like Skeletor.
Make him sound like Skeletor. That's a route you could go. But yeah, no, just that the audio effect, like, you could tell they didn't know how to convey a skeleton, so they slapped distortion on it, and it's like so distractingly distortion that you're just like, Okay, I guess.
I think just like make him talk slow, maybe a little echoey. I think that's enough.
Echoey. You could do the Alvina thing too, where it's a little distracting with Alvina if you actually like pay close attention to how she sounds, where it's a bit like Darth Vader, where it's like the talking is independent of the breathing. And you're just like, okay, this is weird, because there's an extra layer of, like, she's doing, like, a thing, like, underneath the talking a little bit, and you're just like, okay, wait a minute, these two things shouldn't be happening at the same time. But you could have done that with Vamos, where you could have had, like, bone clacking sounds a little bit.
In the background.
Mixed into the background.
You just hear, like, I want to get He-Man in the background.
Yeah, with, like, a little, like, clackly sounds mixed in. Anything other than just highlighting it and applying distortion, like.
Oh, hey, I actually have done sound design for skeleton enemies. Do you know how they do it?
Oh.
When they make like rattling bone sounds, do you know how it's usually done?
No idea. Well, what's the Foley for that? Like, what even is that?
You have a glass of water with ice cubes in it, and you just clack the ice cubes on the sides of the water.
There you go. It's funny too that you mentioned that, because like. It does such a good job tricking you into thinking it's like bony sounds, because like
it's like
ice cubes hitting the
heavy.
Ice cubes hitting the side of a glass has such a distinct sound to it that if you know it's ice, like you can't unhear it as ice. But like I'm convinced by that those are bones and not ice.
Yeah,
like that's funny. That's super cool.
All right then. Do you want to do some plugs before we sign off?
Sure. If you got through to this video, thank you so much for watching and listening to us blabber, sometimes a little bit aimlessly. If you want to hear me talk about the Souls games in a more focused way, where like I write a script and stuff, come check me out on YouTube. youtube.com/IllusoryWall.
Links in the description.
Links in the description, and yeah, that's pretty much it. If you want to argue this tier list, add me on BlueSky. BlueSky, IllusoryWall there too.
My favorite video of yours is still I think I first saw you from the gutter video. But I like
cool.
I'm
really happy with that video.
Yeah, I really love that video. I think we had an exchange in that video about because the Iron Keep also wasn't used, and you joked about that video could be named "How the Iron Keep Wasn't Kept" or something like that.
Wasn't kept. Yeah, I'm gonna do alliteration for. I wanted to do because I don't think I actually did it. What was it? God, I had another one in mind. It was. Oh no, I think I did it in the thumbnail, but not the video title. Maybe it was like From His Forgotten Forest is what I called like the prototype of the Force of Fallen Giants. So like any way I can sneak alliteration into these prototype level designs, I'm going to go out of my way to do it now. So there will be an Iron. I still haven't made that video, but there will be an Iron Keep that wasn't kept video at some point in the future. So
yeah. Right then, everybody, check out IllusoryWall. He's one of my favorite FromSoft creators. I'm really thankful for you for coming here.
Thank you so much. I had a good time.
Go on, everybody, wishlist my game on Steam. Subscribe. Do all the engagement things that you want to do.
Comment, subscribe, ring that bell. Do it all.
Argue in the comments about the tier list, and then argue with the people who want to change the tier list. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. Bye.
Bye now.
And I need to get like 10 seconds of background audio.